It's 4 o'clock in the East as we continue our coverage of a truly historic election in America. We will be with you every step of the way, so settle in. Joe Biden is set to address the nation any moment now from his campaign's headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. He's expected to be joined for that by his running mate, Kamala Harris, as the presidential race remains within razor-thin margins. The latest, just in the last couple of hours, NBC News has named Biden the apparent winner in the crucial battleground state of Wisconsin. That means Joe Biden has the most votes, with just about every vote counted there. But the Trump campaign is already requesting a recount, which could, in theory, still impact the final results. Still, Wisconsin represents a major step forward in the count and psychologically for Joe Biden's effort to the race to 270 electoral votes, now in the hands of a shrinking number of key battlegrounds. Officials continuing to tally absentee and mail-in ballots in Michigan and Pennsylvania, which, along with Wisconsin, make up what's known as the blue wall for Democrats. Up until 2016, at least that was. It's in those states that Joe Biden trained almost all of his attention in the final days and weeks of the race. Tight races also outstanding at this hour include Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and North Carolina. All those states still separated by narrow margins, and both campaigns have acknowledged privately and publicly just how close this race has become. But Joe Biden at this hour has more pathways to 270 electoral votes than Donald Trump does, and that mathematical reality has only served to intensify Donald Trump's threats of a legal battle to stop votes from being counted in some of the states still too close to call or too early to call. And of course, Trump's legal avenue is emerging after his baseless attempt at lying his way to victory last night by falsely claiming victory in states he had not won. Donald Trump is also tweeting misinformation about alleged fraud, lies so flagrant that they're almost difficult to find amid the warnings and flags that the social media companies have placed on and around them. For that reason, we're certainly not going to amplify them by showing them to you on television either. Trump's campaign is telegraphing court fights over mail-in ballots in some of the closest states, fights Trump has already vowed he'll take all the way to the Supreme Court. In response from the Biden campaign, a bold and confident bring it on, if you will. Biden campaign senior advisor Bob Bauer tells NBC News today, quote, Trump will be in for one of the most embarrassing defeats a president has ever suffered before the highest court in the land. And that is where we start today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. NBC's Mike Memoli is live in Wilmington, Delaware for us. Also with us, MSNBC contributor and former acting U.S. Solicitor General Neil Katyal's here. Tim O'Brien, a senior columnist for Bloomberg Opinion, our resident Trump whisperer, and Jason Johnson, politics and journalism professor at Morgan State University and an MSNBC political contributor. I want to warn everyone, and Mike Memoli, maybe you can give us some more specificity on the timing, that as soon as Joe Biden begins his remarks, we're going to go to them. But Mike Memoli, what do we expect to hear from Joe Biden this afternoon?
Yeah, Nicole, he should be taking the stage any moment now. And as far as what we expect to hear, clearly over the last 5 years, we've heard a lot of talk about building walls, haven't we, Nicole? For the Biden campaign, the path to 270 electoral votes involves rebuilding that blue wall throughout the Midwest that Donald Trump stormed through in order to get to the White House 4 years ago. The call for Wisconsin today, with NBC News declaring Biden as the apparent winner there, was a very important first step, because if you look at the battleground map, he's, other than Nevada, which the Biden campaign believes they are on track to win as well, the rest of the states on this map are all states in which Donald Trump won and where the Biden campaign thinks they do have chances to win as well. Now, the problem with this blue wall path for the Biden campaign is it's also the one that induces the most heartburn for Democrats in a tight result, which clearly we're in because of the late count, because of the mail ballot issues. And that's why the former vice president is, once again, as he did last night, trying to set the tone of patience, of confidence, and speaking to the American people to try to instill confidence in this process. You're well aware that among those veterans of this Biden team is somebody who is familiar with an election that was contested all the way to the Supreme Court, and that's Ron Klain. And so the former vice president, joined, as you mentioned, by Senator Kamala Harris, his running mate, an opportunity to give longer remarks than what we saw last night, a very brief expression of confidence in the outcome. But as for the Biden team, looking at the legal strategy playing out on the other side, they want Biden to sort of be above the fray right now, but also speak directly to President Trump and what we heard from him last night. And then let Bob Bauer and the other lawyers involved in the Biden campaign get ready to go, as they say, ready within the hour to challenge any effort by the Trump team to challenge outcomes across the state still with votes coming in.
Mike Memley, can you play the role of mood ring? What was the sort of process? I was stunned by just how clear-eyed the Biden campaign was and how similar their view of the race was, really all the way back to Sunday morning to the Trump campaign. They saw Biden's clearest path, as you said, those 3 states. I started talking about those 3 states while everyone was hanging on every, zip code in Florida, and I said, this is not their plan. Their plan was always Wisconsin, Michigan, PA, and they're really optimistic about Arizona. Can you talk about everything that sort of swirled around them as the night seemed to break some Democratic hearts, but really didn't seem to knock this campaign off their game?
Well, obviously, in the final weeks of a campaign, it's always hard to separate the spin from the confidence from the reality. And you'll remember it was just about a week or 2 ago that the Biden campaign released a memo from Jen O'Malley Dillon saying we should not be complacent, that Donald Trump still has a very real chance to win this election. They always felt confident in what they saw as the 2018 model for a huge turnout for Democrats, especially suburban women, the Obama coalition, as you would call it, African Americans, Latino voters, which, other than South Florida, did turn out in big ways for Joe Biden. But there was also always an awareness that you could see a little bit of 2016 at the same time, a hidden vote, a larger than expected vote on behalf of President Trump. And that, I think, was what was guiding the caution we were hearing from Biden advisors throughout this all, even as they expressed confidence. I think, obviously, last night, everyone hoped for a quick and convincing and clear victory, but as the night went along, they were all talking about the word slog, the long slog mentality, as somebody else has put it in my conversations with the Biden campaign. Nothing is ever easy for Joe Biden, and nothing is going to be easy for anybody in 2020. So very clear-eyed about this, and they remain so, even as a lot of Democrats are obviously rightfully concerned about what could be a protracted fight in the courts.
Neil Katyal, can you pick up that thread about what at this point seems like saber rattling from the Trump campaign? And if you listen to Bob Bauer, he is projecting almost complete confidence that the legal position of counting every legally cast vote, which is what most absentee ballots represent, is a winning legal argument. How do you see it?
Exactly like that. You know, if I'm Joe Biden right now, I'm feeling really good about where things are. It is always, if you look over the course of American history, always a losing strategy in the United States to try and block the counting of votes. And that's really been the central Republican strategy, Nicole, for the last several weeks. You know, you can't vote by mail, can't make it easy to vote, toss out anything without a perfect signature, on and on and on. And it's a bunch of delay tactics to forestall what is inevitable. Chicanery is not going to work here. And it is really disturbing to see our president go effectively the full Putin here and claim victory in places like Georgia on White House grounds when, you know, he may lose places like that. And, you know, I was glad to see people like Rick Santorum and Ben Shapiro, who aren't exactly, people who criticize the president, saying, hey, don't behave this way. This is deeply irresponsible. But when it comes to the litigation, I think right now the Biden folks are in a really good position. Trump has just said he's going to file 2 lawsuits in Pennsylvania. They contradict each other. The first one, he says, is to stop the counting of votes because he claims to be ahead and he doesn't like the trend lines. The second one is a complaint that the counting of ballots is causing too much delay, that he's complaining about the delay in the counting of ballots, which makes no sense. One says stop, the other says go quicker. It's a ham-handed effort here. And so Bob Bauer, I think, is absolutely right. You know, go ahead, make my day, file these lawsuits. They're legally very dubious.
You know, I want to ask you if you have any inkling. Oh, Joe Biden is coming out. Let's listen and pick up this conversation with all of you on the other side of remarks from Joe Biden, accompanied there by his running mate Kamala Harris.
Kamala and I are here to make a brief statement, and I'm sure we'll have more to say later, and either tonight or tomorrow. But let me begin by thanking the press for being here and thanking everyone else. My fellow Americans, yesterday once again proved that democracy is the heartbeat of this nation, just as it has been the heartbeat of this nation for 2 centuries. And even in the face of a pandemic, more Americans voted this election than ever before in American history. Over 150 million people cast their votes. I think that's just extraordinary. And if we had any doubts, we shouldn't have any longer about a government of, by, and for the people. It's very much alive in America. Here, the people rule. Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people. And it's their will that determines who will be the President of the United States, and their will alone. And now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. With all the votes counted, we have won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes, virtually the same margin that President Trump won that state 4 years ago. In Michigan, we lead by over 35,000 votes, and it's growing. A substantially bigger margin than President Trump won Michigan in 2016. Michigan will complete its vote soon, maybe as early as today. And I feel very good about Pennsylvania. Virtually all the remaining ballots to be counted were cast by mail. And we've been winning 78% of the votes by mail in Pennsylvania. We've flipped Arizona and the 2nd District of Nebraska. Of special significance to me is that we've won with the majority of the American people. And every indication is that that majority will grow. We have a popular vote lead of nearly 3 million votes, and every indication is that will grow as well. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country that ever won the presidency and vice presidency. Over 70 million votes. I'm very proud of our campaign. Only 3 presidential campaigns in the past have defeated an incumbent president. When it's finished, God willing, we'll be the 4th. This is a major achievement. This is a major achievement. And it's been a long and difficult campaign, but it's been a more difficult time for our country, a hard time. We've had hard campaigns before. We've faced hard times before. So once this election is finalized and behind us, it'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to put the harsh rhetoric of the campaign behind us, to lower the temperature, to see each other again, to listen to one another, to hear each other again, and respect and care for one another, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation. I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive. Neither of us are. I know how deep and hard the opposing views are in our country on so many things. But I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart. So let me be clear. We are campaigning as a Democrat, but I will govern as an American president. The presidency itself is not a partisan institution. It's the one office in this nation that represents everyone. And it demands a duty of care for all Americans. And that is precisely what I will do. I will work as hard for those who didn't vote for me as I will for those who did vote for me. Now, every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much to ever let that happen. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious. But this will not be my victory alone or our victory alone. It'll be a victory for the American people, for our democracy, for America. And there will be no blue states and red states when we win, just the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Joe Biden making remarks there in Wilmington, Delaware, saying that it is clear that they're winning enough states to reach 270, not declaring victory, as Donald Trump sought to do last night, but talking about the margins by which he's ahead in the critical states of Wisconsin, saying we won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes, making the strategic, I think, point to say that that is around the same margin, exceeds the margin that Donald Trump won the state by, saying in Michigan, we lead by 35,000 votes, again, bigger than what Trump won that state by. Interestingly, he said, I feel very good about Pennsylvania. A lot of questions out there still about Pennsylvania. And again, it's not Joe Biden's only path to the presidency, making the point that we know drives Donald Trump crazy, saying we won a majority of the popular vote, that the lead is now 3 million and expected to grow. Most importantly, though, and should Joe Biden prevail, I think this is a window into the tone he would try to set in a transition. Talked about how he is on track to win more votes than any presidential campaign in history, remarked that only 3 candidates have ever toppled an incumbent president, and then ended by saying, I will work as hard for those who didn't vote for me as those who did. Every vote must be counted. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. Neil Katyal, are these messages designed to lead, messages designed to frame a legal challenge, or just messages for this extraordinary moment in the 2020 presidential campaign?
I think we just heard a message that you are now listening to the next president of the United States. That's how it sounded to me. Nicole, yeah. I'd isolate 3 kind of key moves. First, he begins with this phrase, "Here the people rule." That echoes our, most founding basic values, the Declaration of the Independence on. He's hearkening back in time. And then second, signaling his humility and the respect for the process, saying, I believe I'm going to get to 270 votes, but I'm not going to rush out and declare victory in the ham-handed way that we saw last night. He's saying, count every vote. And then third, this beautiful look to the future, starting with the past in the speech, ending with this look to the future. And we need to listen to one another, respect and care for one another, that we aren't enemies, even if we disagree. It is a blueprint for governance and a blueprint for behavior. And it is, frankly, exactly the way presidents of the United States have traditionally behaved up until this one. So I thought it underscored the contrast with Trump, but it also really showed him as truly presidential. This is the first time I've seen him do something quite like this.
I have all of the same thoughts about it, but you cannot listen to what we just listened to from Joe Biden and feel that it was also designed to be a polar extreme opposite from what Donald Trump did in the East Room, where he desecrated a sacred room that belongs to the people. The East Room on White House property. He held a fraudulent victory campaign speech there last night. He also, though, talked about taking his campaign to the Supreme Court to have them decide. Even in his own mind, Neil Katyal, what does he think he's talking about? What do you take to the Supreme Court?
Dios míos, I have no idea what the heck he's talking about. You can't just like make it so and wave your wand and get a Supreme Court case. Like I just argued a case in the Supreme Court this morning. You know, it's been 2 years in the making, and that's actually pretty quick. So you got to bring it up through the system. You got to start in the trial court and so on. So I think he's talking about, you know, this other litigation that's out there, and it's certainly possible that something ultimately will get to the Supreme Court. But I don't think so far, looking at the tapestry of litigation out there, nothing seems to have a tremendous amount of merit or enough to help Trump at this point. So I think this is a bunch of saber rattling right now.
Jason Johnson, I want to come to you on what this election says to you about the conversation we have had day after day after day about the vastness of this president's sort of atrocities in terms of his disdain for the office he holds and the way he has treated people who he views as not his people. And often they are people, voiceless people, migrants that come here, asylum seekers that come here, African-American men and women calling for a racial reckoning. I mean, what does the election result say to you about the country's disposition around all those issues?
Well, it says a couple of things. I mean, one, Trump's reaction and saying that he's going to run to the Supreme Court, which is essentially the equivalent of like, I'm going to call the manager because I can get what I wanted, shows his disdain for all people, right? I mean, because we have to be clear, Donald Trump doesn't seem to like anybody. He may have a particular disdain for black people. He may have a particular disdain for children at the border. But remember, this is a guy who left his own supporters out in the middle of a tarmac and hopped on a plane. There is nobody who Donald Trump likes. I don't even think he likes his kids. So the contrast that we're seeing here is that America, by the slightest of disturbing margins, decided they wanted to pick someone who doesn't actively dislike the people who gave him the job. I am disturbed by the fact that not enough Americans made that decision. I'm disturbed by the fact that you have large numbers of people who are like, yeah, a guy who leaves people out in the cold and 250,000 people die of COVID and harasses women and everything else like that. I want a little bit more of that, and I don't really know if I wanted the other guy. So this election actually shows me a lot of really disturbing things about this country racially, very disturbing things about this country from a gender standpoint. And I have to say this, because if Joe Biden becomes president of the United States, and I hope that he does, because he is not a dictator in the making and he seems to be a decent guy, I will immediately turn around my hat and be excruciatingly critical of him, because you cannot come into this White House with the idea that these people aren't the enemy. They are. The people chasing the Biden-Harris truck out of Texas, they are the enemies of democracy. The people right now attacking vote counters in Detroit, they are the enemy. Kyle Rittenhouse is the enemy. Mitch McConnell is the enemy. And if there's one thing that Democrats should have finally figured out in this campaign, you can't treat the Republican Party with kid gloves, because they won't treat you that way. I hope Joe Biden just gave this speech to sound nice, because everything isn't locked down yet. Maybe Senator Harris will have this idea should she become VP, but they have to go into this realizing they're in a war. The war for the soul of America will not end once he's inaugurated, and I hope he remembers that.
Tim O'Brien, we should make clear that the result is still in the balance. Joe Biden is, as we've said, in possession of more paths to 270. It's unclear that Donald Trump has a clear path to 270, which is why we're hearing a lot from his side about legal efforts. But what I want to ask you is it possible that it was all on purpose? And by that I mean enemy of the people. That, if you look at the most repeated expressions from Donald Trump, it was that the media was fake, that we were enemies of the people. And he said to his supporters in the very, very first months of his presidency, don't believe your eyes, don't believe your ears. Believe me. Is it possible that some of what I think Jason is articulating, which is a feeling that I have heard from almost universally from folks that have this sort of emotional hangover from not worried that Joe Biden won't get over the edge, but by the closeness of this race, by the numbers of people that came out and thought 4 more years of a Donald Trump presidency was a good thing for this country we all love. Is it possible that we tried to sort of skip past the damage that Donald Trump had done in terms of contaminating our information streams?
Well, I mean, I think the evidence is in this vote, Nicole.
Tim,
we have very.
Tim, let me give you one more piece of breaking news. You can answer that question and take this. Casey, give that to me one more time from the control room. NBC News is projecting Joe Biden the winner of the key battleground state of Michigan. All of its 16 electoral votes go to Joe Biden. As we said, he is the one with the clearest path to 270. Let's see where that puts him. Look at here, another razor-thin margin for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. As this vote was coming in, the outstanding vote was very clearly, according to our own Steve Kornacki, in parts of that state that were favorable to Joe Biden. Another blow to Donald Trump's delusion, I guess, at this point last night, that he was the winner. And it may move us toward what Donald Trump and his campaign is talking about, which is a legal avenue. Once again, Joe Biden, NBC News is now projecting Joe Biden to be the winner of the state of Michigan. Tim.
Well, Nicole, I'll happily take that bit of news because I think it just firms up what we all should, I think, have faith in, that Joe Biden is going to be the next president of the United States. I think he will comfortably get past 270 electoral votes. I suspect he'll be somewhere between 280 and 302 or 303. I think Nevada and Arizona are likely to come in for him. Georgia is still up in the air and trending well towards Biden, possibly, as these late votes get counted. And I think in the context of the question you just asked me, it's important because a handsome plurality of American voters are doing the right thing here. They're voting for someone who is a responsible and conscientious leader in the face of a dangerous demagogue and racist who has set out from day one not to unite the country, but to divide it. And he has been successful. In the context of your previous question, the vote that came in last night just shows how much further this country is divided geographically, demographically, by race and income. And we have a lot of work to do. And Trump has been successful in tearing away at people's trust of institutions across the board, not just the media, but the political class, law enforcement, and he's now trying to do it with the vote. I don't think he and his team really believe these lawsuits they're filing in the upper Midwest are going to be successful, but they will provide Trump a handy excuse to be able to say the vote was fraudulent and we shouldn't trust it.
I thought exactly that when I heard him last night at whatever it was, 3 o'clock in the morning, that there goes the Trump base already believing that if Joe Biden is the president, it was not a legitimate win. Tim and Jason are sticking around. This is a conversation, a scab I want to keep picking at. Mike Memley had to run off and do some reporting. Neil Katyal, you elevate us and inform us every single time. I'm so grateful to get to talk to you today, my friend. We'll be calling on you early and often. When we come back, that breaking news out of Michigan, that the state of Michigan has been called for Joe Biden, adding all of its electoral votes to the Biden race to 270. We'll go to the big board for a look at that and what it means and what else we're waiting on. Plus, with Wisconsin and Michigan now in the Biden column, we'll look at how Trump appears to have handed back the Rust Belt to the Democrats. We'll go live to Michigan for that report. All those stories still coming up. Don't go anywhere. With now just 6 states left to be called by NBC News, a clearly flailing Donald Trump is asking for a recount in Wisconsin, all the while filing a lawsuit in Michigan to halt the counting of ballots there. Let's bring in MSNBC's Ali Velshi at the big board for us. Ali, I'm so thrilled that you and Steve Kornacki, two of my favorite humans, are both the two big board whisperers. Take me through with these two calls this morning due to this race, Wisconsin and Michigan.
It's a very big deal. Let's take a look. This is your electoral map right now. We're still waiting for Alaska. That'll be a while. Nevada, Arizona, Georgia. North Carolina has told us you're not getting any more numbers until November 12th, so we're going to sit on that. Pennsylvania says everything will be counted by Friday night. The Secretary of State says earlier. But here's what we got right now, 253 to 214. Let's take a look at the paths to victory. Joe Biden has 9 combinations of things that can happen to get him to 270. Donald Trump now has 3 left, and one of those paths, by the way, ends up in a tie. Now, let's take a look at what we're actually worrying about here. I want to go back out to what's outstanding in Nevada. You have a situation where we have 86% of the votes in. Biden is leading by 7,000 in the entire state, but there's 202,000 votes outstanding. So that is very much in play. Let's take a look at Nevada, at Arizona. 86% of the votes are in there. Biden leading by 93,000, but 432,000 votes are available in Arizona. So that's very much in play. So if you go back to the road to 270, let's just, for sake of it, let's leave Pennsylvania out of it for a moment, and let's say North Carolina, because we're not going to hear about it for a while. Let's just give that to Donald Trump. Let's even give Atlanta to Donald Trump, although a lot of votes not counted there. These two, Biden has a statistical advantage in, Nevada and Arizona. So I'm going to give Alaska to Donald Trump, too. Let's give Biden Nevada. Let's give Biden Arizona. Biden gets to 270 without Pennsylvania. Now, Pennsylvania, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's going to be hard to figure out. So that's just one example of the type of path that Joe Biden has. Again, we're going to wait on North Carolina for a while. We're going to wait on, well, we may get numbers from Georgia later on today. But that's how that changes the dynamic. And as you've been talking about since yesterday, the outlying, the places that don't have the votes in Nevada, in Arizona, in North Carolina, in Georgia, and in Pennsylvania are all places that would be heavily favored, that are heavily favoring Joe Biden. So the bottom line is, if those trends continue, these two look pretty safe. These two are a little unclear, Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia. Pennsylvania remains a very tricky one. As you know, the Trump campaign has declared victory in Pennsylvania. Twitter has put labels on those tweets to say this has not been called. They're getting involved, as you just discussed with Neil, in Supreme Court matters there. So Pennsylvania, the issue is there a road to victory without Pennsylvania being called for a while? And for Biden, the answer is yes.
Ali Velshi, you just went the farthest toward explaining Trump's legal strategy that I've heard since I was on for 12 hours last night. The remaining vote, largely, generally, and there are no monolithic counties or no monolithic neighborhoods, but by and large, it is viewed as Biden vote. So is it your sense that the legal strategy of stopping the vote is because Trump knows this is only going to get worse for him?
The one place this is interesting is the one place I spend a lot of my time, and that is Pennsylvania, because a lot of the vote is in Allegheny County, in Pittsburgh. A lot of it is in Philadelphia County and the neighboring counties. Take a look at this one, Bucks County. This is kind of unusual. North of Philadelphia. This shouldn't be trending this way. 81% is in, and Donald Trump's leading Joe Biden, but there's still 76,000 votes out there. So the Trump people are saying there's lots of little pockets of votes in all this red stuff that could put them over the top. May be true, may not be true, but we need to see Allegheny County, we needed to see Philadelphia County, and that's what we're waiting for the next 48 hours. But they are claiming it's all the little places that have 500 votes and 1,000 votes where they can win that adds up to a victory. And the fact is, we have seen in the election of 2016, in a lot of places, that did make that difference.
Ali Velshi at the big board for us. Thank you so much, my friend. Let's bring into our conversation Jonathan Lemire, Associated Press White House reporter, and lucky for us, an MSNBC political analyst. Tim and Jason are still here. Lemire, take me through what last night was in terms of what your expectations were for it going in.
Well, I think in many ways, Nicole, it played out as expected. We knew this was going to be a close race, and I think that we also knew and had been warning everyone that there could be a scenario where Donald Trump jumped out ahead on Election Day. Those in-person votes that would be counted first would largely be Republican, because he had been urging his people, his supporters, to come to the polls. And certainly that's that red mirage, if you will. And certainly that was the case last night. And look, the Biden camp had certainly had hopes for Florida, which didn't happen, although they had grown pessimistic in the few days before Election Day. And they've tried to push in to some states like Ohio and Iowa and Texas to try to deliver that early knockout blow. Those weren't meant to be. But their focus all along, and the Biden camp deserves credit for this, this was a very disciplined campaign. They largely ignored the noise, they ignored Twitter, and they focused on getting to 270. And now it seems like they're on the precipice of doing so, as they've won 2 out of the 3 of those former blue wall states that Trump won in 2016. They've got Wisconsin now. They've got Michigan, and they're just a victory or 2 away from claiming the White House.
You know, and then take me through, I agree with all of that. And I think on like hour 10 last night, I said, look, this isn't an Aaron Sorkin script. It wasn't going to be a blue landslide. There are not 49 states that either party will ever win again in this country. And they were almost singularly focused on those 3 states plus Arizona, really, in the final days of this. Will you take me through the Trump version of that? Because your reporting in the Times seemed to indicate that they were relatively clear-eyed as well and saw a very narrow path to 270, which is why they started conditioning their base for a legal fight.
That's exactly it. I mean, yes, there are some Democrats who are a little disappointed today, despite Biden seemingly on the verge of a victory, because it looks like they're not going to flip the Senate. They lost seats in the House. It wasn't this repudiation of Trump, this thorough rebuke of everything he stood for. That's not happening. But it does look like, at the end of the day, Donald Trump could very well be a one-term president. In terms of the president and his supporters, yes, they've known for a while now, particularly since the president's COVID diagnosis and his disastrous first debate performance, that they had a pretty narrow path. They were going to need to sweep the Sun Belt and then pick off one of the Great Lakes states. It was going to have to be Pennsylvania to make the math work. And they've had, look, they got the win they needed early in the night in Florida. They feel good about where they are in Georgia, North Carolina, more North Carolina, honestly. But both of those are still outstanding. They feel like they can still get those. And now, of course, we're hearing the legal challenges. There have been some networks and the Associated Press that have called Arizona for Joe Biden. The Trump campaign is furious about that and is threatening legal action. We've seen the campaign also sue to try to stop the count in Michigan and in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign declared victory in Pennsylvania. That's not how this works. No one has declared victory for Pennsylvania yet, and certainly the Trump campaign's not able to do so. But yes, at this moment now, they see that their path is exceedingly narrow. There's a sense of, I talked to some people inside the West Wing of the Trump campaign, there's a degree of real frustration here, of resignation, a bit of a flailing about, as they just sort of throw one thread of legal action after another at the wall and hope something sticks to change their narrative of this race.
And Tim O'Brien, there is not an older story in the Trump repertoire than litigating his way out of battles. And I remember being rather amused when I read more recently that at one point he wanted to settle with Bob Mueller, who was investigating, of course, the attack on America's democracy by one of our most brutal adversaries. I mean, just talk about how true to form this is, that Trump wants to sue his way without merit to a second term.
He learned at Roy Cohn's knee that you don't need to actually go to court to weaponize the legal system in your favor. And he spent years threatening people with lawsuits to great effect, whether they were business competitors or the media. And he has telegraphed his desire to do this for months now. I think both campaigns, where we are right now, today, in this campaign, both in this election, both campaigns telegraphed where we would be right now. And Trump knew once COVID hit and the economy started tanking that he was in serious trouble, and it only got worse as the months went on. We've seen it did not get as bad as we thought it would, but he did see that it was an existential threat to his presidency. And what Trump does in situations like this is deny reality, put the responsibility for losing on someone else's shoulder and try to sow doubt about the legitimacy of everything around him. And he loves to do it through lawsuits. In some ways, he's well situated in these states where they're going to contest this. The state legislatures are controlled by Republicans. There's divisions with the governors. The governors are Democrats. But I don't think he's going to get anything done in the courts here. And as we said before, what this is for him is essentially someone who, when he can't get his candy, is willing to burn the store down. We've known that about Donald Trump. He's demonstrating it, and we should just have faith in our institutions to be able to handle this one, which I think they will.
You know, and Jason, I think you could forgive those of us who are nervous for our institutions as we've watched them be burned down one after another, like dominoes falling so fast. It made your head spin. How are you feeling about that scenario that Tim O'Brien just laid out, Jason?
I think that's likely. I think that Trump's sort of his legal fights right now, if he wanted to stop the vote, he should have started that yesterday. I really don't think they have much of a path there. I know he tries, he assumes that every single government agency is actually working for him, and they don't. And I think that what we'll see, if these counts continue the way they are with 400,000, 300,000, possibly in Georgia, you know, you're going to see Trump land, and sort of Trump go through sort of the stages of mourning, right? They'll deny what's going on, then they'll be angry, and then you're going to see people starting to bargain, like, well, we'll leave office if you don't prosecute us. Like, I suspect that we're going to see that in the coming weeks if this count continues the way it goes. But again, it just goes to show we have so much work to do in this new administration, if they come to power, in restoring the virtue and the integrity of these agencies. We still have a court case about the post office in DeJoy with 300,000 ballots that are sitting in a pile somewhere underneath, you know, catalogs and Target inserts, right? We have to go back and repair all of these different institutions that the president has destroyed. And then lastly, and I think this is key, if there's one thing that this entire process has shown, for every person who was upset and frustrated, like you and I, Nicole, everybody last night who was like, oh my gosh, when are we going to find out the wait? It reminded me of all the Americans who had to wait 6, 7, and 8 hours in line to vote. We're complaining about it took us 24 hours to get an answer about the election. There are Americans who spent a quarter of that time just to get a right to be in this process. The new administration, if we have one, has got to do something about voting rights and voting suppression in this country, because we shouldn't be in this situation. I know the Electoral College is a pipe dream, but something needs to be done about the kind of voting and counts that we've seen across this country.
It's a travesty that there isn't even an expectation that that'll be among elected officials a bipartisan endeavor. Lemire, I want to give you the last word. Tell me who wrote that speech last night, and did anyone think it went well or was a good idea? Chris Christie blasted it. Rick Santorum, a very Trumpy right-wing dude over on CNN, blasted it. Did they think it was good?
This was the president's idea, of course, and the usual team of writers, including Stephen Miller and Jared Kushner, had a hand in it as well. He had been telegraphing this for a while, Nicole, that he was going to get out there and declare victory. Their hope, the Trump team, was to just make things close enough where they could throw it to the courts. Let's remember, of course, the president has appointed 3 Supreme Court justices, including one who took her seat just in the last couple of weeks. But, of course, the key was to keep it close enough for that to happen. And what we're seeing now are potentially these margins that Joe Biden is putting up may be too significant to overcome. But that's where the Trump White House and their campaign is focused right now. They want to try to stop the courts. They want to still feel like they need to try to win these 2 states in the Southeast, maybe Pennsylvania. That looks like an uphill climb. And then just hope for the best in the courts. But Joe Biden right now, clearly, in that speech we just heard, he's projecting. He's ready. He's not declaring it yet. He's not taking it. But he's ready to be president and start leading.
I just can't let this end without buttoning it by saying that the fact that it just goes unremarked, that there is a presumption that he has succeeded in corrupting the United States Supreme Court, that was the strategy. That I'm just going to take my losing electoral effort to the Supreme Court, which I'm pretty sure I've already corrupted, is so colossally disgusting. We'll have to stick a pin in that and unpack that another day, because whether he wins or loses, they take that taint with them all day, every day. Jonathan Lemire, Tim O'Brien, Jason Johnson, thank you so much, my friends, for being here on a day like this. Up next for us, we'll go out to Michigan, where Joe Biden has been projected the winner. and where some mail-in votes are still being counted despite calls from Donald Trump to stop. We'll look at that next. You are looking at live pictures of election workers counting ballots in Grand Rapids, Michigan. The Trump campaign says it is filing a lawsuit to stop this, to stop the counting in Michigan. Trump campaign demanding access to all the counting locations, even as NBC News projects that Joe Biden has already won the state, which narrowly went for Trump in 2016. In this year, however, Michigan's 16 electoral votes will go to Joe Biden. Let's bring into our conversation NBC News correspondent, our friend Heidi Presbella. She's in Detroit outside a convention center where vote tallies are coming in and right now being challenged by lawyers. Heidi, what's going on there? And has the mood changed in this effort with the call coming in of Michigan for Joe Biden?
Hey, Nicole, I'm outside Detroit's TCF Center where they are tallying those final absentee votes. Even after the state has been called for Joe Biden, these final numbers, which are expected to tilt heavily towards Biden, are being tallied inside of there. And what we see here is a bit of a contentious scene as earlier today, huge groups of self-proclaimed poll watchers, most of them GOP, converged on the center, forced their way in and really ground things to a halt. Some of the official lawyers, the Democratic Party official poll challengers themselves couldn't even get in, Nicole. And I'm here today with one of them. His name is Jordan Acker. He is an official designated by the Michigan Democratic Party to be in that room, in there, watching what is going on. And Jordan, tell us what exactly happened in there.
So we came back from lunch today, Heidi, and ultimately they wouldn't even let us in the building at first. Eventually we came in, and it seemed like someone had put out the call from the Republican side to have everybody, mostly non-lawyers, converge on the TCF Center here in Detroit in order to stop what is normally a very orderly, well-run professional process of counting absentee votes here in the city of Detroit.
And you said specifically they stormed the room or the escalator, or exactly how did that happen?
So at first they had converged all over the building. Maybe about a half an hour or 40 minutes later, a number of them came, probably 24, came down the escalator in some sort of coordinated effort. They had the lanyards with the MIGOP on it, chanting, as they are right now, stop the count, banging on the doors, trying to get the election officials to stop. Even when the city attorney came out and said, here's why we're doing this. You have one challenger for precinct. It's what the parties agree on. That's what's in there. And that's what we saw in all morning. Ultimately, they still tried to stop Detroiters from having their right to vote heard.
And of course, we saw the police were called in here. Did they have any effect on your ability to get all of those ballots counted?
They haven't. The city, the parties have done a really professional job all day counting ballots since the middle of the night last night, even before that. I've been here since 6:30 this morning, and it hasn't had an impact because the right number of challengers are in there. It's 142, one per precinct. Inside, the Republicans just wanted to stop Detroiters from counting and from their voices being heard.
And as you can hear, Nicole, they're chanting, stop the count. But of course, that is not going to have an impact, given that all of those votes could be tallied within the hour. Jordan told me earlier that both here in Wayne County as well as in Grand Rapids, where they had about 75,000 absentee ballots outstanding, that we could be getting those results in within the next hour or two, Nicole.
Could you ask Jordan if there were divisions among these Republicans that were in there? I mean, were they all there to sing and chant, or were some of them actually, or were any of them there for the purposes that you would be there for, the integrity of the vote, or was that really just a one-sided endeavor?
Let me answer that, and then I'll ask Jordan, because we did meet a lady out on the street here who professed to be an official Republican poll challenger who said that she couldn't get in and got shoved out. And so there's a sense that the general chaos that was created by this crowd, which is all essentially GOP self-proclaimed challengers, did create this environment where legitimate poll challengers, potentially from both sides got crowded out. But what do you think about that, Jordan? It's just a general scene of chaos. Do you think that there were others like you who were blocked from getting back in the room?
Oh, absolutely. One of the Michigan Democratic Party's main lawyers was stuck outside with us. There have been plenty of Democrats. In fact, we had a 500 sandwich order for our volunteers inside. Couldn't even get our sandwiches inside. So yeah, it's created chaos outside. Ultimately, they've kept the doors locked. The police in the city of Detroit have done a great job in making sure that the counting of the ballots continues inside despite all the chaos outside.
And Nicole, this cannot be said enough that this entire process was entirely predictable and actually created by the GOP legislature here in Michigan, which declined to give extra time for the pre-canvassing that would have been necessary to actually complete the count on election night.
It's just amazing, Heidi. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to Jordan. So many unsung heroes just going and making sure that the votes that people cast are counted. It's really important reporting. We're grateful to you for bringing it to us. NBC's Heidi Presbella for us. Thank you so much. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're just getting started. The next hour of Deadline White House is back after a quick break.
Going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much to ever let that happen. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious.
Hi again, everyone. How you doing? It's 5 o'clock in the East. We are continuing our breaking news coverage of the 2020 presidential election. In just the last hour, NBC News has projected Joe Biden the winner of the crucial battleground state of Michigan, following a call earlier that Joe Biden is the apparent winner of the equally crucial state of Wisconsin. Joe Biden well on his way to rebuilding the blue wall of Midwestern states that went for Trump 4 years ago. To be clear, at this point, it is abundantly clear that only one of the candidates is for counting all the legally cast votes. The other is for falsely declaring victory and calling for voting to continue where he's behind and stop where he's ahead. The president seeking victory through outright lies, legal avenues, and voter suppression. The president has not addressed the American people since his remarks very, very early this morning, in which he falsely claimed he'd already won. Trump has spent the day spouting disputed claims, some of them so false, so reckless, that Twitter and other sites have flagged them for being false. The results of last night and the ensuing vote counts reveal an extraordinary election on many fronts. Amid a pandemic, Americans were desperate for their voices to be heard, and the contest saw a record number of votes cast, more than 160 million. At this hour, Joe Biden leads Donald Trump in the electoral count, with the critical states of Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, and North Carolina still up for grabs. We start this hour in one of those remaining uncalled states, Pennsylvania. Let's bring in MSNBC senior national correspondent, our friend Chris Jansing, live for us in Harrisburg. Chris, there's a lot of fire, is that the right word, coming out of Donald Trump and his campaign and his Twitter feed about this state. What is the ground truth as you understand it?
Yeah, let's talk about what we know the facts are. The facts are that the results are still coming in, votes are still being counted, and some of those mail-in ballots are still coming in. They will be coming in until Friday, but we do have some new numbers as we see this race tightening toward Joe Biden, which is why he came out a short time ago and says, I feel very good about Pennsylvania. The two big areas we're looking at, of course, Philly and the area around that, still 120,000 votes to be counted there, and again, more coming in. Around Allegheny County, that's Philadelphia and that area, 2 batches came in just this afternoon, 25,000 more votes being counted, in addition to 111,000 that still have to be counted. Joe Biden says they're running about 78% of the vote in those mail-ins in those urban areas, which is why he's feeling good about his chances. It may also be why we saw Rudy Giuliani coming to Pennsylvania and again filing more lawsuits claiming that the Democrats are hiding ballot counting and processing, that they're trying to steal this election. Let's be clear about what's happening. In Philadelphia, the major counting center there, Rahima Ellis is there. We have cameras there. There are poll watchers there. There are lawyers there. No indication of any kind of anything that Rudy Giuliani is talking about. I was at a vote counting center in Lackawanna County last night. 10 lawyers in a fairly small county. They saw absolutely no irregularities. And already today, a court has rejected a lawsuit filed by the Trump the Trump campaign. You know very well, Nicole, that even before the election, 6 different lawsuits were filed by Team Trump here, all of them rejected. So we're just waiting to see what's going to happen. It's not going to be like Michigan. It's not going to be like Wisconsin. We're not going to get these vote counts tonight. In fact, I don't know if you can see behind me, there's a huge crowd, pretty big crowd on the steps of the state capitol. They're saying everyone counts. They're reflecting what we're hearing from Joe Biden, from the governor here, from the Secretary of State. Let's all take a breath. Let's make sure every vote gets counted. Let's make sure that we feel everybody knows that this was done in the proper way. Best guess, probably Friday for something like a final count. But we'll see. They're moving along pretty quickly, working 24/7 to get these votes counted, Nicole.
Chris, I started to despair around 1 in the morning that we hadn't done enough storytelling, I think, for audiences from coast to coast about how each state counts the vote. Can you explain how Pennsylvania counts their vote, what gets counted first, and what doesn't get counted until, as you're saying, maybe Friday?
Yeah, so it's different, right? I'll tell you where I was yesterday in Lackawanna County, which is Scranton. And they did what is allowed. They started at 7 o'clock in the morning when the polls opened to start counting those mail-in ballots. So first they go through a machine. Those ballots are open. There's an interior envelope. Then the ballots are taken out by hand. They're put into a pile. Some of those, I mean, just technically to explain to you, it takes a little while. Some of them have been in the envelopes for a long time, and it takes a while to get them flattened out so that they can be fed into a machine and counted. While they were doing that, there were also large boxes of votes that were cast yesterday that were being brought in, and they had little chips, little computer chips. They actually let me go up to the room, and I said to these guys, there were 3 technical guys in there, I said, do you feel powerful? And they're like, no, we're just feeding in information. Again, 10 lawyers at a fairly small voting place, all of that churning out very quickly, but carefully. You could see how carefully people were doing it where I was, and we're hearing those same reports all around Pennsylvania because we have quite a few reporters and camera crews out there.
MSNBC's Chris Jansing, we're grateful that you are one of them. We will stay in touch with you if anything changes over the course of the evening. We'll be back talking to you in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Thank you so much, my friend. Joining our conversation now, Michael Steele, Senior Advisor for the Lincoln Project, former Chairman of the RNC. Also joining us, Robert Gibbs, former White House Press Secretary under President Obama, and an MSNBC political analyst and Washington Post contributing columnist and MSNBC analyst, former Congresswoman Donna Edwards. If I had to pick three humans to talk me through the next hour, you would be those 3. Michael Steele, it cannot be said enough that both campaigns at this point see this the same way. Joe Biden, the person with multiple paths to 270, Donald Trump, it would appear, with a legal path to delaying the inevitable, which looks like a very, very, very long shot chance of hanging on to power. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, and that's how they've seen it for some time. This is not revelatory to the Trump campaign at this point. It's certainly not revelatory to the Biden campaign that, oh, wow, we have other options to get to 270. Oh, gee, we only have one way to get to 270. That's been kind of baked into this process for a few days leading up to this election, when you started seeing the just huge turnout in early vote and absentee ballot voting. When you were at the 50 million mark 10 days out, you were planning. And I know the Biden campaign was recalculating what that would mean in states like Michigan. They're tracking where that vote's coming from and how it's beginning to settle in the campaign infrastructure. So what we're seeing right now is two things happening. One, Donald Trump having the typical Donald Trump temper tantrum when he doesn't get his way. And two, his campaign having to respond to that temper tantrum. And just throw lawyers out like throwing spaghetti up against a wall at these states and hoping that a judge somewhere who may be sleepy enough and not paying attention to what the law actually requires and gives them an opening to cause the kind of havoc that they think that they can get away with and sort of gum up the works.
Well, I mean, to that end, Rudy Giuliani, fresh off what Donald Trump describes as the Hunter Biden flop, is there doing what? Fill in the blank. What is Rudy Giuliani doing in Pennsylvania?
What? He's doing Rudy. What else is he doing? It ain't law. I mean, it's not. I mean, yeah, he's just doing Rudy. Next. It's just, you know.
All right. Well, you just made me feel better about not zipping over and taking that live. But I mean, in all seriousness, I can't follow the thread on what in their heads the legal argument is, because last night in that atrocity, Donald Trump going to the East Room, further desecrating the premises, which I didn't think was possible after the Republican convention, by declaring fake victory, something so egregious. Chris Wallace, Chris Christie, and Rick Santorum kicked him in the teeth for doing it. Said he wanted voting to continue in Arizona. He wanted it to stop in Michigan. I just don't understand what the legal argument is if they have realized that the only avenue they have is a legal one.
Okay, so last night was just egregious on all levels and all fronts. It was an affront to everything we stand for as a republic and as a democracy. And the reality now is, again, as we saw from last night, Donald Trump did not read what was on the teleprompter. That was extemporaneous to Donald. That was riffing Donald. And so now everybody's trying to play cleanup and catch up to that. The problem and the truth is that in order to have a legal challenge, you have to prove that something illegal occurred. You have to prove that there was some type of defect in the law that requires a remedy by the court. And that defect would manifest itself in the process of counting the ballots. Well, they haven't finished counting the ballots. So you can't prove the defect until all the ballots are counted. And that's where this becomes a joke.
You make me smile. Robert Gibbs, so I was thinking this last night as I was sitting with my brilliant colleagues, Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid and Brian Williams, that you can take a girl off the campaign trail, but you cannot take the road to 270 off a campaign hack's brain. And I was trying to pay attention as Florida came in, and I was trying to get as excited as everyone else about Texas, but I was obsessively focused on the blue wall. I could not wait for Steve Kornacki to start pressing the counties in Wisconsin and Michigan and PA and to see how whatever vote we had, and I knew it would be very minimal, how that started to come in. Could you talk about what ended up, I think, being a psychological divide between what some people's expectations were for last night and the actual political imperative of last night, which was to get to 270, the clearest path. And Joe Biden didn't make it a secret, and his travel schedule certainly revealed where he thought that was going to take place. It was Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I definitely think for Democrats, psychologically, they thought maybe this would be over by 9:30 or 10 o'clock at night. It would be a big knockout in Florida. Life would be easy and pretty spotless, and we'd have most of the night to celebrate. That's just generally not how campaigns aren't really that surgical sometimes. I think there was also a level of disappointment when other Sunbelt states didn't go early. Texas didn't turn blue. In reality, Nicole, I traveled to Texas and spent 6 months there in 2002 in the first effort to turn Texas blue. So that was, it was 18 years ago. I do think what was important was not just that idea of we're going to get to this blue wall. And as you said, we spent a lot of time there, including a lot of time that last day. But I think it was also important, too, when Arizona looked like it was going to go for Biden, and when that second congressional district in Nebraska went for Biden, all of a sudden, that was a big moment as well, because it began to open up a second path, right? What happened there is, Arizona, Nevada, Nebraska 2, 3 electoral votes, not 4 from Maine, all of a sudden meant, and I tweeted this out at 4 o'clock right before I fell asleep, that meant Wisconsin and Michigan could give you exactly 270 votes, and all of a sudden Georgia and Pennsylvania weren't needed in that scenario. So at that moment, 2 scenarios happened for Joe Biden, 2 paths, and this was always the thing. Donald Trump didn't need to be good last night. He needed to be perfect. He had to win all of it. And when that started to crumble, and that second path, even if it wasn't the easy path that Democrats wanted at 9 o'clock at night, it still meant there were 2 paths. And look, to summarize the events of today, let's just sum it up very quickly. The end and the defeat of the Donald Trump campaign is very near.
And Donna, this is different from talking about the importance of votes. Every single vote matters, because everybody didn't just deserve to be heard, but had an obligation to be heard. As Joe Biden said about an hour ago, this country is hurting. No one should be satisfied with 250,000 of our fellow Americans dying. They didn't have to. And the country is being led by someone who doesn't seem to care about the country he leads. So I'm not making a point about voting. The popular vote is also not just our right to make our voices heard, but it drives Donald Trump bat bleep crazy when he loses a popular vote. So it's all vitally important. But I guess what I'm getting at is, and I'm sure you heard this, and I'm guessing you felt this, there was somehow disappointment. Joe Biden is, if you had to be one of these 2 men, you would want to be Joe Biden 1,000,000 out of 1,000,000 times. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are on track to be the next president and vice president of this country. And as Joe Biden said today, he would be only the 3rd person to unseat an incumbent president. What do you make of sort of what I asked Robert Gibbs about, the hopes and the expectations of this universal landslide that would be an obvious moral victory, when what Joe Biden needed appears to be what he's about to get, which is a clear electoral victory?
Well, you know what? I think last night I decided to do something I've never done on election night. I turned it off. And I waited. And the reason is because I could see that the votes that were outstanding were important votes from Detroit and Milwaukee and Philadelphia that had not come in for Joe Biden. And I always believed, and clearly the campaign did, that the pathway really was through the Midwest and those industrial states, and that anything else was going to be gravy. And I know that on this larger point, Joe Biden has spoken something today that's really important, and that is the importance of counting every vote, of every American being heard, and then whomever comes out on top, then you begin the process of governing. And I'm convinced that most Americans actually believe that to be true, which is why I think these efforts to monkey around with challenging every vote and every voter and every ballot is simply not going to work, even through the courts. And Michael Steele and I are part of an effort that started about a month ago called the National Council of Election Integrity. And it's bipartisan. And the reason is because we believe in our democracy. We believe in the strength of it. And that the first principle of that is that elections take place, you count the votes, and then you move on. And that's where we are right now. And the moving on, I believe, is going to be with my team. But you know what? The importance is getting every single one of those votes counted.
That is not the view from the White House. Robert Gibbs, I'm reluctant to show this. I'll give you the gist of it. Donald Trump, just as we were coming on the air, claimed for electoral vote purposes the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the state of Georgia, and the state of North Carolina. Now, he's been there 4 years, but you don't claim states and then move them into your column. Phil Rucker makes that point on Twitter, saying there's no such thing in American democracy as candidates announcing they, quote, hereby claim victories. I actually looked to see if this was a spoof account. It sounds like out of Monty Python Holy Grail with hereby claiming things. But what do you make of how the president is acting and the extra challenges he's creating for what Joe Biden said his mission was today, to be a president for all Americans?
Well, look, I think this confronts many of the demons that Donald Trump hoped never to confront, and that was losing the White House. As you mentioned, the first candidate to lose to an incumbent to lose re-election since George H.W. Bush in 1992. And look, at some point in the very near future, he's going to have to give a concession speech. And those are never fun. Most campaigns never get around to writing them because, again, they're not great exercises in morale building. So I think he is confronting his worst fears. We saw it on the campaign trail. He used to pledge in states, if I don't win here, I'll never come back. Can you imagine if I lost to that guy? Well, those worst fears are, again, hours away from being confirmed. He's going to soon be the ex-president of the United States, and Joe Biden will soon be the president-elect of the United States.
Are you sure? I mean, I know we're sure. I know we see it, but I think people need to be reassured. So I'm going to go, are you,
Nicole?
Are you sure?
I am.
Yes?
I am.
Hey, Nicole, can I
Yes.
just address the point that Robert just made? Donald
Please.
Trump has already given the concession speech that we're looking for was what Robert just said, that the president said, that I lost to him. That's his concession speech. Donald Trump is not going to stand in front of a bank of microphones and concede this race. I mean, the actions you're seeing now are not the actions of a man who has it in his mind that he's going to concede the race because he's claiming states. He's not conceding the race. So I think America needs to brace itself.
Claiming them, yeah.
Yeah, he's hereby claiming states. So I think we need to brace for that. And as a nation, just kind of move on. You know, it's like that child that when you go to the mall and they start stamping their feet and they refuse to move, you're like, okay. And you just walk and just keep going. And you're like, okay, my husband will get you. And you just keep going, right? And I think that's what we're looking at here. Just let it go. Because
Michael Steele, I'll add to that something I heard over the weekend. As I reported this on the air Sunday night, and again when I came on the air yesterday, that Trump's own advisors did not see a clear path to 270. And one of the concerns was that if it got to this point where it was close enough that in his mind Trump thought he could pursue a legal avenue, that this would be the mindset of a transition where he might consider foregoing some of those traditions of meeting with the president-elect. He might consider foregoing attending his successor's inauguration. So obviously it's probably premature to have those conversations and talk about what they would mean. But his own advisors worried that this kind of defeat for Donald Trump would have the consequence of a very even more sour grape-like performance, because for Trump it's all performance in a transition. Does that ring true to you, Michael Steele?
It rings very true to me, and it also confirms what I heard the same, probably for some of the same people, you know, who are just like, hey, this is it. And I think as a nation, and certainly for a president-elect Joe Biden, when that moment comes, you plan accordingly. If he doesn't want to come to the inauguration, it will be a blemish not on the United States, but on him. If he doesn't want to participate and cooperate in the transition, it will not be a blemish on the United States, but him. And so we need to stop carrying Donald Trump's baggage as a country. We need to stop it. We need to now begin to free ourselves of this sickness and begin to heal ourselves and take the risk with someone like with Joe Biden, who is prepared to move us in a different direction. And if Donald Trump was to be that stubborn little brat standing in the middle of the mall, stamping his feet, refusing to move, okay.
I love it. I love it. Michael Steele going the full Oprah for us. We all needed that. Michael Steele, Robert Gibbs, and Donna Edwards are staying right where they are. And when we come back, he might lose the race, but it is abundantly clear he's not going to go quietly. Donald Trump's false claim of victory as he plans to take his fight all the way to the Supreme Court. Even some of his closest allies calling that strategy a big mistake. Huge. Our special election coverage continues after a quick break as we wait for results in more key states. Don't go anywhere. With ballots still being counted in close battleground states and perhaps a long way to go before we have an official winner, the nervous Trump's natural reaction overnight to baselessly claim victory and fraud. Today, he's asking for a recount in Wisconsin while filing a lawsuit in Michigan to halt the counting of ballots there. Wisconsin and Michigan both now in Joe Biden's column as wins for him. It is all forcing Republicans and Trump allies to contemplate breaking from him, including Mitch McConnell and Chris Christie, a former U.S. attorney who says Trump's baseless claims this early on are a telling and bad political move.
There's just no basis to make that argument tonight. There just isn't. All of these votes have to be counted that are in now. In Pennsylvania, the argument won't even start in Pennsylvania until tomorrow or Thursday or Friday. There comes a point where you have to let the process play itself out before you judge it to have been flawed. And I think by prematurely doing this, if there is a flaw in it later, he has undercut his own credibility in calling attention to that flaw.
Let's bring into our conversation Joyce Vance, former U.S. attorney, professor at the University of Alabama School of Law, and lucky for us, an MSNBC contributor. Michael Steele, Robert Gibbs, and Donna Edwards are still with us. Joyce, I mean, what Chris Christie said probably was too cerebral for Donald Trump to understand, but on the merits, what do you think Donald Trump thinks the argument is that he's making?
It's clear that he's out of arguments to make, Nicole, because if you thought that you were winning or if you thought it was close, the last thing that you would do is start making these frivolous claims, stopping the counts in states that you're afraid will hurt you, challenging other places. You would just let the votes get counted. And so really the biggest argument against the way the president is conducting himself is the president's own conduct. It reveals that he doesn't believe that he's the winner in this election.
What is the end game? I mean, it's clear that there's no one around the president willing to say to him in private what Chris Christie and Rick Santorum and others are willing to say with some distance from him. And I guess for Chris Christie, 7 days in the ICU lets him speak truth to his friend Donald Trump. But I guess my question is, what damage can Donald Trump do with the levers of the U.S. government? He's certainly shown himself willing to use the White House counsel's office as his own defense attorney, the Justice Department as his own arm of his political efforts. What damage can Donald Trump do with something that, as you said, is meritless, but still he's the president?
If we're talking about challenging the vote, the expectation is that the judiciary will prevent that. He can't simply go into court with bogus claims. He has to have a non-frivolous claim in order to get anywhere. And at least so far, as Chris Christie says, it doesn't look like he has a non-frivolous claim. But I suppose in a larger sense, this is the point where we find out if there are any of those notorious legendary guardrails. We are in a dangerous moment. There is no doubt that the president will continue to try to trash norms and do damage to the country in order to protect himself. And it will be up to the three branches of government to try to muster some semblance of normalcy to prevent it.
Donna, let me bring you back into this and read you something that Dan Balz wrote. Dan Balz, one of the most sort of unflappable and measured political reporters and observers of our presidential politics. He wrote this today: a president who respected the Constitution would let things play out. But Trump has shown once again he cares not about the Constitution or the stability and well-being of the country or anything like that. What the president did, and did from inside the White House itself rather than from a neutral site, was not an act of a confident leader. Instead, it was a sign of the desperation he must feel as he watches his presidency on the brink. Do you agree with that, Donna?
I do, and I think Dan Balz has really nailed it here. I mean, if we saw this kind of behavior in Belarus or Hungary or you name Nigeria, we would be calling out the observers. We'd be going to the United Nations. So this kind of behavior is really dangerous. We really are at an inflection point where we get to make a decision about whether we're going to stand on the side of democracy or are we going to continue to let one person, one man, undermine all of our pillars of democracy. And I think that, you know, Americans, even by a slim margin, maybe are making that choice. But we have to have it ring out because this really cannot stand. I mean, the president is in very dangerous territory, and it's not going to take one or two Republicans calling it out. It's going to take all of them.
So speaking of calling it out, Michael Steele, let me read what Mike Pence said. And I just have to say, it is too late for Mike Pence. You know, he can't get off the ship, but he tried, it would appear, with this quote. Mike Pence overnight, quote, while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the president said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. First of all, it's pretty parsed, but second of all, he's working for a guy trying to do the opposite. Protecting the integrity of the vote means not declaring victory, means saying, I'm going to make sure that every vote is counted before I say or do anything. Do you think this was a little bit of legacy protecting, bet hedging? What was that from Mike Pence?
Yeah, I think it was because I watched him after when he spoke to the president, and it really was. You could tell it was a moment where he was like, "Why didn't you just read what was on the teleprompter?" It was that kind of a moment, and he felt like, you know, okay, I got to clean this up, and that's cleaning it up. But because he's still, regardless of how he tries to cut this thing, a part of this administration, which has been anti-constitutional, and it's been anti-dogmatic, it's been anti-tradition, it's been anti-principle and value sets that have been articulated by a once proud Republican Party for over 150 years. So, you know, what do you say? I mean, you're going to stand in that moment and go, well, we have to count every vote when the guy standing next to you just declared, I want every vote not to be counted? So, you know, he's going to have to reconcile that legacy on the other side of all of this. And already the Ben Sasses and others are starting to position themselves for what will be one hell of a fun fight to watch for the nomination in 4 years.
I'm popping popcorn. Joyce, let me give you the last word and take this from the other side. Bob Bauer, who oversees all legal efforts for the Biden campaign, has for days and weeks now sounded extremely confident and extremely prepared. And some of that might be because Donald Trump has done this all publicly. There wasn't a secret plan to sue his way to re-election. It was on his Twitter feed and at his rallies. But is it because the law is on his side, or is it because they've done this before? Or where does that, what is your understanding of sort of the legal landscape tell you about the Biden campaign position here?
Bob is not somebody who ever exudes false confidence. He's a pretty straight shooter. And this is, I think, the opposite of that old chestnut that we've talked about. You know, if you're a lawyer, if the facts are on your side, pound the facts. If the law's on your side, pound the facts. If neither's on your side, pound the table. Well, I think in this setting, he has got the facts and the law there's no need for him to pound. He will simply move forward quietly and competently. He has put together an incredible team of leading experts, of people who are very good working at every level in the courts. And this will be a very precise operation, but it will be an operation that's designed to protect the vote, the integrity of the vote, to make sure that Americans' voices are counted. That is the goal here, to let the votes be counted and then let the chips fall where they may.
It's just extraordinary that one party is for that and the other clearly against. Joyce Vance, thank you for helping us make sense of this legal phase. We're grateful. Michael Steele, Robert Gibbs, Donna Edwards sticking around. When we come back, Joe Biden is rebuilding the Democrats' blue wall, it would appear, with big victories today in Michigan and Wisconsin. Our coverage of that continues after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
With all the votes counted, we have won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes, virtually the same margin that President Trump won that state 4 years ago. In Michigan, we lead by over 35,000 votes, and it's growing. A substantially bigger margin than President Trump won Michigan in 2016.
Joe Biden on the cusp of rebuilding the Democratic blue wall that Donald Trump tore down 4 years ago. NBC News has declared Joe Biden the apparent winner in the state of Wisconsin, which means the result is close enough that it could be affected by a potential recount or confirmation of the vote. And just within the last hour, NBC News projected that Joe Biden will be the winner in the state of Michigan. Let's bring into our conversation Charlie Sykes, editor-at-large for The Bulwark and an MSNBC contributor. Michael Steele, Robert Gibbs, and Donna Edwards are also back. Charlie Sykes, you were so zen last night about the way Wisconsin was going to go, and I know the polls, frankly, the internals on both the Trump campaign and the Biden campaign had Wisconsin going for Joe Biden, but I wonder what you make of what the victory looked like.
Well, one of the reasons why I was reasonably confident about it was I was looking at the votes coming out of Dane County. That's where the city of Madison is, the very, very liberal area, and they had just a massive turnout. Turns out that Joe Biden got a margin of victory of more than 181,000 votes from just this one county. He got 35,000, his margin was 35,000 votes, more than Hillary Clinton. So, look, 20,000 votes in Wisconsin is a lot of votes. I know that the Trump folks are talking about a recount, but interestingly enough, former Governor Scott Walker tweeted out kind of a caution. Last time we have had statewide recounts in Wisconsin, it has only moved the number of votes by 100, 200, 300 votes. There's no way that it's going to wipe out to 20,000 votes. So everything is close here. Trump won by 20,000. Scott Walker was defeated by 20,000. Looks like Joe Biden has won by 20,000. That's just politics in Wisconsin in 2020.
I want to read the exact quote from Scott Walker, because I think the significance here is here's a Republican, it would seem, using the airwaves, as most Republicans choose that as their desired method, to talk to the Trump campaign. Scott Walker, former Republican governor, saying after recount in 2011 race for Wisconsin Supreme Court, there was a swing of 300 votes. After a recount in 2016 presidential race, Wisconsin, Trump numbers went up by 131. As I said, 20,000 is a high hurdle. It seems like a nice way of saying buzz off and take your frivolous lawsuits somewhere else. Is that what Scott Walker is saying, Charlie?
I think that's what he is basically saying. Look, that you can do this. But, of course, the strategy of the Trump campaign is not necessarily to accomplish anything. It is to sow the chaos, is just to throw up as much chaff as possible here. And by the way, he has signaled this, that his main goal is to make people think that he's not a loser, that this was stolen from him, that he was stabbed in the back somehow, because this is crucial for his narrative. It's crucial for his ego, but it's also crucial for the narrative of the post-Trump presidency, which is, again, that he's the leader of a grievance movement. And, you know, if this had been fair, he would still be the president. Look, 80% of the voters in Wisconsin who voted for Donald Trump absolutely believed that he was going to be reelected. So he is really counting on tens of millions of Americans doubting the legitimacy of this election. Now, that does huge damage but it's very much on brand. This is who Donald Trump is. We shouldn't be surprised by this. He has been signaling it for months.
You know, and Robert Gibbs, shame on Donald Trump for caring so little about the country that he ostensibly leads and the people who trust him. But what extra challenges? I mean, Joe Biden seems acutely aware of what Charlie Sykes just articulated, like almost like he watches Charlie Sykes say these things on TV and has internalized them. And it's why he never, ever, ever forgoes an opportunity to say, I'm running as a proud Democrat. I will be a president for all Americans.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that that former Vice President Biden believes that there is some genuine repair work that has to be done to bring this country back together, to repair the norms that have been broken. My hunch is that the former Vice President would probably tell you that's going to be a work and a to-do list that will exceed even his time in the White House. I think it's going to take a while to repair what's been damaged. It's going to take a while to repair what's been broken. But I think it's always been one of his most effective lines. It's foundational to restoring the soul of America. But I do think, look, I think the end of this is also the relief from the exhaustion that we felt for 4 years. And I think bringing everybody back together and that desire to be brought back together, I think is what has catapulted Joe Biden to this point today. And it's what he talked about the very first day of his campaign.
That's right. All right. Charlie Sykes, Michael Steele, Robert Gibbs, Donna Edwards, 4 of you could bring everybody together. You do it here. Thank you for spending time with us today. I'm really grateful to get to talk to you guys on a day like today. Thank you. When we come back, a potentially critical piece of Joe Biden's electoral hopes, and we might not know the results until tomorrow. The latest from Nevada when we come back. Also, Arizona, reportedly waiting on hundreds of thousands of uncounted ballots. Those states, those stories, when our coverage continues after a quick break. As Joe Biden inches his way toward 270 electoral votes, there are 2 states in the Southwest that everyone has an eye on. The first is Nevada. As we sit here right now, Joe Biden leads Donald Trump there by some 8,000 votes. And these numbers we're looking at, they likely won't move until tomorrow. That is when state election officials will update their count. Then there's Arizona. Joe Biden maintains his lead there, although that situation is reportedly still a bit volatile. We understand there are hundreds of thousands of ballots yet to be counted. Joining us now, John Ralston, editor of the Nevada Independent, and an NBC News political correspondent, Vaughn Hilliard, live in Scottsdale, Arizona. Let me start with Arizona, because Arizona, we should say, I'm sure all of our viewers know this, has been called by Fox News and AP for Joe Biden. I'm told anecdotally from Republicans that they feel like there's still a lot of McSally Trump vote out there. What is going on in Arizona, Vaughn?
Yeah, Nicole, there are about 600,000 ballots that are still outstanding here in this state. And when you look at the margin for Joe Biden right now, it is just 9,300 votes. Now, you know, when we were first getting results, when you and I were speaking last night, Joe Biden had a double-digit lead. But the expectation was that margin was going to narrow. And right now, you're looking at a margin of 3.4% here in the state. And that is because in the last several days, the in-person voters, as well as early ballots that were being returned, were coming in at a striking rate on behalf of Republican registered voters, and particularly those voting for Donald Trump. And that is why you saw this margin decrease so starkly. Now, the big question is, what does this last batch look like here? You know, if you're doing the math on a scratch pad, Nicole, you're looking at about 58% is what Donald Trump is going to have to win this 600,000 vote allotment by. And, you know, it takes me back, if I could, to 2018, because really there's a lot of question marks about what this looks like and whether that's even possible. And back in 2018, there was that Senate race here, and it was on the election night. Martha McSally, she won in-person voters by 0.29%. And her campaign was insisting to me at the time that the early ballots that were hand-delivered at the polling location, like the ones we're waiting on here tonight, were trending along the lines of those that voted in person. Well, ultimately that wasn't the case, and Kyrsten Sinema ended up taking the lead 2 days later and expanding her lead. That's what Democrats want this last batch to look like. Of course, the Trump campaign believes that they could narrow this margin and pull off even a win here in Arizona.
And they have, I think, almost 18 to 20% of their electorate is independent. So I'm sure both sides keeping an eye on them, which leads me to Nevada. John Ralston, I did not see Rachel Maddow look forward to an interview as much as she did to talking to you last night to ask what is going on in Nevada. Are there any updates this morning?
Well, you mentioned that there weren't going to be any more votes counted until tomorrow, Nicole. We've heard 6 or 7 different stories on that today. There may be some results released here as early as 5 or 10 minutes from now in Washoe County, which is northern Nevada around Reno. The Clark County votes are the ones that are going to really make the difference, though, Nicole. With that 7,500 vote lead that Biden has, there are tens of thousands of ballots in Clark County that need to be counted. They're not sure how many exactly mail ballots there are because essentially a whole bunch were dropped off on Election Day in these drop boxes, which have not been opened yet. But the conventional wisdom is that there's anywhere from 20 to 50,000 of those. Let me tell people that Las Vegas, Clark County is a Democratic stronghold. The voters here in Clark County, Democrats have voted 2-1 in favor above Republicans, in Clark County since this began in the mail ballots. So the Democrats feel very confident that once those Clark County mail ballots are counted, that Biden will have a decisive lead here. But it's been a crazy year, Nicole, and the race is closer here than even I thought it would be. So I'm not ready to call anything yet, and neither should anyone else.
And to your wisdom, NBC News has not. John Ralston, Vaughn Hilliard, we will be coming back to you early and often. Thank you both so much for spending some time with us in this hour. Speaking of early and often, I will be back 1 hour from now, along with Brian Williams, Rachel Maddow, Joy Reid, the tremendous Steve Kornacki for night 2 of MSNBC's special election coverage. We will be with you through the whole thing. Stay with us. Pop some popcorn. Ari Melber picks up our coverage at the top of the hour after a very short break. Don't go anywhere, folks.
Good evening. I'm Ari Melber, anchoring special coverage of this unresolved presidential election. We have the latest for you with MSNBC's Steve Kornacki at the big board. Our expert guest will break down this unfolding story tonight. Our reporters on the ground tracking the impact of this rapidly shifting map. You see them out there. We're going to go there shortly. We also have breakthroughs for Biden late today. NBC News now projecting Joe Biden as the apparent winner in Wisconsin. That's a new call. And the projected winner in Michigan. Michigan being a new call within the last 90 minutes. It enlarges Biden's lead to 250 electoral votes over 214 electoral votes for President Trump. Now all eyes on the ongoing counting in Pennsylvania, which would deliver Biden the White House if he wins. And Arizona, which would get Biden close. Biden emphasized it in remarks late today, outlining his expected victory and a pledge to unify this divided nation.
After a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. When the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. And there will be no blue states and red states when we win. Just the United States of America.
As for Donald Trump, he has not spoken today. His campaign staff taking the lead, arguing they still see paths to victory and filing new court challenges, which we'll cover later tonight.
This is fraud. This is absolute fraud.
All of you thought there was some kind of legitimate count going on here in Philadelphia. It was totally illegitimate.
We are going to file suit in Pennsylvania.
This is a concerted effort of the crooks that run the Democrat Party.
We're going to win Pennsylvania, but they're trying to cheat us out of it.
That's the latest from both sides. Now, let's clearly and calmly just take in where we are now, exactly 24 hours out from when election night formally began. We know more about the results right now. Biden is up in the Electoral College and the total vote. As he laid out in those remarks today, Biden is the only candidate to also win 2 new battleground states today. Donald Trump is down in the Electoral College and the total vote. He is suing and threatening to sue in several states. Candidates with a lead do not sue to change the results. That's what candidates do when they see the counting leading to their loss. Now, many Americans went to bed last night with all kinds of feelings, and everyone's entitled to their feelings. We can't fact-check feelings, but we can fact-check facts. Donald Trump falsely claimed victory last night, and he was wrong to demand that states stop counting the votes. He also failed. I can report for you tonight, the counting continues. It continues under law. We will keep reporting it out. Now, many people like things fast, but we're not talking about a Wi-Fi connection here. We're talking about our democracy. The stakes are much higher than speed or even fatigue. This is an election we are resolving in these days ahead. This is a democracy we're trying to maintain. And we cannot forget, democracy does not turn on what a politician says, not even the president. Democracy turns on what we all do, what you do. And this next part is up to all of us. Now, for the facts, we turn to the one and only Steve Kornacki with the latest at the big board. Steve?
Yeah, all right, well, let's take a look here. The road to 270. You mentioned Michigan going to Biden late this afternoon, 253 for Biden. Where can we expect to learn something new from one of these states that's still outstanding? I would look tonight to Arizona. Let me show you what's happening in Arizona here with about 86% of the vote in. Joe Biden here leading by 93,000 votes statewide in Arizona. We expect tonight, probably sometime around 9 o'clock Eastern, we're going to get an update on the vote in Arizona. We think we're going to get a couple 100,000 votes potentially reported out of Maricopa County. That's the biggie. That's the Phoenix metro area. Oh, there we go. The camera wasn't there. That's the Phoenix metro area. That's about 2/3 of the state population-wise. And basically, the ballots that are still to come in Maricopa, and then there are some in the counties outside Maricopa, what they are the latest arriving mail ballots. They came in like a day before the election, or they were ballots that were brought in by voters, mail ballots that were brought in by voters on Election Day. So that's the very particular batch of ballots we're talking about there. And the question is just going to be, when we get that update from Maricopa County, the question is going to be, is Donald Trump making gains in that vote? Is he cutting into the Biden lead, or is Biden expanding the lead? Trump's got to show that that's a favorable batch of votes to him. If he's not able to do that, then Arizona is going to look very, very less promising for Trump, is what I'm trying to say. And again, the stakes there, if Biden does hold on and win Arizona, he'd move to 264, and that would bring up the next state to mention here, Nevada, because the margin right now in Nevada is 7,600 votes for Joe Biden. Nevada officials have told us that they expect tomorrow at noon Eastern time to announce most of the rest of their results, although there are some local reports out there that they may be speeding that up to tonight. So there's a little bit of confusion there. But sometime between tonight and noon tomorrow, we expect to find out most of the rest of the votes in Nevada. They have told us that those ballots are mail ballots. They are late arriving mail ballots, and they're provisional ballots, not same-day vote. What's outstanding in Nevada, mail ballots that came in very late out there. So again, we want to see them start to report those out, see what the trend is. Are they favorable to Biden? Are they favorable to Trump? But that's what's outstanding in Nevada. And again, Biden up 7,600. If he holds on to that lead, gets Arizona and gets Nevada, that would be 270 electoral votes for Joe Biden.
And so, Steve, you've just outlined one of the paths, and that's a path without Pennsylvania. It's a path that, according to the numbers, could be resolved within days, which is striking. The last thing I have to ask you is the shortest question of the night. How many hours have you slept since this thing started?
0.3.
Sounds about right. We'll be coming back to you throughout the evening in our special coverage. Steve Kornacki holding it down. We go right to Detroit, where NBC's Heidi Prisbilla has been reporting on some disruptions at the very center where votes are being tallied. Heidi?
Hey, Ari. I'm standing outside the TCF Center here in downtown Detroit, where those final absentee ballots that were coming in around the city are now being counted. And I'm told that they're pretty close to finishing it up. However, throughout the day, what we saw here was a huge crowd gathering of self-proclaimed GOP poll watchers. So many of them, in fact, that a number of them had stormed the inside room where the poll ballot counting is going on, and eventually the police had to intervene and they had to block the extra individuals behind me who were trying to get in, Ari. And now I've talked to lawyers for the Democrats, and they say it really didn't in the end affect their ability to do their job, but they're concerned that this is really just an attempt to try and cast this whole process as something illegitimate when it's exactly what state officials told us would happen, Ari, which is that there was not enough time to count these ballots, that the Secretary of State, the AG, begged the Republican legislature to give them more time to do pre-canvassing, to count all of this historic number of absentee ballots that were coming in, and they said no. And so everybody in the state knew it wasn't going to get done on election night. And yet here we have protesters creating this scene, trying to suggest that somehow this process is not legitimate, Ari.
Heidi Pusla, on the ground and with the context, we appreciate that, and stay safe out there. I want to turn now to a very special guest. The Trump campaign filed a suit today. They are suing the Secretary of State of Michigan, Jocelyn Benson, and she joins us now in our MSNBC special coverage. Secretary of State Benson, thanks for joining me.
A pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. I'm holding this brand new lawsuit. You are named as the defendant, Jocelyn Benson, in your official capacity as Secretary of State. I propose we begin with a lightning round so people can understand what, if anything, is impacted, and then give you time to give us a more lengthy consideration of the issues. But yes or no, does this suit change any of the counting process thus far that your state is doing?
Nope, it does not. We've got a transparent, secure, meticulous process. We're going to continue to count every vote and ensure that every valid vote is counted.
And yes or no, does this, in your view, change anything regarding the numbers you've provided to the press, which has begun calling some of these races, including NBC, projecting Biden winning Michigan?
Nope, it does not either. Again, we're continuing to count every vote. We trust our process, and we've been transparent, and we stand by the numbers, the process, and the hardworking election workers who've been tabulating every vote since the polls opened at 7 a.m. on Tuesday.
Copy. So I think that's very important because you're giving us a context for what this has done. Thus far, this suit has not changed anything in Michigan. Now I want to give you a little more time and walk us through what is your response on behalf of the state to what the Trump campaign is accusing, because they're effectively saying that Michigan and you are messing up and that somehow you're not following the rules that provide for this type of transparency and oversight of the counting, which, regardless of which candidate people like, is the law of the land and is important. Your response?
So let me be abundantly clear. First of all, this is a meritless, frivolous lawsuit and really just an attempt to sow seeds of doubt about the integrity of our well-established election process and protocols, right at the moment when we anticipated a lot of misinformation was going to target our state, from the minute the polls closed to the minute we were about to and get very close to having that full tabulation. So recognize it for what it is, an attempt to confuse and obfuscate what actually is a very transparent, secure process in Michigan, where all of our legal protocols have been followed by election workers, thousands of whom have been working for hours through the night to meticulously tabulate every vote. And we will continue to do so. As I've said, and again, made abundantly clear, there is no candidate, no campaign, no political party who will stand in the way of our commitment to ensure that every valid vote in Michigan will be counted and that only valid votes in Michigan will be counted.
And my final question to you is not about the actual lawsuit, which, again, they have the ability to file, so that is a part of the legal process, and we'll see where it goes, but something much broader from the President of the United States today. He has posted online through Twitter that he, quote, hereby claims the state of Michigan if, in fact, there were a large number of secretly dumped ballots, as has been widely reported, end quote. Just so folks understand, and I believe this is the odd part of reporting these matters in 2020, but just doing my job here. When a sitting president says he, quote, hereby claims Michigan in the eventuality of some belief, does that have any significance whatsoever to who wins Michigan? Your response?
It does not, because candidates don't declare and decide who wins elections. Voters do. Election workers tabulate every vote. That's what decides who wins or loses an election. That's how democracy works. And that's exactly the process we're following here in Michigan. It's a process I'm proud of. It's a process I stand by. And it's a process that a number of citizens and millions of voters all across the state have placed their faith in by casting their ballots on time. And we'll work to ensure, again, that every valid vote is counted. And, frankly, push back against all the misinformation that we continue to see escalate across the country and on social media as false information designed to falsely harm the integrity of our elections, when instead we're doing everything by the books, and everyone should have confidence that the ultimate results out of Michigan will be an accurate reflection of the will of the people.
Understood. Secretary of State Benson here providing an on-the-record response both to the lawsuit and the president's rather unusual claims. Appreciate your time tonight. A newsworthy interview, to be sure. Now we turn to Washington Post columnist, Pulitzer Prize winner Eugene Robinson and David Plouffe, who managed Barack Obama's victorious 2008 campaign. Good evening to both of you. David, having been around these states, I'm curious your reaction to what we just heard. The Secretary of State obviously has to deal with this in the courts. But do you think she is basically right to dismiss most everything that Trump and his campaign are doing in Michigan right now?
Absolutely, Ari. So, this network and others has declared Joe Biden the winner in Michigan. He's the apparent winner in Wisconsin only because now Trump's going to say there's a recount, but a 20,000 vote lead is an enormous lead. So he's on the precipice of securing enough electoral votes to be president. And what's interesting, of course, is you see Trump suggesting in states that he's currently leading, Pennsylvania, Georgia, we shouldn't count any more votes or only count Trump votes. But in Arizona and Nevada, he's obviously eager for the counting to continue there. So, I think he can see the walls closing in on him. His pathway to the presidency is just about over. And so I think the question is, Joe Biden's likely to end up at 270 if Arizona and Nevada hold. We still have to see more vote there. But of course, both Pennsylvania and Georgia are very close. And so I think the range of outcomes here is anywhere from 270, the narrowest of margins, to 306. And that's where we stand. And I think for the most part, Trump's just howling into the wind. Doesn't mean that, Democratic lawyers won't take everything he says seriously and try and, push it back. But at the end of the day, he's going to lose this election. And there's nothing he can do about it. It is very uncomfortable for us all to see a sitting United States president basically declaring he's won, votes don't matter, I'm an autocrat. It's deeply unsettling. But I think basically that's as far as it goes.
Well, David, you say he's howling into the wind. Everyone knows you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind is blowing. Credit to Dylan. And the wind, as you say, is blowing towards 270 for Biden. NBC is not projecting that yet. We want to be very clear. We all saw Steve Kornacki and the caution in those numbers, but we also are counting. And what you said at the low end would be 270 if you got there through Nevada and basically the Midwest there. You could add PA or Georgia to get up to 305, 306, as you say. When you look at this, David, does it tell you something? And here's the map for everyone. This is what we currently have, 253 to 214. Does it tell you something, David, that for all of Donald Trump's bluster and these lawsuits, he is not out speaking today? We had one candidate, Joe Biden, just address the nation, and Trump is sort of hunkered down and letting other people, his family, as we just saw, Rudy Giuliani, carry the message.
Yeah, what a cast of characters that was in Philadelphia. I can't wait till they're off the national stage. Yeah, I think so. And you can't tweet your way to changing election results. I think it says a lot he hasn't gone out. As you can see, for the most part so far, whether it's Fox News, a lot of Republican officials are not following Trump down, just as they did when he used to, we should change the election day, or, mail-in ballots are fraudulent. The rest of the party didn't follow him down that route, and they're not following him right now. So, yeah, I think it is. He understands what's happening here. And I think at the end of the day, we'll know within 24 hours, it sounds like, with some finality what's happening in Arizona and Nevada, and perhaps enough in Pennsylvania and Georgia. So let's just wait. We're going to know soon enough. This election really has been 4 years in the making. We can wait another 24 hours if that's what it takes.
Gene?
No, David is absolutely right. I mean, what we've seen happening last night and through today is what we talked about for the last couple of weeks, which was the possibility of a red mirage. We knew that most of that many Democrats, if not most Democrats, were planning to vote by mail and were voting by mail, and that Republicans, especially Trump-supporting Republicans, were not inclined to vote by mail. We're going to vote in person. And so there was a possibility that the Trump vote would be counted first in a lot of places, and it would appear that he was ahead, that he had a lead, and then as those mail-in ballots were counted, you would see Biden in many cases overtake him, and that's exactly what we have seen in these returns, and it wasn't unanticipated. And as David said, we have not called this election. NBC hasn't, the Washington Post hasn't, the Associated Press hasn't, but it's obvious from Kornacki's numbers that Vice President Biden is very close to 70, and really within hours, and certainly within 24 hours, we could have a sense. The news organizations could be at the point where they can call the election, and it is highly significant. I think that the president has not himself come out and tried to speak. Because he doesn't really know what to say. He has to try to say, don't count these votes over here, but yes, please count these other votes over there. It's not the simple equation that we had, or simpler equation that we had in Florida in 2000, where one side was saying we need to count more and the other side was saying don't count anymore. The president has to try to argue both sides of that question. Right. You can't do that.
And as
the whole thing is,
Yeah, and as we just heard from the top elections official in Michigan, the things that he's doing now, while we will report them so people understand them, in her view, and she's in charge there, they have not changed a single vote yet in Michigan, which now has a projection. Important to keep in mind. Our experts hang with us, but I've got new reporting out of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, one of these open races still going, a big delegate haul there for, obviously, whichever candidate can win the electoral votes. MSNBC's Chris Jansing reporting for us in Pennsylvania. Chris, what are you seeing?
Well, look, we've got some new numbers for you. First of all, we've watched this race tighten here throughout the day. So still the president leading, but by a few 100,000 less than he was when we all woke up this morning, if anybody ever went to bed. Enough that Biden came out saying he believes he'll win Pennsylvania. Here's the way the numbers are right now. There's still 110,000 votes around Pittsburgh. In fact, they think they're going to finish voting by the morning. They're going to keep working through the night. The Pittsburgh Steelers said they're going to send dinner to those workers. So we'll have a good count there. In the meantime, in Philly, they don't want to tell us when they think they'll be done. They have about 120,000 outstanding votes. And when you talk to the commissioners in some of the smaller counties, they think it may be as late as Friday when the last of those mail-in ballots will be accepted. But at a 78% rate for Joe Biden in those mail-in votes so far. That's the reason the campaign feels good about it, because so many of those votes are concentrated in places where they are strong. Again, don't expect to count tonight, maybe even tomorrow. Good chance, a lot of people are telling me, on Friday, Ari.
Really interesting getting the updated numbers and the outlook in the days ahead. Chris Jansing, thank you for staying up with us. I bring back Gene Robinson and David Plouffe. David, when you eye Pennsylvania, that was one of the places where Donald Trump did do well last time. Last night, he was musing on how, gosh, if you're doing really well in the sixth inning, it doesn't seem fair to keep playing. We're in the eighth inning, and the score is tighter. Biden said very confidently today he thinks by the ninth inning they lead in PA. What does your knowledge of that state tell you?
Well, first of all, right, Joe Biden is saying where he's ahead in Arizona and Nevada, keep counting the votes. last night we all watched as Biden got out to a lead in Texas, in Iowa, in Ohio, in Florida, because the early votes were counted. Then as the election day vote came in, Trump went ahead. The only reason we're faced with this situation in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin is state law that prevented early votes from being counted until election day. So it's ridiculous. So listen, I think Pennsylvania is going to be close, of course, but if you look at the votes that are outstanding and the margins that Biden is winning currently, and my guess is he'll do better with these votes because it doesn't include any election day votes, I would consider him a narrow favorite in Pennsylvania. And what's remarkable is in 2016, Donald Trump won all three of those states, Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, so narrowly. The margin now in Michigan is growing. I think it's over 60,000 votes, which is much higher than he won it by. But you're looking at Wisconsin and Pennsylvania maybe being the mirror of what happened in 2016. And when I look at the numbers, we should be careful. The polls were off, so it means some of the exit polls may be off. But, Trump maintained his strong performance in the middle of the state, in the rural and exurban areas for sure. Biden looks like he clawed back some in blue-collar areas, particularly in the northeastern part of the state, and did very well in the Philadelphia suburbs. We don't yet have a final turnout for Philadelphia. But Trump did very well on turnout. That was the thing that always concerned me, no matter what the poll showed, was if he brought his people out and really hit his numbers, like Wisconsin, he won by 1,400,000 votes last time. He put up 1,600,000 votes. That's a lot of votes. But Joe Biden was able to narrowly put up more. So that's, again, I think why the reason Pennsylvania is so close is, Trump did a very good job of driving up his vote. Biden's going to win just because he did better in the suburbs than Clinton did. And I think in places like Scranton and other places up the river, in particular on the eastern side of the state, he was able to narrow those margins.
If you're tracking at home, the speed of David Pluff's voice tells you the level of Obama-Biden excitement he has. That's my personal observation. And he's talking faster tonight than he was at certain moments last night from the early returns. Unscientific, I admit. I've got to fit in a break. We ran way over. David Plouffe, Gene Robinson, thank you so much. Indebted to your insights as well as all of our reporters. We have our shortest break now, 30 seconds. When we come back, we look at why Donald Trump's recount strategy is headed for a brick wall. We're back in 30 seconds.
Right now, just over a third of the vote in Wisconsin, very close between them. So a long way to go in terms of Wisconsin and the eyes of the nation upon Wisconsin.
So NBC News can now say that Joe Biden is the apparent winner in Wisconsin, the apparent winner in Wisconsin.
There you have it. And that's what it looks like. From a long way last night to apparent winner today. The NBC News projection breaking there, putting Wisconsin in this flipped category and adding to Joe Biden's lead right now at 253 electoral votes over 214 for Donald Trump. Right here, you see Biden beating Clinton's margin in several key places in Wisconsin. So to get into it, we have, well, some of the perfect guests in our view. Wisconsin Congresswoman Gwen Moore and Democratic campaign legend James Carville. Good to see you both.
Hey, Ari. Nice to be here.
Great to have you. Congresswoman Moore, what happened in Wisconsin?
Well, we knew that the so-called red mirage would occur in Wisconsin. Our state laws forbid, of course, our election workers from sorting through the ballots until Election Day at 7 a.m. And so because there was a greater demand for absentee ballots based on the Democratic Party wanting to make sure people could vote safely, and of course, Wisconsin had the really traumatic experience in April, we really executed that program really, really well. Followed up with absentee voters. And in the city of Milwaukee, we only lost 10,000 absentee ballot voters. And I'm not sure even if those people showed up same day. But we focused on people remaining safe, and we had a tremendous turnout. And of course, those ballots couldn't be counted until Election Day. Same thing happened in 2018 when people, I told people at the victory party to please go home, go to bed. There are 40,000 absentee ballots sitting down in Milwaukee where we won.
You know, for those of us watching late night, which was a lot of the country, James, we saw you break out the champagne bottle that you weren't ready to pop last night. It's not time to pop it yet, but you could do a fireball shot or a shot of Jack here for at least one state at a time. I want to put back on the screen for you, being the guru, James. I want to put back up for a little more time here. Biden outperforming Clinton in these Wisconsin 4 largest counties: Dane, Rock, Greene, Milwaukee. On substance, James, what do you think Biden, the Democrats, offered voters in those counties that broke through this time with, again, NBC calling this the apparent winner?
Well, I mean, I think, first of all, Trump offered him a lot. He was a big assist. He was not the incumbent. He was incumbent. And I think people all across the country saw that. I want to add one more thing. We're not just going to win Pennsylvania. We're going to win Pennsylvania by like 150,000 votes. The second point I want to make is it is not a given that we're not going to control the United States Senate. It is a very good chance that there's a runoff in the Purdue-Osterhoff race. And if somebody looks at the number of absentee ballots that are out in Alaska yet to be counted, and they do some basic math, they'll see that we have a shot at the Alaska Senate seat. Joe Biden is going to be the next president of the United States. He's going to carry Pennsylvania. He has got a reasonable chance. I don't know if it's 50-50. He has a reasonable chance to carry Georgia. There are about 200,000 absentees left to count. Purdue, Trump has a 6,000-7,000 lead. Purdue has a 47,000 vote lead. All right. So we may very well be going to post with 2 Senate races in Georgia, and Alaska is the fat lady ain't sung yet. Okay,
well, James,
not at all. Not at all.
James, you know the saying "Happy Warrior." You almost sound like an angry winner.
I'm not. No, I'm ready to keep fighting. This game is not over.
No, it's not by a long shot. Let me ask you this, James, because we have the new statement from Joe Biden, which some folks coming home may not have heard yet. I want to play a little more of it because, as you know, James, in politics, there's what's true and there's what's known. And what was known when people went to bed last night may be very different than what's true. And I'm just going to tell you exactly what Joe Biden said that is true, even though we're not calling anything. He talked about how he and Senator Harris are winning more votes than anyone in the history of elections. Take a listen.
Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country that ever won the presidency and vice presidency. Over 70 million votes. I'm very proud of our campaign. Only 3 presidential campaigns in the past have defeated an incumbent president. When it's finished, God willing, we'll be the 4th.
James, what's true and what's known, here we are on this election evening after last night. I give you the mic to address the nation.
What is true is Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. Paraphrase David Plouffe, Trump reminds me of a flea-bitten dog baying at the moon. All right? He got beat. He got beat in Pennsylvania. He got beat in Michigan. He got beat in Wisconsin. He got beat in Nevada. He got beat in Arizona. And he may get beat in Georgia. All right? And last night, I told all these Democrats, just go ahead and put the razor blades and the Ambien back in the medicine cabinet. We're going to be fine. I said we would know by 10 o'clock. We actually knew by midnight last night. And we're going to win. Pennsylvania is not going to be particularly close. It's not going to be particularly close. We're going to win, I think, by 150,000 votes. It's not me thinking that. That's people that really go down to granular counting and percentages and things that are a little bit out of my liberal arts background, but they know what they're talking about. And we still have a real shot in Georgia, and we still have a real shot at the Alaska Senate seat. If you ask me the percentages, I can't tell you, but until somebody, finishes this off, I'm still fighting. I'm not hanging anything up right now. Not at all.
I feel you. Let me bring in Congressman before we fit in a break. And I am duty-bound to say that Mr. Carville's here for his expertise. He mentioned some states that NBC has not called. So he spoke in the past tense about Pennsylvania. It has not been called. But both sides are allowed to tell us where they think it's going. Well, James, don't shake your head. I'm just doing my job.
I'm not. No, I don't speak for it. I'm speaking for James Carville Inc. I'm not speaking for the National Broadcasting Corporation. Okay.
Fair. And now, Congresswoman, you get the last word. But it's the same question to you, Congresswoman. What is true and what is known? Because there's such a rush with these things. And I want to say tonight we know more about the truth. Will Americans see the coalition that appears to be emerging? And with the total vote, a lot more people choosing a Democrat for the White House in the vote we have thus far than Trump.
Well, I am extremely disappointed, Ari, that we have such a divided country. But I do see a pathway toward healing. When you look at Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, what they really have in common are really hard-working, blue-collar workers of every race and color, men and women, people who have really suffered a lot from being aspirational and having been middle class and been really kicked out of the middle class because of our economic conditions. And they went for Trump, they went for Obama, and they're now coming home. I mean, they're Catholic, they're hardworking. Some of them were labor workers that gave Trump a chance, and they're coming home. And we knew that reinstalling the so-called blue wall was going to help us toward this reconciliation. I hate to see this country in terms of red and blue, but I do think Joe Biden is just the person, and this is just the time for such a person to bring that healing together.
Congresswoman Moore, James Carville, the Raging Cajun, thanks to both of you. We fit in our break. Coming up, a fact check on why Donald Trump's battle in the courts is more than uphill. It might be a brick wall. Welcome back to our special coverage. I'm Ari Melber, and here's the news. Joe Biden, the projected winner in Michigan. Joe Biden, the apparent winner in Wisconsin. He's also eyeing leads in other states, which has the Trump campaign now going from canvassing to the courts. As we were discussing with the Michigan Secretary of State tonight, there's a new suit there over meaningful access to the counting process, demanding also separately a recount in Wisconsin, where NBC projects Biden is not only the winner, but by a margin of over 20,000 votes. Now, that's still less than 1%, which means under the law, Trump can get the recount. Now, more on that margin later tonight with a fact check. But right now, I want to tell you, Trump's also dredging up voter fraud allegations with zero evidence in Pennsylvania, suing to stop the vote count, hoping the Supreme Court might step back in. The court has left in place up to now a ruling that allows this counting to go forward. We welcome now Guy Charles, the co-director of the Duke Law Center on Law, Race, and Politics, an expert on many of these election and voting issues. And back with us, a friend of the beat, Michelle Goldberg from the New York Times. Michelle, big picture, what does it tell you that the Trump campaign today, before all the counting's done, is rushing to the courts?
Well, I think it's that they know that they have probably lost. And they've lost before some of the ballots that you had expected to be contested have come in, right? The ballots that are being counted in Pennsylvania right now are not ballots that arrived after Election Day, right? There's been some, legal controversy over whether those ballots would be admitted, but that's not what we're talking about. These are just totally legitimate ballots that they didn't finish counting yesterday. It's really normal for vote counts to stretch out past election days, and it's more pronounced this year because the coronavirus has led to this huge uptick in absentee and early voting. So everybody knew this was going to happen, right? Everybody sort of said expect to see very high margins for Trump in some of these states that have deliberately refused to let people start the vote count before Election Day, right? To sort of create this red mirage, as people call it. And what they're trying to do, I think, is to suggest that there is something untoward going on, to suggest that there's some fraud, not so much to get an injunction, because I would love to hear from an actual lawyer, but it doesn't seem like they're even bringing a case with any meat on it. They're just trying to throw a lot of smoke.
Well, Michelle just said something, Professor, that people say before lawyers start talking. They love to hear from us. Give it a couple minutes and we'll see if that lasts. But we turn the question to you. Anything can change. But at this hour tonight, do you see the kind of claims that could go to the Supreme Court and reverse the state's outcome or not?
Absolutely not. I don't see that. As you know, and exactly Michelle would do well in law school, you've got to have a claim, and they don't have a claim. And you could tell that by the types of lawsuits that they're bringing and by the reaction of the courts with respect to the lawsuits. So if they had a claim, if there was a legal problem, a constitutional violation, a violation of a state law, then it would be in a different story. But they don't have a legal claim. And really the purpose of the lawsuit is to set up the politics. And those two things are going hand in hand, not in fact because there's a violation of law that is at issue.
Well, that means extra coming from you, Professor, because others may sense that, we may smell it, but we may not fully know, right? You're walking us through the fact that, and you call these things on a nonpartisan basis, whether there's a real case or controversy or not. Michelle, there are many Democrats who have felt that in the past, candidates have not stepped up early and strong in these situations. I want to get your views on the way Joe Biden hit this. This was just within the last few hours. Take a listen.
Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people. Now, every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied.
Michelle?
Well, I think at this point, it is like, look, they obviously have the lawyers ready and, people are out. People, I think, are already starting to go out and organize and show up on the streets. But there isn't really, this goes back to, I think, the illusory nature of the charges that Trump is making. There's not even really something to organize against. I mean, you saw this mob of people in Michigan shouting, "Stop the vote, stop the count," which is a sort of, farcical retread of the Brooks Brothers riot, except for the fact that Joe Biden is ahead in the count there, right? So there's not even, so what exactly would defenders of Joe Biden do besides say, that these people are disturbing the peace? I think that there's not even a meaningful controversy at this point, I guess is what I'm trying to say. There's not a meaningful controversy for Joe Biden or for supporters of Joe Biden to get on the other side of.
Michelle, maybe it's because I've been pulled in different directions today, but you just pointed out something I hadn't fully digested, which is that chanting "stop the count" when your person is down makes no sense. Like you didn't even get the sign and the chant right, notwithstanding the deeper issues. I want to thank Michelle, Professor Charles. Coming up after the break, we have a special fact check on something that could be a big deal no matter what happens, because this recount, as explained, can still go forward in Wisconsin. But what are the real numbers? What do you need to know, particularly if people are talking to you about why it might change? We have that with experts when we come back. We've done the big board, we've done the votes, we've done the experts. Now we turn to our legal breakdown tonight. Donald Trump already seeking legal interventions in several states before these final counts are in. So let's go right through the facts and the law. We're seeing new suits or moves by Donald Trump in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, where a court already has rejected one new Trump lawsuit. Other measures, though, may proceed, like this Wisconsin recount. But here's what we know from past cases. These moves rarely flip who wins a state unless the margins are well under 1,000 votes. So, just doing the math, I want you to keep that number in mind, 1,000, as you look at some emerging margins. Michigan, with 97% in, is what you see here, 16 electoral votes, 97% in. Trump's filed a lawsuit to stop the vote counting, or take Wisconsin. Biden, the apparent winner, 99% of the votes in. But the margin, 20,000 votes. Now, let me be very clear. On the one hand, those are not some huge landslide. They look like tight margins. But precedent shows they are not tight enough to be reversed in a recount. Now, with all the recount talk in Wisconsin, let's look at just a recent example from that same state. 2016, there was a recount. It showed Trump defeating Clinton. And that recount only shifted 131 votes. That's why Wisconsin Republicans are skeptical tonight of what Donald Trump wants to do. Another similar situation in the same state, Wisconsin Supreme Court race 2011. The challenger cleared a recount after losing by about 7,000 votes. Now, how many changed? 312. Now, cases where the recount did change the outcome, it can happen. If you remember Al Franken's 2008 race, he was initially trailing by just 215 votes on election night. That did move as the recount proceeded. Franken ended up winning by about 300 votes. Now, again, remember what I said at the top. Under 1,000, maybe. Over 1,000, basically never. These are examples that just hinge on a few hundred votes. The Trump campaign is bringing legal challenges in states where the margin is well over 10,000 votes. That means for a recount to make a difference and not just take time, it would have to be a precedent-setting event, changing thousands and thousands and thousands of votes in a way we have, at least as far as history is concerned, never seen before. This is important math for the fights coming up, and we want to bring in our math political experts. Rachel Weithofer is the editor of the Cycle, a political analysis website, and a senior advisor to the famous Lincoln Project. She's been crunching numbers all year. And Che Komanduri has worked for the Obama and Clinton campaigns and advised Democratic candidates on exactly these kind of questions of state margins. Good to see you both.
Thanks, Thank you. Thanks, Ari.
Che, if you don't follow this in and out like the two of you, one could see how with millions of votes cast, 10,000, 5,000 sounds close. What do you see as relevant in Wisconsin if past recounts only moved a couple hundred votes and Trump trails by 20,000?
Well, I see two specific things. One is the nature of the margin that Vice President Joe Biden has, which is fairly significant and unlikely to be overturned in a recount. Now, historically, only 11% of all recounts have actually flipped whoever the winner was. Virtually all of them were within 0.01% of the result. The best example being the 2004 Washington governor's race between Dino Rossi and Christine Gregoire, where that did actually flip. It was within 0.01%. Joe Biden is well out of that range. The second thing I will say is a psychological factor that is in Joe Biden's favor, which is the fact is he is going into these court challenges with a positive vote tally. He is ahead on votes. If you remember the 2000 recount, Al Gore never was actually ahead of George W. Bush in those court challenges. It's psychological because judges are very unlikely to want to be the ones that overturn an actual election winner. They are much more comfortable maintaining the status quo that voters have established.
I think that's a great point, and it's one of those points that lawyers won't necessarily say because they talk about standing or motions. You're talking about emotions and whether a judge wants to be the one to come in and say, well, I see you're up by thousands. I'm going to make some moves and changes, and now I'm going to flip the result. And that's hard to do practically. Rachel, now's the time in 2020 where I ask you, but what about what Giuliani said? Sorry, but here's what he said today.
They called California the moment the polls closed. How many votes do you have to be ahead to win, for a Republican to win here? How many votes do we have to be ahead? 400,000 is not enough with 80+%.
He's doing his own math in PA, and he's part of the legal team that's advising Donald Trump to do this math in Wisconsin. Fact check for us.
I mean, last night in that speech, that just horrendously terrible speech Trump gave, he simultaneously argued that, you know, in Wisconsin, the margins were not big enough for Biden to catch up. But in Nevada and in Arizona, the exact same sized margins were, of course, large enough for him to catch up to Biden, you know. So it's really funny how math works like that. Here's what I will say. It's really important for people to understand. The conventional way that courts have operated I'm not sure are going to be good guide points for us. We're really in a completely new and unprecedented territory in terms of what's going on with the Trump campaign. And they're not alone. They're being supported completely by the Republican National Committee, by, apparently the entire Republican Party. And the goal with the recount isn't necessarily to win the recount. It's to add some time onto a calendar that will get them closer to December 14th, to potentially missing the date of certification, so that they could potentially try to seat an alternative electoral college delegation. And it's just very, very important for us to be frank and to understand that what's going on here with the Trump campaign is a belief that they should and could and have every right to pursue any means possible to maintain the presidency, regardless of what the will of popular vote says.
Your warning about abusing the process in bad faith to then try to steal the state electors, fair warning. Che, briefly, I want to show what Scott Walker, Republican advisor to Mike Pence, says today. He tells everyone, remember that 2011 Wisconsin recount, which I mentioned? After that one in 2016, the numbers only went up by 131. He says 20K a high hurdle. Che.
Yeah, it looks to me like Scott Walker has thrown in the towel. And I think it's very telling. Scott Walker is a man with political ambitions. He definitely is thinking beyond 2020. He might be thinking at another run in Wisconsin or the presidency. And he doesn't want to be associated with a losing effort. A losing effort, by the way, that Rudolph Giuliani seems very happy to associate himself with, because that's the only thing that would associate himself with is a losing effort. I mean, when you think about all the Republican lawyers in the United States of America that could have gone out there on behalf of Donald Trump, the idea that you would have Rudolph Giuliani, I mean, I half expected Sacha Baron Cohen's Borat to run out there and say this is a satire of a competent legal operation, because it most certainly was not. And I do think that if you're a Republican and you're rooting for Donald Trump, beyond the actual vote tallies, the fact that your legal team is being headed by Rudy Giuliani should tell you that, it's over. That's all it will tell you.
It's a fair point, and both of you have given us context and warning on the precedents. Rachel Bykoff, Che Komanduri, thank you. I'm Ari Melber, signing off for this broadcast. I'll be back at 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. MSNBC special coverage continues now with Brian, Rachel, Nicole, Joy, and much more right after this break.
From MSNBC, Decision 2020, Election Night. Live from Democracy Plaza. Here now are Rachel Maddow and Brian Williams.
Well, good evening once again. Brian Williams here with you at NBC News Global headquarters in New York, and we are underway just like that once again. Night 2 of our ongoing election night coverage, as we are awaiting the results from about a half a dozen states that will decide this race eventually. Joe Biden has been declared the winner in the great state of Michigan, the apparent winner in Wisconsin, a state Donald Trump won by a nose back in 2016. Biden's lead in Wisconsin appears to be within the margin for a recount, something the Trump campaign says they want. A recount that, by the way, would drag on until December. Just 2 of the fast-moving stories we are tracking at this hour. With us again tonight, my friend and colleague Rachel Maddow, just over yonder in the expanded studio on the East End. Hey, Rachel.
Hi, Brian. With me here tonight in this corner of the studio, too far away for a hug, but still, is the great Joy Reid. Our friend Nicole Wallace is way too far away for a hug, but she will be along in just a moment. The indefatigable Steve Kornacki is at the board. We're actually testing indefatigability among humans on Steve Kornacki as a test subject right now. Just in the last few hours, the Trump campaign has fired off a confetti cannon of lawsuits, appealing to the courts to please shut down the vote count in Michigan and in Pennsylvania. This hour, we're going to be talking with somebody who lived through the Bush-Gore recount in 2000. Ron Klain is a former Biden chief of staff. He's now one of the Biden campaign's senior advisors. We're going to talk with him about where the Biden campaign sees itself now as we close in on the last half dozen states to be decided. We do not know how this race will turn out, but we do know, and we should be proud of this, more Americans turned out to vote in this election than in any American election in 120 years. The last record was 1900. Also, we know that Joe Biden has earned more votes than any presidential candidate in American history. The former vice president addressing the nation this afternoon.
Here, the people rule. Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people. And it's their will that determines who will be the president of the United States, and their will alone. And now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
Now, while we may not have seen the president today, we certainly heard from him, including this, where he hereby claims victory in Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, quote, for electoral vote purposes. For the record, that is not how our system works. Rachel?
Hereby claim all sorts of things in regular life and sometimes in politics. But that doesn't actually, putting the word hereby doesn't make it official. And the president's efforts in this regard have been something to see. As I mentioned, we are going to be talking to the Biden campaign senior advisor, Ron Klain, who's a very important part of the Biden campaign strategically. We're going to be talking with him in just a moment. First, though, we want to turn to Steve Kornacki, who's at the board, just to get to put us in context here. Give us our first look at the electoral map tonight and what's still in motion. Steve?
Yeah, Rachel, you could see the big news in the last couple hours was the state of Michigan being called for Joe Biden. It moved Joe Biden's electoral vote total up to 253, making him 17 away from the magic number of 270. What's left here? Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. Let me show you a couple of them where I think things are happening now or could happen tonight. Let's start in Georgia, where they've continued to count votes, and the count has come down a little bit. The tally has come down a little bit this evening. Donald Trump's margin right now statewide over Joe Biden in Georgia sits at 56,000 votes. We think there are still about 150,000 to be counted. More from Democratic areas, much more from Democratic areas than from Republican areas. And often these are the early ballots, the mail ballots, the absentee ballots. That's where Democrats and Joe Biden have done significantly better than Trump, that type of ballot. So let's see, 150,000 or so to go. Biden trying to chip away at a 56,000 vote deficit. We'll see if he gets there. I think tomorrow, too, we can expect the counting to continue tomorrow. Georgia, by the way, if it finishes within 0.5%, 0.5% or less, the losing candidate, can request a recount. So that's something to keep in mind as those votes come in. Again, I think tomorrow we may get a lot more there. Two other pieces tonight, though, I want to draw your attention to. Number one is Arizona. Joe Biden is leading in Arizona right now. You see his margin there is 93,000 votes. We think there are about 600,000 votes left to be counted in Arizona. The lion's share of those votes are in Maricopa County. That's the Phoenix metro area. And we expect that sometime this evening, probably a couple hours from now, we are going to get an update from Maricopa County on what the status of those ballots is. It would probably the report of a lot of those ballots. And I can tell you it's a very specific type of ballot. It's the mail ballots that arrived at the very end of the process, like the day before Election Day, or that were brought in by voters on Election Day. It's a couple 100,000 of those, and we want to see, when those come in, we will see, is it giving Trump late momentum? Are these Trump-favorable ballots that give him a chance to move up and take Arizona? Or do they not give him that? Do they cement Joe Biden's advantage and put Joe Biden in position to take Arizona? Because if Joe Biden takes Arizona, that would be 11 electoral votes for him. That would move him to 264 electoral votes. And that would bring us to the third state on the list here, and that is Nevada, which has 6 electoral votes. If Biden's getting Arizona, Nevada would potentially be a state that could get him to 270. Where does he stand there? With 86% of the vote counted, Biden's lead right now is 7,600 votes. There was a lot of chatter today, and there were some false sort of alarms in Nevada today that we would get this tonight. It now sounds like tomorrow morning Nevada time, probably late morning, midday East Coast time, we are going to get a report from Nevada on most of the outstanding ballots in Nevada. What are those ballots? They are the late arriving mail ballots. They are provisional ballots. Joe Biden, as I say, leads by 7,600. That type of ballot typically has been one in Nevada and elsewhere that Biden's done well on, but we want to see those get reported out, see if Biden does have an advantage there, if he builds his statewide edge, or if there's a surprise there and it starts going Trump's way. But again, if those ballots, the ballots yet to be reported out in Nevada, go Biden's way, then he has the chance to put Nevada away. I don't know why I keep pressing this button. He has the chance to put Nevada away. And again, if he holds on to the lead in Arizona and he holds on to the lead in Nevada, he would get 17 electoral votes and he would be at 270.
Steve Kornacki, thank you.
Sorry?
Go ahead, Brian.
No, I was just going to ask Steve a question at the risk of having his head explode on national television, and that is, watching James Carville on this network within the last hour, I heard him project a Biden victory in the state of Pennsylvania by 150,000. I talked to two other senior Democrats today who are talking about the same thing, 125, 130,000. Where are they possibly getting that math, Steve?
The math comes from the type of ballot that's left in Pennsylvania. Let's take a look here. So you can see, by the way, Donald Trump's lead in Pennsylvania right now sits at 246,000 votes. If you can remember, if folks who were watching in the wee hours this morning, this lead for Trump was over 600,000. So since this morning until now, 400,000 votes. Biden has trimmed that lead by 400,000 votes. Why? Because in Pennsylvania, what you got first throughout the state, you got the vote that was cast on Election Day. Some counties had a little bit of their mail-in vote counted as well yesterday, but initially across the board, you were getting the Election Day vote. And in Pennsylvania, we are seeing a particularly stark divide between how folks who voted on Election Day went. They were strongly for Trump, Trump's best numbers, and then how the mail ballots are going. The mail ballots are going overwhelmingly for Joe Biden in this state. And that, by the way, we are finding is going across the board. You see all these red counties here in Pennsylvania, counties where currently Donald Trump leads in the vote count. Even in those red counties, the mail ballots are favoring Joe Biden. And what is to come in Pennsylvania are mail ballots. So Biden is winning as these votes get reported out, get run through the machines and reported out, Biden is winning these things at a huge clip. I mean, in some counties, he's getting 80% of them, 85% of the mail-in votes. So he's very rapidly cutting into that lead. The only question and the only variable here is it's not entirely clear exactly how many votes are outstanding statewide. So Biden is winning him at an enormous pace here. There are estimates out there, certainly, that there's more than 1 million, and that would be plenty for Joe Biden to make that up. But that exact number is something we're trying to pin down. That's the key variable in Pennsylvania right now.
We happen to have a live report from Pennsylvania standing by. Maura Barrett is watching the people who are watching the count, among the most consequential counts underway in this country. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Hey, Maura.
Hey, Brian, well, you heard it from Steve. Pennsylvania is going to come down to these mail-in ballots. There are nearly 1 million left to be counted across the state. And we actually just heard from the Secretary of State with an election update. She says hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots will continue to be processed tonight. And a bright spot, she said, they actually are ahead of the timeline that they were expecting. It still might be a couple of days, so nothing expected statewide overnight. But she also noted those Trump campaign lawsuits that we're seeing, they don't anticipate stopping the count at any point. Now, here, I'm in Pittsburgh in Allegheny County. This is a Democratic stronghold that the Joe Biden campaign is really looking to hone in on and make sure that they can carry with these mail-in ballots. We're in the warehouse where these ballots have been processed throughout the day. They've been clipping away at a steady pace and only have about 40,000 ballots left to go. We can't go into the room where they are processing it, but we've been able to watch on this live CCTV feed throughout the day, watching them unfold the ballots, scan them through the machines. So we could see a final count from Allegheny late tonight based on the rate of return we've been seeing throughout the day. One thing to note, though, Brian, the reason why some of these ballots across the state have been delayed with the mail-in count, it's taken time to physically take them out of the envelopes, flatten them, scan them through the machines. And something that election experts have pointed out to me, if they had allowed pre-processing here in Pennsylvania, we would not be seeing these delays that we've been experiencing. These ballots were sitting in envelopes heavily creased for the last month or so. So this is something when the Trump campaign is pushing back against these late ballots, if pre-processing had been allowed, the state Republicans held that up. So there's kind of that differentiation there between what the Trump campaign is saying and what could have happened to prevent these delays in Pennsylvania.
That's an important distinction. Thanks for pointing that out, Maura Barrett in Pittsburgh. Rachel?
So we've got this situation now where we've got multiple outstanding states, right? We're looking at Pennsylvania, we're looking at Georgia, we're looking at Nevada, we're looking at Arizona. And not only are we thinking about, well, who's likely to win, it's the timeline expectation in terms of when we are going to find out, what kind of data we're going to find out, and whether legal interventions are going to change any of that process. I'm glad we're not still thinking about this in terms of like 30 states and it's down to a half dozen, Joy, but still it's it's a little bit of calculus in terms of thinking and trying to set reasonable and realistic expectations as to when we will know who the next president will be.
Yeah, and I think, kudos, to pat the media a little bit on the back. I think that we did prepare ourselves in advance that this was not going to be a, night of the big election night. Here is voila, here is the president.
I said that, though, but I said it, but I didn't know until I tried to live it that I didn't mean it. I intellectually figured that out and talked about it on the show and talked about it with multiple guests and knew it intellectually. But going through it last night, living through that experience, this is not going to be last night. I realized my heart must not have been in it because last night did just feel fraught.
It did feel fraught. And I think partly because even though we knew the red wave was a thing, and then the red mirage, I should say, the red mirage. We all knew it was coming. But when you're right, in the moment, it's enervating. It's aggravating. And I think partly, and I said this last night, I do think it's because we've been reporting for 5 years, Rachel, about Russia, about national security, just undermining our national security, the impeachment, the racism, the Nazis, all of it. And then COVID laying on top of it felt like a repudiation was coming. And I think even though we intellectually understand what America is at its base, right, that there is a great amount of racism, anti-blackness, anti-wokeness, this idea that political correctness is some sort of scheme to destroy white America, right? Like, we know what this country is, but you still, part of you, I think part of your heart says, you know what, maybe the country is going to pay off all of this pain, the children who were stolen with a repudiation. And as the night wore on, and I realized, and it sunk in, okay, that's not happening. We are still who we thought,
almost
unfortunately.
Every incumbent in the country is going back to their office.
Go right back in. It's disappointing, and I emerged from this disappointed. But I gotta say, I'm gonna give a heads up, and I'm gonna sound like Nicole a little bit here, but kudos to the Biden campaign's steadiness. Because no matter how many times I texted somebody in the campaign, they kept saying the same things, the same things that Nicole was saying. We're focused. We feel good about Wisconsin. We feel good about Michigan. We feel pretty good about Pennsylvania, but we feel good about Arizona. They know what states they cared about, and they stayed focused on it, and they didn't get rattled. And back to basics. This is an election about getting 4 in 10 white voters. It's the best you can do as a Democrat. According to exit polls, 42% for Biden, and about getting 3/4 of non-white voters. That's the game.
And getting 270 electoral votes.
And that's it.
Nicole Wallace, your name was invoked. Nicole, we wish you were here, but we're happy to see you.
Aww. I know I had to get home to my remote student here in Connecticut. Listen, I've never been accused of being, the rainbow and unicorn and sunshine member of our trio here, plus Brian. But let me just say, Joe Biden and Donald Trump both, I think, at the end of the day, understand that Joe Biden is the next president. And it's fascinating to me, and this is sort of the DNA of Republican campaigns. A win's a win's a win. So Joe Biden said today in his speech, and it happened during my hour, so I wrote it down. He said, quote, "It's clear we're winning enough states to reach 270. We believe we will be the winners." And then he went through and recited how his current margins in Michigan and Wisconsin exceed the margins by which Donald Trump won those states. I think that some of the sort of angst and disappointment that a lot of my Democratic friends and colleagues felt was in this landslide fantasy. But that just isn't the reality of presidential politics in this country. The whole ballgame is 270. The Biden campaign, it may not sound romantic. It's not the stuff of a West Wing episode, but they had a strategy for getting to 270, and most likely they will exceed that. And they were always focused on rebuilding that blue wall. They were always focused. You look at where their candidate was. He was in Michigan, he was in Pennsylvania, and he was in Wisconsin. And they competed. They went out and asked for the vote in Florida. They wanted Florida. They competed. They asked for the vote in Ohio. They wanted Ohio, but they didn't need them. And at the end of the day, it looks exceedingly likely they will get more than what they needed. And this country is about to have a change in leadership. And I think that's just, you know, plan the parade kind of headlines. And I will tell you, on the part of both campaigns, Democrats think that Joe Biden went out today and made his first statement as a president-elect, and Republicans are already talking about what Donald Trump will and will not do during the transition. One source telling me that if Donald Trump loses the way it looks like he might lose after some sort of protracted legal effort, that he might be the kind of president who doesn't want to engage in any of the transition activities, like inviting Joe Biden over for that chat in the Oval or even attending an inauguration. So the conversations inside both camps have moved on to the transition.
Well, let's bring into the conversation now somebody whose ears are undoubtedly burning as we keep talking about the Biden campaign. Biden campaign senior advisor Ron Klain is here with us now. Ron, thank you so much for making time. First of all, we're sorry to talk about you behind your back, but our perception here among us at MSNBC is that you guys haven't raised unnecessary expectations or unreasonable expectations, and things, as fraught as they may feel, are sort of going to plan in terms of how you are going to get to 270.
Yeah, Rachel, I mean, I appreciate what Nicole said. As a very experienced campaign operative herself, we had a plan to win this race. It was a battle for the soul of America. There was no one in the Biden campaign who thought this would be easy. As Vice President Biden said today, only 3 times in a century has an incumbent president been defeated. It's super hard to do. And so we knew this was going to be a very, very difficult race. We focused on those 3 core Midwestern states, trying to also pick up Arizona, which it looks like we have done, holding on to the states that the Democrats won in 2016, and playing hard in some other states. I think we're going to be very close. Maybe we'll even win Georgia. So we've executed the campaign plan we had, and I think that when all the votes are counted, Joe Biden will, in fact, be the next president of the United States.
Tell me about the legal fights that the Trump campaign is already mounting to try to stop the vote count in both Michigan and Pennsylvania. We've heard expressions of confidence from your top legal guy, Bob Bauer, saying that this will be an embarrassing legal flop for the Trump campaign if they really try to stop these counts. Tell us about how you're planning on approaching that and how serious you view those legal challenges.
Well, look, Rachel, they are both baseless and stupid. They're baseless in the sense that they have no legal basis at all. They're stupid in the sense that one of the states where Trump is suing to stop the vote count is Michigan, where he is behind. So if the vote count stops, we win. So it's a particularly ridiculous legal strategy in the state of Michigan. Look, in the state of Pennsylvania, as Steve said at the top of the hour, Donald Trump had a formidable lead this morning. 2/3 of it has gone away over the course of today. And we believe we're on track to win that state by 100,000 votes or more. So the point we have been making throughout this entire period, since the polls closed, is that the votes have to be counted. That's the democratic way. They are being counted in an orderly way. Trump has no real legal challenge to that at all. You saw from the report in Pennsylvania, people can watch the count on closed-circuit television. There's nothing mysterious. There's nothing secret here. We're seeing democracy in action. Sure, it takes longer than we want. We live in a society where we all want the answer right away. And I thought Joy's points earlier, very moving, very powerful. But in the end, the right outcome will be achieved here. In the end, This campaign will be successful. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be the president and the vice president of the United States, and this country will change direction because of that win. And whether that win is 270 or 290 electoral votes or more, wherever it is, it's a win. It ousts Donald Trump from the White House, and it puts our country on a chance to heal and move forward again. That's what Biden and Harris ran on. That's what they're offering. That's what they're going to deliver.
Ron, let me ask you one last question. I think that a lot of what people are worried about at this point, even if they have confidence that the ultimate electoral vote is going to go one way or the other, is the prospect of chaos. And there was some scary footage today out of Michigan when Trump supporters, self-declared poll observers, essentially tried to storm the site where counting was happening at the center in Detroit, where absentee ballots were being tallied. One of the things that I always find comforting in when I worry about unsettling prospects like that in politics is when we sometimes learn that during these chaotic moments, during these big fights, the two campaigns were actually behind the scenes in contact with one another, that there was a red phone somewhere where the two campaign staffs could at least talk and have real conversations with one another, even as the fights got heated. Is that happening between you and the Trump campaign or the White House?
No, it's not, Rachel. What I'll say is, what we are seeing, though, is that local officials are doing an excellent job of handling these flare-ups. Yes, I saw the same footage you did from Michigan, but the local law enforcement handled it very quickly. The local election authorities handled it very quickly. The count wasn't really meaningfully disrupted, and the count proceeds. And so, look, I think that we have a system that is working. The system is working to count the votes. It's producing results relatively quickly here on the timeline that we all expected, a couple days. And I think that there are going to be incidents. Hopefully there'll be fewer incidents and no incidents, I hope. But I think we have the safeguards in place to make sure those incidents don't disrupt the lawful and orderly counting of votes.
Biden campaign senior advisor, former chief of staff, Vice President Biden, Ron Klain. Ron, thank you for taking time. I know you're not getting any sleep, and your time's precious right now. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Rachel.
All right. I will tell you that while we were speaking with Ron Klain, we just got word. I just was handed the notification that while I was asking Ron Klain about the Trump campaign lawsuits to try to stop the count in Michigan and Pennsylvania, while we speak, the Trump campaign has also filed a lawsuit to stop the count in Georgia as well. Brian?
Fascinating stuff. Ron Klain, of course, who has been there before, is poised for a leadership role should Joe Biden prevail in this, as you're well aware. A break for us. When we come back, we're going to go to our correspondent, who happens to be an Arizonan, also happens to be covering Arizona, the state the Democrats are hoping, when all the counting is done, will be a southwestern bright spot for the guy on the left, Joe Biden. That and more. We're just getting underway when we come back. Welcome back. A little bit of breaking news on the ongoing vote count in Georgia. Our correspondent Blaine Alexander remains on post as Fulton County is the center of a lot of the attention there. Hey, Blaine.
Yeah, Brian, Fulton County is the center of the attention, and we just got an update, a briefing, if you will, who runs the elections here in Fulton County. Let me kind of give you a lay of the land, help you understand what we're looking at here. You've heard a lot about the absentee ballots. You're looking at the process right here behind me. These are the people who are working to count these absentee ballots. It's a rather labor-intensive process. They have to open an envelope, then open an inner envelope, flatten them out, put them through a scanner, and then send that chip to a warehouse where it's then counted. So it's not counted here, and it's not as easy as just running it through a machine. So the elections official was kind of telling us that there are about 28,000 or so ballots that are still needing to be scanned here. And they say that they are going to work through the night until they can get it completed. He said they're going to be switching out people, bringing in a fresh set of workers here to get this done. They said they'll stay until midnight or later if necessary, but they plan to get it done tonight. Now, that's just the picture here in Fulton County. Let's talk about the entire state of Georgia, because there are still a number of counties that have outstanding votes, outstanding ballots that need to be scanned and tallied. That includes DeKalb County, Chatham County, other places like that. The Secretary of State has been telling us, giving us updates throughout the day, and the latest update that he's given us now is that there are about 185,000 ballots or so across the state of Georgia that still need to be tallied. So the latest timing that he's giving us is either later tonight, which to be quite honest doesn't seem realistic given everything that still needs to be done here, or sometime early Thursday morning, Brian.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thanks, and kudos to the hard work going on behind you. Just selfless work by all the campaign volunteers opening and going through and scanning all those ballots. Out west we go. Arizona is the other closely watched count at this hour. Vaughn Hilliard, our correspondent, standing by in Scottsdale. Hey, Vaughn.
Hey, good evening, Brian. There's 600,000, about 600,000 uncounted ballots here in the state of Arizona. And when you look at the margin right now, Joe Biden holds just a lead of about 93,000 votes, which is about 3.4 percentage points. And if you're looking at this last batch of about those 600,000 votes here, and you do a little scratch math on a piece of paper, you're going to come out to the reality that Donald Trump has to pull off about 60% of the vote among this last batch. We are expecting these initial results to come out of Maricopa County just in about an hour and a half from now. How many are we going to get? The county isn't quite telling us right now. This could come down to tonight. Let's say, ballots go out in Joe Biden's favor. There's a potential that that is what the Democrats are looking for. But when you're talking to this Trump campaign, they see these numbers. They're hoping these numbers reflect what they saw in-person voters on Election Day yesterday. Here in Maricopa County, Republican voters came out and voted in person by a 2-to-1 margin over Democrats. That's what they hope these numbers. These are early ballots, mail-in ballots that folks didn't put in the mail, but instead they walked into the polling place and handed in. And the reason it's taking a while is because they have to get signature verified. And Democrats, I was just talking with an individual from the Biden campaign, they said that they hope that this number is a more moderated number, that perhaps Trump has 53 or 54% among this batch because they believe that Democrats, just per normal, they get their ballot in the mail and then they go and walk it in on Election Day, and that you're not going to see Donald Trump quite pull off what would be quite an upset here in Arizona after those initial results last night showed him with what was originally a double-digit lead here.
Vaughn Hilliard on an otherwise beautiful night in Scottsdale, Arizona. Vaughn, thank you very much. Rachel, over to you.
Yeah, let's stick with Arizona here for a second. Let's bring into the conversation Lori Roberts. She's a columnist for the Arizona Republic. We spoke with Lori last night in the heat of this. Lori, I hope you've had some sleep. We certainly have no additional clarity since we spoke to you last night, but I wanted to ask, from your perspective there in Arizona, how things are looking right now in terms of this presidential contest.
Well, as Vaughn said, there are about 600,000 votes still to be counted. Of those, about 450,000 of them are from Maricopa County. Now, you look at these votes, they are all early votes. About 2/3 of those 450,000 are early votes that were mailed in, but just didn't, the county never caught up with them to get them tabulated. They came in Monday or Tuesday. The other third are votes that were walked into polling places and dropped off. So the question is, that's being asked all over Arizona tonight is, will these early votes reflect the sort of Biden victory that you would see in the early balloting, or will they look more like the Election Day voting that went strongly for Donald Trump? And the answer is, we don't know. But there is an outside chance that Donald Trump could win Arizona.
In terms of what we're expecting from the state, we don't exactly know when these Maricopa County ballots are going to be presented. It is our expectation that perhaps sometime within the next 2 hours, we are going to get them. Do we know to expect whether or not they're going to come all at once, or whether that will just be a batch of ballots and there will still be yet more?
No, I would expect it to be a batch of ballots. I don't think that you will have all of the ballots counted probably until Friday. And some of the counties, which of course have far fewer ballots still to be counted, aren't even reporting tonight. But I think that you will see a big dump today. Whether it will bring clarity yet, we don't know.
And
the
Lori,
Associated Press, of course, as you know. Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. Go ahead. You're saying the Associated Press.
The Associated Press, in the middle of the night, did call the election for Joe Biden. Joe Biden has about a 3.5% lead, which interestingly is about the amount that Donald Trump won Arizona by 4 years ago. But technically speaking, and the Republicans will tell you, hey, we still got a chance here. They think that they can pull out a win in Arizona by about 30,000 votes. I'm hearing 85% chance that's not likely.
If we do end up with a razor-thin margin like that, if the votes that come in are tilted enough toward President Trump that he narrows that gap and it comes to something close to a tie, should we expect that we'll be in recount territory in Arizona?
If you are within 1%, there will be a recount at no charge to the candidates. I think that they are able to request a recount with a larger margin, but then they have to pay for it.
At this point, they will not have any trouble scaring up the resources to pay for any recount that they want. Lori Roberts, columnist for the Arizona Republic, while this is still live. Sir, finish your last thought there.
Oh, I was just going to say, we in Arizona have been doing early voting for a long time, and our elections officials know how to do this. So I would probably take to the bank that whatever the final tally is, it's an accurate tally.
Lori, thank you so much. We're going to be watching this as closely as everybody else in the country. All right. Up next, the very, very close races in Georgia. I said races, including the special Senate election that is now heading for a runoff in January. The Democrat who is leading in the vote tally in that race, the Reverend Raphael Warnock, is going to be joining us live. Stay with us. Lots to come tonight. It is 7:41 on the East Coast right now, and we, of course, are waiting on results from Nevada, Arizona, and Pennsylvania, and Georgia, and North Carolina. Let's take a closer look at Georgia right now. Steve's at the big board with what we know. Statewide, 95% in, but we just heard from Blaine Alexander in Fulton County. We expect lots more vote, maybe late tonight, more likely early tomorrow, Steve.
And we just got some in the last few minutes, actually, from where she was, Fulton County, and you can see here, this is now the statewide margin. Donald Trump's lead over Joe Biden has dropped inside of 50,000 votes. It's now exactly 1 point. It continues to drop. We got more votes from Fulton County that just came in now. You can see where that stands. There's still about 40,000 to come from there. And again, as Blaine was describing, other Democratic counties, sort of strong Democratic performing counties around the state. So it continues to be the total number of votes uncounted continues to shrink. So does Donald Trump's lead over Joe Biden. When that total number of votes outstanding gets down to zero, is that Trump lead going to be at zero, or is it going to be a Biden lead at that point? That's the suspense here. We'll continue to monitor it.
Continuing to monitor it and continuing to watch for breaking news and developments in this story. As we have reported since we've been on the air this hour, the Trump campaign has filed a lawsuit to stop the vote in Georgia, just as they have already filed other lawsuits to try to stop the vote in both Michigan and in Pennsylvania. So lots going on in the state of Georgia right now. As we've been talking about, we still don't know which candidate has won Georgia's 16 electoral votes. We will get more votes out of Georgia reported either very late tonight or tomorrow, per NBC's reporting, and Blaine Alexander on the record, at Fulton County for us right now. But alongside the presidential race in Georgia, Georgia also has two outstanding U.S. Senate races, two incumbent Republican senators defending their seats. In the seat currently held by Republican David Perdue, we do not yet know if that race is going to a runoff between Perdue and his Democratic challenger, Jon Ossoff. But we do know the other Senate race in Georgia for a seat currently held by Republican Kelly Loeffler. We do know that that one is headed to a runoff on January 5th. Joining us now is the Reverend Raphael Warnock, who's a Democratic U.S. Senate candidate from Georgia, who looks like this campaign will be steaming on right through January when that runoff is scheduled. Reverend Warnock, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so very much. Great to be here with you.
I'm going to let some of my colleagues get into this conversation. Let me just ask you, because you're closer than any of us to it, what is your current understanding of the state of your race and where you and the other candidates in that race will be stacked up heading into that runoff in January?
Well, my race is clearly headed for a runoff. You know, I was in a special election, 21 people in my race. and my name was near the bottom because they were listed alphabetically. And clearly, I will be in a runoff challenging the appointed Senator Kelly Loeffler. We're waiting to see what happens in the other race with my good friend John Ossoff, who's run an amazing race against David Perdue.
Hey, Reverend Warnock, it's Joy Reid. A couple of questions for you. First of all, when you look at, first of all, congratulations on getting into the runoff. So we will be definitely watching as this unfolds leading into January. I'm looking at the exit polls in terms of the way that the presidential race went. You had Joe Biden doing well among Latino voters, particularly Latino women, black voters, who, of course, obviously is a big, big part of the strategy for any Democrat that's running in Georgia, Fulton County, DeKalb County, Chatham County, and Dougherty County, et cetera. But really getting just pasted among white voters. Only 29% of white voters in Georgia voted for Biden. It is the highest since Bill Clinton in 1992. But talk me through what your strategy will be when it's just the two of you, yourself and Kelly Loeffler, one-on-one, in a state that has a really hard time getting over the line to elect a black candidate statewide.
Well, first of all, I just want to say that it's really important that all of the votes be counted. I mean, we heard a president last night declare himself winner, which is the opposite of the American way. We are a democracy. And so he's suing in the places where he doesn't like the trend, trying to stop the vote. And I just want to say, you know, as the pastor of the late Congressman John Lewis, that it's important for every vote to be counted, every voice to be heard. As I'm running for the United States Senate, I am happy to present my message to all of Georgia. We know that this country has had a history and struggled around race this summer. We saw a renewed reckoning around race with the tragic flashpoint George Floyd, and in this state, Ahmaud Arbery and others. But in the wake of that, we saw a multiracial, multi-generational coalition of conscience pour out into American streets saying that we're better than this. And I think in this moment, we all have to stand up in our own way and remind us that at the end of the day, we're all we've got. And there's no getting away from that. And I think that as people sit down in the midst of this global pandemic, trying to figure out how they're going to make a better life for their family, that they are open to a message that centers the struggles of ordinary people. We've got 500,000 people in the Medicaid gap here. People are struggling, trying just to make it through this pandemic. And I'd be deeply honored to have the people of Georgia choose me to represent them in the U.S. Senate.
We're in the midst of this recount, obviously. Do you have confidence in the governor of your state, who is the former Secretary of State, who did face Stacey Abrams? Lots and lots of, stories of voter suppression, a lot of allegations that this is somebody who does not respect the right to vote in the state of Georgia. Do you have confidence in this recount that's taking place, or in this count that's taking place right now, and that the Secretary of State's office and that the leadership of the state of Georgia will deliver a fair election result?
I have confidence in the people of Georgia. There's no question that voter suppression is a problem in this state. It's a problem all across the country, but Georgia has been particularly good at voter suppression. And I think that the ultimate goal, Joy, of voter suppression is really to so demoralize parts of the electorate that people don't even bother to try. So we've been dealing with this issue. But my good friend Stacey Abrams ran a good race in 2018. She came within 55,000 votes of winning out of 4 million cast. Since then, we've registered 800,000 new voters in the state. And so as we build this coalition, as we raise the voices of ordinary people, I think it's going to be increasingly harder to steal an election. And I'm grateful for the ways in which Georgians stood up during the June 9th primary. We saw record voter turnout. We saw 1.3 million Democrats show up. And I think you're going to see the ways in which we are clearly well positioned to make history in this state. And I'm just grateful to be a part of that process. Dr. King said that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. We're going to keep bending that arc.
Reverend Raphael Warnock, I can't talk tonight. Thank you very much for being here. Good luck.
Always good to be with you. Thanks.
Reverend Warnock, again, is going to be in a runoff for a U.S. Senate seat in Georgia against the appointed incumbent Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler. That will happen in January. I just want to point out one other thing about Georgia. With the number of votes that we've got in Georgia right now, with 94% of the vote in right now, that other Georgia Senate seat could potentially go to a runoff as well. Right now, incumbent Republican David Perdue is sitting at 50.3%. You have to be at 50% to avoid a runoff. If he goes below 50% as the rest of the vote comes in Georgia and Jon Ossoff holds David Perdue below 50%, then that Georgia Senate race will also be the subject of a runoff on January 5th. This, as the presidential race in Georgia is now a one-point matchup with 6% of the vote, 5% of the vote still to come in. That remaining 5% of the vote could be coming in late tonight, early tomorrow. We don't know. Stay with us. Lots more to come here on MSNBC.
I have long said that even for people who do not like social media, for those who love context in American history, there is nothing like the Twitter feed of our next guest, the esteemed presidential historian and author, Michael Beschloss. And Michael, I want to talk specifically about the event that those of us who were up and upright, at least last night in the middle of the night, witnessed in the East Room at the White House. You were quick to note the history of the room. You were quick to note just how dark an event it was, without precedent. The president, of course, speaking without authority to claim the election. I'm wondering if you might go into some of that detail for our audience now.
Sure would, Brian. Good evening. You know, here's a case. The White House East Room is sacred. That's where FDR lay in state in 1945. John Kennedy did in 1963. It was designed to some extent by George Washington for grand state occasions. Washington would be horrified to see it used for a partisan political event last night like the spectacle we saw, especially, Brian, can you believe it? All those people without masks jammed into that room. How many people are going to get sick and possibly worse as a result of Donald Trump's selfish decision to hold that event there rather than where it should have been in some hotel ballroom? Didn't need to be his.
Can I get you to speak further about the authority the president seems to be claiming in things like his Twitter feed to declare an end to voting, to declare different states in his category, even though the American people, the voters, have a funny way of determining that for themselves?
That's right. You know, Brian, you know that from studying it, that in 1964 at the Republican convention, Nelson Rockefeller said to hecklers, "It's still a free country, ladies and gentlemen." And if we are a free country, the president doesn't get to decide when the voting is stopped or who is declared president on election night, even if the votes have not come in. The sign of health in a democracy is that the votes are counted fully, fairly, and accurately, however long it takes. Oftentimes in American history, as you know, it's taken a long time. In the future, if we do more and more early voting, which we probably will, we just have to get accustomed to the fact that we're not going to have instant gratification on election night and a decision that sounds as if it's popped out of a toaster.
How difficult is it even for you to reach back to comparisons in American history as we walk through this first time ever minefield of a presidency?
I think, you know, you and I have talked about this for years. And one thing, you know, you asked sometimes, what will historians think of Trump? And what was really going through my mind, Brian, was how does the Trump period end? Is he driven out of office after one term because people think he's a horrible leader and has crossed all sorts of lines and threatened our democracy? Or is this someone who managed to get reelected and every other politician in the United States almost wanted to imitate him because they think that's the ticket to success and our society becomes Trump land? We now have a pretty good idea tonight that it's option number one, and 2 years from now, Donald Trump, to many people in this country, I don't want to speak for all historians, but to many people, his name will be an epithet and will stand for certain things in American politics and history that are largely negative, much as when people talk about McCarthyism, to refer to Joe McCarthy, the demagogic senator from Wisconsin. They're not doing it as a compliment.
Michael, thank you, and continuing congratulations for the superb setting behind you, the room we all like to picture historians writing books in and reading them as well. Michael Beschloss, we tried mightily to get you on in the middle of the night. So happy to be able to talk to you tonight. Another break for our coverage. When we come back, Steve Kornacki, back at it, back at the wall, back to looking for extra votes that might be out there on the road to 270. Top of the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and by my calculations, our coverage of election night, and that's me and Rachel and Joy and Nicole, started 25 hours, 59 minutes ago, and here we are. Before too long, if we're not careful, one of these outstanding states is going to put this race over the top for either candidate. Steve Kornacki, who has taken some nourishment and gotten some rest, his health is now a national matter during this time, is back at the big board tonight with a second or third win. Steve, what are you looking at?
Well, actually, Pennsylvania, Brian, we just got some more votes in. We got a bunch of them, and we've been tracking this story of that Trump lead dwindling in Pennsylvania as more votes are counted. And you can see now it sits at basically 200,000 votes, just over 3 percentage points, Trump's advantage over Biden. Again, the question here is exactly how many votes are out there. The best guess here is that there's close to 900,000 remaining. And the key for Biden, as we've been saying, is these are mail-in ballots that are being counted up here. So certainly in the Democratic areas, in a Philadelphia, in a Pittsburgh, a Harrisburg, he's winning the mail vote overwhelmingly there. But even in the Republican-friendly counties, the mail vote itself is something where Joe Biden tends to be beating Donald Trump, sometimes by 10, 20 points. In other words, he's winning this overwhelmingly. And if he continues to win the mail-in vote in these remaining ballots at the rate he's getting right now, the clip he's getting, above 2/3 of it, he could net another 300,000 votes out of those remaining ballots. If that estimate is correct, he could net another 300,000. And you see, he's sitting there down 200,000 right now. That would put Joe Biden ahead. That would put Joe Biden ahead by about 100,000 votes, just at the pace that he's at right now. We want to make sure that that estimate of what's left is accurate, checking that. We want to make sure that pace, see if he continues at that pace or if he hits any unexpected hiccups there. But at the pace that he's getting votes right now with the mail-in ballots, and we're just talking about mail-in ballots at this point, he could get past Donald Trump. That looks like a big number. There are a lot of ballots out there, and Joe Biden is winning the lion's share of them.
Steve Kornacki, that's a very important update in terms of Pennsylvania. I believe we also have an update right now in terms of the United States Senate. Is that correct? Yes. NBC News can now project that in the United States Senate race in the great state of Michigan, Democratic incumbent Gary Peters has held on and will be returning to the Senate. This is an important part in terms of the Democrats and Republicans' calculation in terms of the balance of power in the Senate. It's also been a real drama for Peters himself. That was a tight race. It has taken sort of second place in the national media's attention to the presidential fight in Michigan, but that Senate race was very, very hard fought. Gary Peters will be returning to the U.S. Senate. Again, that's just new. NBC News just projecting that at this hour. We're talking now about not only the outstanding races and the timeline for when we expect final votes to be in. We're watching Nevada tonight, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina. But we are also now watching the legal fight that's being waged by the Trump campaign in multiple states to try to stop the vote. In the state of Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, where NBC News has described Vice President Biden as the apparent winner. The Trump campaign has brought lawsuits to stop the vote. This Wisconsin lawsuit just being filed tonight. NBC's Cal Perry is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for us tonight. Cal, what are you seeing on the ground there? What's the latest in terms of the resolution here?
Well, listen, try this on for size. Donald Trump won this state 4 years ago by a factor of just 25,000 votes. Joe Biden has won it by a slimmer margin. That is less than 1% difference in the vote. The Trump campaign has said they will try a recount here in the state. The first thing that needs to happen is the state needs to certify the vote. That'll happen in about a week. Then there's a 3-day window that opens up. The Trump campaign can officially ask for that recount. And then the state has 13 days. There are 72 counties in this state. Each one of them will go through and do their own version of recounting. Just for some history here, 4 years ago when we had a recount, only 131 votes actually switched hands. So while a number of us are probably going to be living in the state for the next month, the chances that the vote actually changes very much is very low. It does seem to be, as we're seeing from the president, sort of an overall delaying tactic, Rachel.
Cal Perry for us in Milwaukee. Thank you very much, Cal. We're going to get some very, very expert advice on this same subject right now from Josh Kaul, who is the Attorney General of the state of Wisconsin. He's also co-chair of Vote Safe Wisconsin, which is a bipartisan coalition to promote safe voting during the pandemic. Attorney General Kaul, thank you so much for taking time to be here tonight. I know that you're still really in the center of the storm.
Thanks for having me.
First, let me just ask you to reflect on what Wisconsin has just been through, how the vote went. You've got 99% of the vote in. NBC is reporting that Joe Biden is the apparent winner in Wisconsin. His lead there a little more than 20,500 votes. Tell us how you feel as a law enforcement official in Wisconsin, how you feel the vote went, and how things stand today.
Well, the process went incredibly smoothly. We had record-breaking numbers of people using absentee voting and in-person early voting. We didn't have any real issues at the polls. A lot of people were concerned about that in advance, but we took a lot of steps to prepare to make sure that if anything did arise, that it would be addressed quickly. And we didn't really have any issues. And what we have seen is a small change from what we had in 2016, but a very significant one that led to Joe Biden winning the state by about 20,000 votes. It took a little while longer to count the votes than would be ideal, but that's because we have a law in Wisconsin, like they have in Michigan and Pennsylvania, that doesn't allow absentee ballots to be counted until Election Day. That's a law that our Republican legislature could have changed. People called on them to change that, but they didn't. But now we have the full results in, or just about the full results, and the sort of process will move forward.
In terms of the Trump campaign seeking a recount, obviously after the 2016 election, there was the recount that was instigated by Jill Stein, third-party Green Party candidate. I also remember in, I think it was 2011, covering a very hard-fought recount, a very controversial recount in Wisconsin over a state Supreme Court seat. In which a sort of more progressive challenger appeared to defeat a more conservative candidate. There was then a recount, and the recount ended up changing the count quite significantly, and the more conservative candidate ended up being winning the race. There was a lot of controversy over some late-found ballots in a county that was seen as friendly to the candidate who had ultimately benefited from those things. If there is going to be a Wisconsin recount of these ballots, are you confident in Wisconsin's ability to do so with sort of no muss and no fuss and not too much additional controversy?
I am, and Rachel, your memory is pretty good, I have to say. In 2011, there was a state Supreme Court race, and some additional ballots were found late, but that was before the recount process started. In the recounts themselves, the change in the number of votes has only been a few hundred votes, both in 2016 and in 2011. Here we're talking about a margin of more than 20,000 votes. It would be unprecedented to make up anything like that kind of vote, number of votes in the recount. And Scott Walker today tweeted that this was a high hurdle. So, I don't know if we're even going to see the Trump campaign go forward with this recount, but if they do, the odds of them having the result change are basically zero.
And would we expect it to take a long time? I know there's that 13-day prescription in terms of how long the recount should take, but then potentially if the challenger, the person who lost the recount or came out as the losing candidate at the end of the recount, wanted to challenge that, it would then start going into the Wisconsin state court system. What do you see as the outside timeline in terms of how long a recount might take for a final certified uncontrovertible result in your state?
Yeah, it has to happen within 13 days, but I think it would actually probably happen more quickly than that. My recollection, the 2016 recount happened more quickly. And, this is something we now have some training in here because we had one 4 years ago. We have a lot of close elections in Wisconsin. 4 out of our last 6 presidential elections were less than 1 percentage point. In 2018, I won by less than 1 percentage point, and our governor, Tony Evers, won by just more than that. So we're used to dealing with close elections. We have consistently been shown to have secure, reliable results that reflect the will of the voters. And I'm very confident that if this recount does go forward, that it will happen swiftly and that it will show that the results that have been reported so far are a very accurate reflection of what the votes cast were.
Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Kaul, thank you so much for helping us understand it. Obviously, there's a lot of different states right now where there's a lot of different types of wrangling going on, but thanks for helping us understand what's going to happen in Wisconsin. All right, we are right now in a situation where we are waiting on results from 5 different states, but we have adjusted our timelines over the course of just being on the air for the last couple of hours in terms of when we are expecting more vote. Steve, we keep hearing that we might be getting some vote from Arizona sort of imminently, but it looks like we're getting some new vote now.
Yeah, well, we're expecting, I think, the top of the hour, so 9 p.m. If it's past 8 now, 9 p.m. Eastern, we're expecting probably a fair amount of vote here. So, again, this is the statewide picture in Arizona right now. We're expecting to get a bunch from Maricopa. Again, Maricopa, I mean, this is like almost 2/3 of the votes out of Arizona are going to come from Maricopa. It's the Phoenix metro area. You see how that vote counting is going right now. Now, here's the deal on what is outstanding in Maricopa County. There's about 420,000 votes still to come out of Maricopa County. There's about 600,000 total still to come statewide. So, again, the lion's share of the outstanding vote is coming out of Maricopa County. This is the suspense. You've mentioned other folks have called the Arizona race, and there's some people saying, was that too early? Here's the reason why there has been some suspense here. Arizona's votes come in 3 buckets. The first bucket of votes, call them the early votes. These were the ones that were cast weeks ago. Folks mailed them in October. Folks mailed them in a week before the election. This is a bucket that contains every ballot that was cast up until the weekend before the election. This is what was counted first in Maricopa County. It's the largest bucket, and we expect it's perhaps the most Democratic bucket. It's a very Democratic bucket. Joe Biden won it by 10 points. So those are the first votes that we saw last night out of Maricopa and everywhere in Arizona. Now, the second bucket of votes, this is the one that was tabulated overnight last night. The second bucket of votes is the same day. It's folks who showed up, said, I want to vote, and it's sort of a normal, I went the old-fashioned way of going to the polls, get your ballot, vote on Election Day. And again, we've seen this in Arizona. We've seen this elsewhere. This is a very Republican group. Donald Trump was winning this group something on the order of 26 points. Now, they've counted, we believe, all of the same-day vote in Maricopa County, all of that early vote, all of that same-day vote, and it's left the overall picture in Maricopa in this position. Biden leading by 6, wins the early by 10, loses the same day by 26, and it brings us to the third and final bucket of votes. That's what we're expecting to get a readout on at 9 o'clock Eastern time or thereabouts. What this is, we're going to call this the late early vote, okay? And what I'm talking, I can't really read my writing on there. The late early vote. These are the ballots, the mail-in ballots that arrived after the last week, like the Monday before the election, that arrived like right before Election Day, or that people drove into their polling places on Election Day. And I think you were talking about this, Rachel, with your guest earlier. There's a little bit of suspense. There's a little bit of philosophical debate among election nerds that's playing out right now, because we know the early was going to be Democratic, and it was. We know the same day was going to be Republican, and it was. And then the question is, well, what is this going to be? What's this late early going to be? Look at how many ballots there are there. Now, one argument is, it's early vote. We keep talking about the Democratic vote as being the early vote. Hey, won't this be Democratic vote? Could be. We'll find out in an hour. The argument against that is a dynamic we've seen in this election is that the Democratic early vote was so excited, so enthusiastic, so eager to get out there that it was cast weeks ahead of time. It wasn't cast on the last day. It wasn't driven into the polls on the last day. That's the behavior. Go into the election place on that's Republican voting behavior this year, going and doing it on Election Day. So those are the arguments you're hearing people make. The Trump campaign is making that last argument I just made. No, those are Republican votes that are about to come in. There's 420,000 Republican votes about to come in. Trump's going to win them by 26 points again. If he wins them by 26 points, he catches Joe Biden in Maricopa County. He catches him statewide. That's the question. What Trump has to do, if he wants to catch Biden in Maricopa, if he wants to catch him in Arizona, he's got to win the late early bucket by the same score that he won the same day vote. He's got to be over 60%. He's got to win it by about 26. Anything less than that, probably not going to be enough to catch Biden. So that's the suspense we're building towards in Arizona.
And, Steve, when that third bucket, the early lates, comes in, regardless of whether or not they're enough to put President Trump in a lead, do you think that will be enough vote, again, which we might get in 45 minutes, to call Arizona one way or the other?
So I am not authorized to speak on behalf of our decision desk.
I hear you.
But I would say I know that all of the folks looking at the elections, not anywhere in particular, want to know. The question everybody's asking when you start to get these votes is, which of those, is this a Republican group or is this a Democratic group?
Right.
And if you establish it's a Democratic group, you could probably extrapolate from there.
Okay. And I don't mean to ask too much of you, but let's say that President Trump does well at the top of this hour when those votes come in Arizona. Let's say that President Trump wins Arizona. If Joe Biden wins Georgia, do both candidates still have a potential path to 270?
So let's take a look here. The scenario you're talking about, here's where we are right now. The scenario, oh, I got Georgia colored in there. Now, I want to make sure this is exactly where we are. Alaska is also colored in, shouldn't be. 253, 214. That's where we are right now.
Yeah.
You're asking if Trump overtakes Biden in Arizona.
Yes.
So let's assign that to Trump, and you can see what it does. Now Trump's at 225. Mm-hmm. Biden, yes, there are still a number of paths for Biden at that point. But if Biden, for instance, were to get Georgia, now you see Biden, wrong color, look at that. Now you see Biden at 269, and he would need one other electoral vote. Could he get it in Pennsylvania? Could he get it in North Carolina? He would, practically speaking, need Pennsylvania. There's a scenario where he could pull out North Carolina here. It involves ballots that were already put in the mail before Election Day, and that's what he's relying on to win North Carolina. Pennsylvania, the math I just showed you, that's a more solid proposition for Biden than North Carolina. So if he does not, Biden get Arizona or Nevada. He could get Nevada. That's the easier one. He could get Nevada.
Well, in Nevada, we don't expect to know, we think, until tomorrow, given in terms of when they're going to put their votes forward.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing here. We're saying, I think tomorrow around noon, we expect to get a readout on Nevada and see if Biden can hold on to that lead there. As we said, they're reporting these votes now very quickly in Pennsylvania. We're watching that just since we've been on the air. We've watched that Trump lead in Pennsylvania come down dramatically. So one thing we're trying to find out right now is, are they processing these and are they reporting these out overnight in Pennsylvania? Because I think we've had some thinking here that Nevada noon tomorrow, after you get through Arizona tonight, Nevada noon tomorrow might be the next kind of, moment of truth. Mm-hmm. If they keep doing this overnight, what we're seeing them do right now in Pennsylvania, that could speed the process up in Pennsylvania. We could get clarity there sooner than we were thinking.
Wow. Okay. Lots of what ifs, lots of gymnastics to put Steve Kornacki through. I swear we don't do this just for fun. We only ask him questions we really need the answer to. All right. Joe Biden tallied up some major victories today. President Trump tallied up some major legal fees. Lawrence O'Donnell will join us next to talk about all of it. Stay with us.
Once this election is finalized and behind us, it'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to put the harsh rhetoric of the campaign behind us. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart. So let me be clear. We are campaigning as a Democrat, but I will govern as an American president. Every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious. But this will not be my victory alone or our victory alone. It'll be a victory for the American people, for our democracy, for America.
That was Joe Biden earlier today. Let's talk about what we just witnessed, especially compared to what we witnessed in the East Room last night. Lawrence O'Donnell, the host of The Last Word, is with us. Lawrence, on the Aaron Sorkin scale, Biden today was an 8. Trump last night was between 0 and 1. But that is what we're accustomed to hearing from our politicians.
It is, and today's speech was Joe Biden's second shortest speech. Last night was Joe Biden's really shortest speech. He came out there almost like an election analyst, almost like a campaign staffer, reciting where he thought they stood in the various states and saying, you know, we think we're on the path to winning. And last night I said here that I expected to hear a little bit more of what the campaign was about, a little bit more of Joe Biden's vision for the country. That's what we got today. And it didn't take that much more. It might have added 2 minutes to the speech. And it was exactly, I think, the right note for the Biden campaign to strike, for Joe Biden to strike. He was following his campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who gave a detailed account in a conference call earlier in the day of exactly the way the Biden campaign sees each state. And so he knew that we already had that information today from the Biden campaign itself. And it all, by the way, Brian, sounds pretty solid because there's a huge difference between Biden campaign staffers and Trump campaign people. And that is that Biden campaign staffers actually care what we think of them after this is over. And so they don't want us walking around saying they lied to us about what they saw in these various states. There's no one on the Trump side who has that problem, least of all Donald Trump himself. And his silence today is really telling because as confused as he sounded last night, as kind of wandering around the emptiness of his own head as he was speaking last night, talking about the election mysteriously ending in ways that he didn't seem to be able to comprehend. Him saying absolutely nothing means that he cannot figure out anything. He can't figure out a single sentence to try to go out there and sell right now.
Let me open a potentially painful door for the Democrats watching right now. I think all of us in common got off the air last night and kind of went through our phones and laptops and caught up with what had happened or had not happened in the U.S. Senate and the House last night. And let me ask it of you this way. What's the case Chuck Schumer makes that he should continue in leadership? What's the case Nancy Pelosi makes that she should continue in leadership? By a harsh view, they kaleidoscopically misread the electorate in a whole host of races they were beyond confident about. And in a harsh view, the Senate and House Democrats got shellacked last night.
Well, the Senate story isn't settled yet. It seems to be going in the direction where Mitch McConnell will hang on to a Republican majority. We'll be hearing from Senator Klobuchar later tonight in our coverage about this. But it is probably going to tighten a little bit. Chuck Schumer might very well pick up a couple of seats. And, when you look at the Senate side of it, for example, one way you'd have to the only angle you could use to be critical of a Democratic leader in the Senate is to say that the candidates he recruited or the candidates he wanted to support were bad candidates. That's not the case. This was a very good crop of candidates. It is not easy to find a viable Democratic Senate candidate in Kentucky to run against the majority leader of the Senate. They found a candidate to carry that banner, didn't get all the way, but that's not surprising. No majority leader of the Senate has ever been defeated in their reelection campaigns back in their home states. And so you'd have to look at these candidates and go and say, why was Chuck Schumer so excited about, X, Y, or Z on this list? And it's all a very solid list. The House is a somewhat different story. And Nancy Pelosi actually made some comments a couple of years ago indicating that this might be, when there was a move against her leadership, especially by some younger members, didn't get very far. But in the public discussion of that, Nancy Pelosi gave some hints that maybe around now might be the time when she would announce she was going to move on from the speakership. I don't think that will happen. I don't think Democrats will now want that to happen, because I do think Democrats in the House do believe that Nancy Pelosi did a masterful job of running the Democratic House of Representatives, which is what the real job is. And yes, Election Day, when they lose seats, it's always an issue, but some of the most powerful speakers in the history of the House of Representatives lost seats at different periods during their term as speakers. They lost seats in midterm elections. They lost seats in presidential elections. So this is not a great loss of seats in the House, and so it's not the kind of thing that I think can reverse Nancy Pelosi's current level of support in the House.
At least they now have a one-woman QAnon caucus in the Republican side of the House, so they got that going for them. A couple of stats here, Lawrence. Number one, I'm reminded we just went over 100,000 COVID cases today. We just set a new benchmark, dark record. The president, of course, predicted this was the day we would stop talking about the coronavirus. This was the day that states and cities would completely throw the doors open and reopen. Neither of those came true. Also, let's talk about the popular vote. What does it get Joe Biden, other than pride, other than bragging rights, and a new benchmark in U.S. history, to have set a new record by a damn sight for popular vote?
Well, let's have a couple of perspectives on it. As those numbers are up there, you see Joe Biden by 2.5 percentage points is winning the vote. I call it the vote because that's what they call it everywhere else in the world. The Electoral College vote is another vote, but this is the vote of the people of the United States. That is a much higher margin than John Fitzgerald Kennedy won the presidency by. JFK won the presidency by less than 1%. Richard Nixon won the presidency in 1968 by less than 1%, much smaller margin than Joe Biden. Richard Nixon went on to a re-election 4 years later, winning 49 states. And by the way, the periods that enjoyed presidents who won by less than 1%. Those periods in our history are named after them. It's the Kennedy era. They gave the Kennedy era its own fictional name, Camelot. It was as if JFK had won by 100% by the time you were a few weeks after the election. So this is what in the 21st century has become a substantial victory. If this holds. And it's a victory that no Republican has been able to achieve in the 21st century, the margin that Joe Biden has won this vote by.
An important point. Lawrence O'Donnell, thanks for being with us all the way. We'll be watching tonight in addition. Greatly appreciated. Up next for us, another break, and then Battleground, Pennsylvania. The president's lead is shrinking as we watch. He is trying to stop the vote counting while ahead. A neat trick if you can pull it off. Our coverage continues after this.
Just past 8:30 on the East Coast. We are looking ahead to the top of the hour. We are expecting a lot of votes out of Arizona at this point, a critical battleground with a half dozen states yet to be decided. Our own Steve Kornacki is at the big board where we've been looking at data in Georgia in particular and in Pennsylvania. Steve, what are you seeing?
Yeah, let's take a look here at the statewide tally in Georgia. You can see now Donald Trump's lead over Joe Biden has fallen under 40,000 votes here, 39-8-11. We continue to get votes. Some Atlanta metro area. There's a scattering of other counties around the state, heavily Democratic, mail-in ballots, absentee ballots. So every one of these updates we've been getting has been moving Biden closer. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. The gap now down to 39,000. 1,000 votes, 0.8 point. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. There's a similar dynamic in Pennsylvania. It's all mail-in ballots, absentee ballots that are left. This is the same as the last time we checked in. I believe it's down under 200,000 votes. 195,000 is Donald Trump's lead in Pennsylvania right now. Again, those mail-in absentee ballots continue to be tabulated, added to this. There are a number of counties that say they are going to be counting overnight. They're going to count through the night. So this is a number, I think, through the night that will continue to tick down. It started the day this morning over 600,000. That was Donald Trump's lead. They have spent the day counting up mail-in and absentee ballots. It's now under 200,000. It will shrink in the coming hours. It will shrink overnight. Will it shrink all the way? Will Joe Biden pull ahead? We certainly showed you, just based on the raw math, the potential there seems to exist for Biden. So we'll keep looking at that too, Rachel.
Okay, we have a bunch of things to talk about here, and a lot of things are happening at once. But, Joy, I just have to ask you to jump in here for a second. We've got Trump's lead down below 200,000 in Pennsylvania. Yep. Trump's lead down below 40,000 votes now in Georgia. Yep. With the votes that are due to coming in from the Democratic strongholds, from strongly African-American voting areas in Georgia.
Yeah, and I think the same story is true in Georgia. If it winds up, becoming another state that flips into the Biden column, put some respect on these black voters who stood in the longest lines, who faced the largest impediments to voting, the most suppression, particularly in a state like Georgia, but really all over the country, because suppression is also these incredibly long lines. But, Senator Peters needs to thank Detroit. Like, all of Detroit needs to get a big,
Gary
fruit
Peters,
basket
who was
from
just
Gary
declared
Peters.
the winner in Michigan, yeah.
It got really tight for him, but at the end of the day, it's these big, predominantly black counties that are delivering for Democrats over and over again. There is this constant chase by the Democratic Party for working-class white voters to call them back. They're sort of reminiscing that once these were our voters. But at the end of the day, the fundamentals remain the fundamentals. It's black voters, it's brown voters who are delivering in places like Maricopa County, in places like Arizona. If Biden becomes president, he's going to owe it to the original math, the Obama math. It's called the 80-20, right? That you're going to get, you max out at 40% of white voters, and then you need about 8 in 10 non-white voters, and that means 9 out of 10 black women always deliver. We never stop delivering. You're going to get a slightly lower number of black men, but they're going to deliver. About 80% of black men are going to deliver, and you're going to get about 2/3 to 3/4 of Hispanic voters. That is the margin for Joe Biden. If he wins, that is who won it for him. And all of this chase for white voters still leaves you at 42%.
Right. And if you can perform electoral magic and get everyone from everywhere,
sure.
it's all great. But if it comes to a trade-off where you are going to try to trade away from some of your support among voters of color, you are going to lose every time.
And by the way, there was a lot of sort of annoyance inside of the Biden campaign about all the black women who just were hammering them and insisting that they've got to pick a black woman nominee. Well, another kudos to Joe Biden for putting aside whatever he felt about the Kamala Harris interaction during the debate and saying, I'm going to go ahead and do that. Because, again, who delivered for you? Black women.
Yeah. I said something wrong earlier this hour, which I'm very sorry about. I said that the Trump campaign had brought a lawsuit in Wisconsin to stop the vote. That is not true. They have asked for a recount in Wisconsin. They have not brought a lawsuit there. I apologize. They have brought lawsuits to stop the vote in Michigan, where they're behind. Ron Klain pointing out earlier this hour that if the Trump campaign succeeds in their effort to stop the vote in Michigan, that's fine, I guess, because then Biden will win.
Is there like a concurrent brief from the Biden campaign? They should join a brief for it.
Like, we actually believe in counting every vote, but if you guys really want to, we'll stand down. It's the same one. They've brought a lawsuit to stop the vote in Michigan, which is, in a technical term, dumb. They've brought a lawsuit just tonight to try to stop the vote in Georgia, and they have brought a lawsuit to try to stop the vote in Pennsylvania. Well, joining us now is Malcolm Kenyatta. He is a state representative in the Pennsylvania State Legislature representing City of Philadelphia. Representative Kenyatta, thank you so much for being here. I've been looking forward to talking to you all night. Thank you.
Always a pleasure, Rachel.
So we have been talking about over time, in recent weeks, including you and me talking on the air about attempts in Pennsylvania to basically monkey wrench the ballot counting process, to stall it as long as possible, to try to allow for false claims of voter fraud or things going wrong in the voting process to be used as a way to shut down the vote. It does seem like what we thought was going to happen in Pennsylvania is happening in terms of what the Trump campaign is trying to do. How do you feel things stand in your state overall right now?
So first of all, let me say this, Rachel. We cannot, in this moment, allow Donald Trump to have our joy. You know, he can't take our joy, can't steal it. We can only give it away. He's going to go down in history as one of a very small handful of incumbent presidents to lose re-election. And I think joy hit the nail on the head. And it is going to be in large part because of the conscience of America, and that is black voters. And here in Pennsylvania, what we're seeing with the delay is exactly what the Republicans, this is their fault that we're having a delay. The president is crying about a delay. He should have really just called into the Republican House caucus and told them to pass the pre-canvassing bill that we wanted to pass, which would have allowed counties to begin counting ballots earlier, and we would have had a result, if not last night, we would have had a result early this morning. And when we get that result is going to be a repudiation of Donald Trump, everything he stood for, and his failure of the last 4 years.
Representative Kenyatta, hey, it's great to talk with you. I have to say that Ms. Rachel Maddow did the bomb interview with you the day after I had you on. I was so envious. I was just hanging my head in shame that her interview was so bomb that it was amazing.
Joy.
You guys were so great together. So I'm glad to have the two of you back together again. But the other thing that you talked about with Rachel was just the legislature itself, which was the subject of a lot of fear, I think, from a lot of people who are watching Pennsylvania, that they might go to the extreme to try to place the electors for Donald Trump, to make those the electors really kind of almost no matter what. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about what they might do and what, in a partisan sense, they might do. What do you think the boundaries are now of their ability to interfere going forward, regardless of what happens with these cases?
Well, they wanted to do it. And it really was, the coverage here and other national outlets who talked about this that stopped them from doing it. They basically said as much. They were willing to move forward with throwing a monkey wrench, Joy, to use your words, into this election. And just imagine where we would be today if they were able to subpoena ballots as they wanted to, if they were able to subpoena whole polling machines as they intended to do with this election integrity committee. I think at this point, all they can do is what they're doing. I think it was Eric Trump came to Philadelphia with baseless attacks, with another maskless event, whining about the loss that his father is about to receive. And I think instead of crying and whining and complaining today, Donald Trump should have tried being a better president, but he was not. He failed at this like he's failed at everything else he's ever tried his hand at. And it's why Joe Biden has received more votes than any person to ever run for president. It's why he's going to win Pennsylvania. It's why, he's going to win states like Arizona. Because I've been seeing so much on Twitter of people depressed. Don't be depressed. No one election is going to solve all of the problems that we face. This election was about first securing our democracy, and we've done that. The second thing this election was about is opening the door to the next chapter. And then we're going to have to write that chapter together. And so what I hope folks take away from this is that they're going to have to stay engaged. The engagement that drove them to stop that election integrity committee is the same type of engagement that we're going to need to continue to have on issues from climate to gun safety to healthcare. Stay engaged, stay involved, but celebrate this moment, because Joe Biden is going to be the next president. Kamala Harris is going to be the next vice president because of the engagement that we've seen all across the country.
Wow. I think you just preached a word.
I'm telling you.
That was a word.
Don't listen. I'm telling you, every time we put him on TV, people call and are like, who is he? I know. Don't tell him. Okay. Representative Malcolm Kenyatta from the great state of Pennsylvania. We will continue to talk about you behind your back after we go to this commercial break. But know that we are so happy to have you here and to hear from you tonight. And good luck to you and your state over these next few hours as we wait to find out what happened there, sir. Thank you.
Well, I can't wait, Rachel, for you to call Pennsylvania because it's going blue.
I hear you. It won't be my call when that happens, trust me. All right, we are still watching the votes come in tonight, including coming in at pace in places like Georgia. And as we mentioned earlier in the evening, as we're coming up on the 9 o'clock hour on the East Coast, 6 o'clock on the West Coast, we are expecting a big batch of ballots out of Arizona. Arizona ballots that there's a lot of suspense about. There's no certainty in terms of which way it's going to push the ultimate tally in that state. That's all coming up and all coming in. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with Steve Kornacki after this.
$8:52 p.m. on the election day that will not end. Steve Kornacki back on station at the wall with a tightening in Georgia and a better idea, Steve, I understand, what we might be getting at the top of the hour from Arizona?
Yeah, let's take a look here. A few things we're monitoring. Again, that Donald Trump statewide lead in Georgia, under 40,000 votes right now. Looking to see, obviously, does Biden overtake Trump? Also, does this land within half a point? That could be recount territory in Georgia. Continuing to keep an eye on Pennsylvania. It's a similar story. Biden chipping away at that Trump lead. Will he chip all the way at it? Just under 200,000 is the gap there. And then in a few minutes, I think we're coming up 8:53 right now. In the next 10, 15 minutes, potentially, we're going to get a bunch of votes from Maricopa County in Arizona. And the situation here is Joe Biden has the lead. They have the votes that come in sort of by voting method and voting time. So we're getting sort of, we had the early vote, we had the vote that was cast same day. Now there's sort of a hybrid bucket that's going to be coming out. And it's a big question here. There's real suspense. Are these going to be Trump-leaning votes? If they are, then Donald Trump's going to have an opportunity to eat into that lead that Joe Biden has right here. And you look at the electoral math, Trump's got to find a way to win Arizona if he's going to hold on as president, or are these going to be more Democratic votes, in which case Biden could pull away and win the state.
Steve Kornacki, thank you. By now, all of us have heard that the Trump campaign has begun a court offensive to try to stop the votes from being counted. Lawsuits brought by the Trump campaign in Michigan and in Pennsylvania, and tonight a new one in Georgia. What you should also know, though, aside from whatever the Trump campaign is doing in the courts, is that there's another really consequential court drama that has been playing out over the last 48 hours, affecting thousands of live ballots. And it has to do with the post office. The Trump administration has been in court playing defense as a group of powerful civil rights organizations bring top-flight legal firepower to bear on their lawsuit to try to get ballots stuck in the mail service delivered so that they can be counted for this election. The fight is ongoing. It is not just some backwards-looking thing about what the Trump administration should have done before Election Day. These are ballots that could still make a difference in states like Nevada and Pennsylvania and North Carolina. If you've got ballots that were postmarked before Election Day, they can still be processed if they're received up to a certain point after Election Day itself. Those ballots are potentially in play as civil rights groups fight to free them from the Postal Service that has them stuck within it. Joining us now is Sherilyn Ifill. She's president and director counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, which is currently suing the Trump administration over these delays in the postal system. Ms. Ifill, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I bet you haven't slept. I appreciate you making the time to be here.
Not at all, but our lawyers on the front line have slept even less than I have, so I'm good.
Well, tell me about those lawyers on the front line and this lawsuit. Obviously, we all expected there to be small armies of lawyers fighting all sorts of fights in the aftermath of this election and as votes were starting to be tallied. But this is a fascinating case to me. This is the Postal Service, which has gone through such drama with the postmaster, the Trump donor who was assigned to that position by the White House, and then very quickly seemed to monkey wrench the operations of the Postal Service. Today, the judge hearing this case threatened to bring him personally into court, haul him up to explain why the Postal Service is even defying the court's orders in this case.
It's really astonishing litigation, Rachel. We filed this suit some time ago after Louis DeJoy made a number of changes to the Postal Service that made that it was clear were delaying the transfer of absentee ballots. We focused on the transportation decisions that the new Postmaster General made. We wanted to make sure that every ballot would be delivered. We hope to get every ballot delivered on time. We're still fighting to get every ballot delivered even after the process. We have been in hearings every day, and I really must credit not only the attorneys at the Legal Defense Fund and at Public Citizen and at Covington for being in the courtroom, but this judge, Judge Emmett Sullivan, has been really on top of every aspect of this case. There have been hearings Saturday, Sunday, yesterday, today, and there will be tomorrow. And as you point out, I mean, obviously it got very fractious yesterday. There was an order that was presented by the judge that required the Postal Service to do sweeps throughout the day, particularly between 12 and 3 p.m. In the evening, the Postal Service let it be known that they had not done the sweeps, that they did not feel that they had the personnel to do so. Obviously, we were very distressed about this. We sought an emergency hearing last night. The judge didn't grant it, but did have us come in this morning. And he's not happy either. He wants to know what happened. But right now, what happened today is that the judge actually issued another order requiring that there be a sweep in the Texas facilities because Texas's ballots could still be legally received today. And the Postal Service did comply with that order. We're looking now at the data that they provided about what they found. There'll be another hearing tomorrow. Judge Sullivan has made it clear he wants to know why his order was not complied with.
Yeah, defying court orders is another level in terms of lawlessness here, but a remarkable and ongoing fight and a consequential one. Sherilyn Ifill, NAACP Legal Defense Fund, thank you so much. Keep us apprised as this continues to develop.
I will. Thank you, Rachel.
All right, we're approaching the top of the 9 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. We're going to take a quick break. Again, we are expecting a lot of votes from Arizona very soon. Stay with us. It is the top of the 9 p.m. hour here on the East Coast. Thank you for being with us tonight. Our special election night, election week coverage continues now. Brian Williams, Joy Reid, Nicole Wallace, and Steve Kornacki. Our coverage, frankly, is about to heat up because we are awaiting a major vote drop out of the great state of Arizona, and we think that is expected imminently. Steve Kornacki has just started moving his body more quickly. The Arizona results are waiting on many of them from Maricopa County, could be determinative for that state. And of course, that state could be determinative for the presidency. The other developing story we're following involves an ongoing influx of votes from Georgia. When we came on the air, the Trump campaign had filed multiple lawsuits in Michigan and Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign trying to shut down the vote count in those states. Biden's senior advisor Ron Klain pointing out to us at the top of our coverage tonight that if the Trump campaign succeeded in shutting down the vote count in Michigan, that would be, in his words, dumb, since in Michigan, Biden is currently ahead of Trump, and so stopping the vote would have the effect of ensuring that President Trump loses there. We can now add Georgia to the list of states in which the Trump campaign has sued to stop the vote. Just since we've been on the air, the Trump campaign has filed that Georgia lawsuit as well. In addition, of course, the Trump campaign calling for a recount in Wisconsin. We spoke with the Wisconsin Attorney General earlier in our coverage tonight, expressing confidence that any recount in Wisconsin, certainly legally entitled to be done, but it would be something that they would expect to go quickly and without incident in Wisconsin and to not likely change votes too far in either direction. It is anybody's guess whether there will be any more Trump campaign lawsuits or calls for recounts before we go off the air. But the thing I can tell you for sure, regardless of any action in the courts, is that the vote count goes on. A lot going on. Let's go to Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, was I right in reading your body language that something is happening?
Oh, yeah. Now, we don't have it. Our system is updating it as I speak. So I am going to write these numbers in the... There it is. Okay. What you just saw was the vote total in Maricopa County, Arizona, just updated. To explain what's going on here, Maricopa County is about 2/3 of Arizona in terms of population. So this is the mother lode when you're talking about votes in Arizona. We're looking at the overall Maricopa County results right now. Biden leading Trump, and you saw the numbers just adjusted there. We have basically the third batch of votes, the third and final batch of votes that they're going to work through, okay, they're starting to report out. We call these the late early votes. They were, mail ballots, absentee ballots that came in sort of after this past weekend or were brought in on Election Day. And the suspense has been, would this be a Trump-favorable group or would it be a Biden-favorable group? And so we just got those new numbers. Of the new votes that were just reported out, Donald Trump won 43,966 of them. Joe Biden won 30,322 of them. Donald Trump is getting around 59% of these votes.
That's crazy.
Now, yeah, so that is, remember the three buckets here.
Yeah.
The first bucket was the early. Biden won it by 10. The second bucket was the same day. Trump won it by 26. The third bucket, you're looking at the start of that. Now, this is not all of it. What we just got here, again, about 75,000 votes. Remember, they said there's about 400,000 and change to come out of Maricopa County. So we got 75,000 of 400,000 plus out of Maricopa County. This pace of 59% for Trump, it might change as more ballots are added into here. So let's see. But this at least establishes, I think, up front, the possibility here that this third bucket of votes is a Trump-favorable bucket of votes, and you can see it's already brought him to 5 points behind in Maricopa County. It was 10 after the first bucket was reported. It was about 6 after the same day was cast, and now the first installment of the final batch has made it 5. And we can see what has this done to the statewide margin here in Arizona. Let's scan out there. Now it's down to 2.8%. And you see the statewide margin there, which was over 90,000, has fallen under 80,000. So there will be more to come here. This is 75,000 out of 400,000 and change. Let's see if Trump continues to win them at that rate. We knew he has to win. He has to be getting over 60, I think. This is a little rough here, but I think he's got to be over 60 with this final batch of votes when all is said and done, if he's going to overtake Biden. So to be continued. We do expect, by the way, tonight, it may be in a couple hours, we're being told, the indications are, we do expect a second batch of what I just showed you. So
the reason this is crazy is because while you were explaining this to us earlier in the hour, Steve, you were very clear on this idea that a 60% threshold is what we should think about in terms of whether or not this could potentially be good enough news for President Trump that it would put him potentially in the lead in Arizona. If he's coming in at 59%, I mean, we're talking about potentially ending up at, I mean, if things go this way, we are looking at something that looks very close to a tie.
Yeah, and I'd say it at this point, because it's 75,000 out of 400,000 and change that are going to come in. So we're not sure it's exactly going to be 59% when all is said and done.
Sure.
If it ends up at 55, I think he'll be short. If it ends up at 65, I think there's a chance he would overtake Biden there. So we haven't really established the rate. What we've established right now is the possibility. I think that, as I said, the basic, almost philosophical question here was, is this fundamentally a group of Biden voters or is this fundamentally a group of Trump voters? And you heard folks making arguments both ways about what we were going to see when we unveiled these first votes. I think we're seeing, it looks like these are going to be more Trump voters than Biden voters. And so that's why I could tell you NBC didn't call this last night, because this possibility existed.
Steve, let me also just ask you a process question. As you say, it's about 400,000 outstanding votes from Maricopa that we had as of the start of this hour. We've just received about 75,000 of the 400,000 that remain. Now, we had thought there was a chance that we'd get all 400,000 of those votes all at once. Do we know, A, is that a surprise that we only got a small chunk of them, less than a quarter of those votes? And you said we are expecting some more within the next couple of hours. What can you tell us in terms of what to expect and when?
Right. So apparently there will be a second a report of these tonight. I'm not sure exactly how many there's going to be. Again, it was about 75,000 here. Apparently there'll be a second report. Remember, in Arizona, 2018 in the Senate race, did take a couple days to get to the final result. They were in this process of sort of, we're going to report some here, we're going to report some here. This happened in 2016 as well. I think the hope this time around in Arizona was they had changed some of the processing, some of the dates, deadlines on processing, where you thought maybe they'd be able to get some of this done earlier and it wouldn't take days once you got into this cycle. But I think there is the potential. We got 75,000 here. Maybe we get, 50 later, 75 later. Maybe we pick up some more tomorrow. We might be in that situation situation right here in Arizona?
I will just tell people, for viewers watching at home, in terms of what this means for the presidency, if what Steve says is correct procedurally in terms of how these votes are going to come in, it means that we're going to get little bites of Arizona vote over time, every couple of hours, at least into tonight. And what each new bite of the Arizona vote is going to tell us is potential control of that state, which is potentially determinative in terms of the presidency. And there is legitimate suspense as to what the implication of those votes will be. If they are a mix of Biden and Trump votes at the proportions that we saw from this first group of votes from Maricopa County, it is legitimately going to be an open question as to who is going to end up on top by the time all these Maricopa votes come in. Just remarkable suspense there. Brian, back over to you.
We have Vaughn Hilliard, who gets to report on his home state. He's with us from Scottsdale. Vaughn, I know you've been following our discussion here. What blanks do you wish to fill in?
I enjoy just watching these numbers break down here in the subtraction because, like Steve, I've been filling out my math on my own papers out here in the desert, and literally the percentage number that I had that Donald Trump needed to maintain the ability to break even and match what is now a 93,000 vote lead for Joe Biden was 59.16%. And what Steve's calculations were right there was 59%. Now, with that stated, we should put into context which early ballots these are. These were early ballots that were received by Maricopa County over the weekend. So they are going to begin to process. These are Saturday, Sunday early ballots. And now we saw these numbers last week going in the advantage of Donald Trump. Now the question is, as we approach and as we get further into this batch, what do those Tuesday early ballots look like? The in-person ballots, Brian, have already been counted. And yesterday, by a 2-to-1 margin, Republican voters came out over Democrats and voted in person. Donald Trump in Maricopa County and statewide won by more than 60 percentage points over Joe Biden in-person voters. So will those Tuesday numbers, when we're getting to that back end of the batch, will they reflect that number as well? I was just on the phone with the top Biden official here this hour, and they insist that their internal data suggests otherwise, that number may be closer to 53 or 54%, because they expect that surge of Trump turnout, which I was out at the polls just over here in Scottsdale just yesterday talking to folks that didn't even vote, like a gentleman named Rick. He said he didn't vote in 2016. He thought Arizona was in the bag, but he came out and voted for Donald Trump there at the last minute. But that Biden official telling me that they believed that there is a good swath of Democratic voters who traditionally get their early mail-in ballot in the mail, and because Democrats urged voters not to send it into the mailbox, they encouraged them to walk it in. And that is what they are hoping is reflected in these Monday and Tuesday totals. They hope that 59% doesn't hold when we're talking about this later end of the batch, and that number is closer to 53 or 54%. If that is the case, then Joe Biden holds on. But if Donald Trump remains at that 59% margin there, we're going to have some fun ahead here, Brian.
Crazy that we're talking about motivation, voter moods, how much of the media message not to use the U.S. Postal Service got through to people, how crazy it is that our Postal Service was weaponized against mail carrying during a pandemic, during an election season. Vaughn Hilliard, Scottsdale, Arizona. Rachel, back over to you.
We're going to bring into the conversation now Ari Melber, MSNBC chief legal correspondent, the host, of course, of The Beat with Ari Melber. Ari, thank you for joining us tonight. We are talking about the vote coming in and the process by which the vote will come in, the timing, the balance of votes that's coming in, and it's sort of feels like it's getting increasingly dramatic over the course of the night. That race in Arizona, obviously, is still too close to call. Right now, you can see the difference between the two candidates and how tight it is. If the Trump campaign, Ari, decides that they want to sue Arizona to stop the vote count there. If they take the lead, or even if they don't, and they decide to sue to try to stop the count the way they have done so already in Michigan and in Pennsylvania and Georgia. There was an interesting statement today by the Arizona Secretary of State, Democrat Katie Hobbs, who said that President Trump and his campaign actually don't have a legal pathway to stop the count in Arizona. Do you think that she is right in saying so?
I think that sounds right, and it's a great question, Rachel, because as you've been reporting, the Trump campaign is now moving, before we have final results or anyone putatively at 270, to try to sue everywhere. Candidates who are winning don't sue to change the results. Candidates who think they're losing sue. That's why we have this Michigan case, as you mentioned, and these other cases. The extra thing that I think is worth reinforcing that you mentioned is you have the Trump campaign illogically trying to sue to stop voting in a place where they're down. Now, everyone remembers in Florida 2000, Bush was up, so they sued to stop counting, in that case recounting, to hold their lead. I can't underscore enough the complete illogic and perhaps confusion of the Trump legal strategy tonight at this important moment and inflection point that they're suing in places where they would hurt themselves. The legal terminology for this, if they actually prevailed in Michigan, would be, congratulations, you played yourself. And we spoke just hours ago to the top elections official in Michigan, Secretary of State Benson, who said, to be clear, this suit has not changed a single vote there. In Arizona, I don't think they have a hook to change it. And in some of these other states, Rachel, what the Trump campaign has invoked is basically rules about oversight, like the people who might watch the votes or issue a challenge. But that doesn't get you into most courts or to the Supreme Court alone. For that, you need something like these mail ballot issues we've seen.
So on that point, Joy and I were talking about this on set earlier, just a few moments ago. Joy and I were talking about the observers issue and whether or not that is a smart grounds or a legally sound grounds on which to pursue these cases. The Trump campaign has announced these lawsuits in Pennsylvania and Michigan trying to stop the vote count, but they've got specifically these claims about whether or not their observers are being allowed to see what they think they ought to be able to see. We also saw that sort of scary footage today from Michigan with Trump supporters who were self-proclaimed poll observers trying to storm the vote counting site in Detroit, saying, let us in and stop the count. Ari, for non-lawyers among us, can you explain why this observers issue is the hook that they're choosing for some of these cases?
They choose the observer's hook out of a position of weakness. As you and Joy know, all that goes to is process, like who is allowed in to look at ballots or oversee. We've got the footage up right now. This is what continuing counting looks like, and different states have different ways that people are allowed to observe that for transparency. But that doesn't typically change the count. So I would say that's a weak way in. It certainly isn't something that we would expect to change the results, unlike, say, a recount or something that changes a batch of votes. Where they have a stronger hook is in states like Pennsylvania, where everyone should remember it was as recently as just last Wednesday that the Supreme Court said they agreed with, they were inclined towards some of the Republican criticisms of counting mail ballots that would arrive today through Friday in Pennsylvania. And so we're looking at this margin right here. Democrats expect, and Joe Biden said today, they think they have a lot more votes coming in. I can tell you that if you did have a very narrow margin in PA, and it was the one state that made up either candidate's 270, an approach that said, hey, you want to segment or count differently or not count later mail ballots, that could get you back to the Supreme Court. And so, again, for anyone, I'm not talking about whether we like a given candidate or not. We know the observer ploy is weak because it hasn't changed anything in any state recently. So it's just not working. We know the mail ballot issue is a stronger legal claim, even if controversial, because the court has heard it twice in the last month.
Ari Melber, MSNBC chief legal correspondent, making it super clear. Thank you, Ari.
Thanks,
very
Rachel.
helpful. All right. We are going to take a quick break here, but keep in mind, we've just received another 75,000 votes from Arizona, making, I won't say more clear, but at least more full, the portrait of what's going on in that state. We're also watching vote roll in Georgia. Multiple states still yet to be decided. The fate of the presidency hangs in the balance. Our ongoing coverage continues. Stay with us. We're so happy to have you with us tonight as our election coverage continues. We are watching the effect, watching the impact of new numbers as they arrive in from a number of states in which the voting is still underway. Within the last hour, within the last 25 minutes, we received about 75,000 new votes. The report on the tally of about 75,000 new votes in Arizona. And we are expecting over the course of tonight and into the wee hours to be getting more vote out of Arizona. Right now, Joe Biden appears to be in the lead in Arizona, but these new ballots would seem to indicate that President Trump may be closing in on Biden here. For more, let's go to Steve Kornacki at the board.
Yeah, take a look, Rachel. The statewide lead for Biden, you mentioned there, under 80,000 votes. Before this last batch came in, Biden was sitting on a 93,000 vote cushion. So this first batch we got from Maricopa County, the big one there in Arizona, brings the Biden lead from 93,000 down under 80,000 with more to come. The indications are that we will get one more report of a big bunch of votes from Maricopa County tonight, but probably about 12:30 a.m., 1 a.m. Eastern time. So it might be a little while, but what you just saw a few minutes ago, we're going to get another one of those, I think, in a couple of hours. So, again, the implications are here. You heard Vaughn Hilliard go through the math, too. You know, if Trump is able to get 59, 60% of the rest that comes in Maricopa and around the state, he has an opportunity to erase that Biden lead and to get a win potentially in Arizona. So let's just take a look for a second at the Electoral College implications if Donald Trump were to actually win Arizona at this point, just to take you through what it would mean and what's at stake here for Trump. So if Trump were to get Arizona, again, he's behind right now, but if he were to pull it off, okay, that would move him to 225. What would the path to 270 be for him? He would need to get Alaska. That one is a state where he's leading in the vote so far, but it's not yet called. But he would need Alaska and those electoral votes. You have Nevada reporting, we think, tomorrow. Trump is behind there. The ballots that are due to report are not expected to be favorable to Trump. We're not going to touch that one for now. Let's say that's not part of his path. That means he would absolutely need Georgia, where we showed you he is trying to hang on up by less than 40,000 votes right now with a lot of Democratic votes coming in. He would have to hang on in Georgia. That would put him to 244. He also has the lead of about 75,000 votes in North Carolina. He'd have to hang on there. The outstanding issue there may be some ballots in the mail in North Carolina that were sent before Election Day that are just arriving today, tomorrow. Those will count. As long as there's not enough there for Democrats to overtake Trump, he could get North Carolina. That would put him at 259, and I think you can see there's one shot left there. If not Nevada, even if he got Nevada, by the way, in this scenario, it's only 265. So the one Trump would need then, on top of Arizona, Alaska, Georgia, North Carolina, he would absolutely need to get Florida. Pennsylvania. I'm so used to elections coming down to Florida. What is wrong with me? He would need to get Pennsylvania, and that would put him over to 270. That's the path he needs to take.
Without Georgia, if Biden is able to hold on in Georgia, is there a path for Trump that includes Arizona and Pennsylvania?
Oh, boy, look what you just did. If Georgia comes off the board and goes to Joe Biden and Nevada goes to Donald Trump, we're in a 269 tie. That's what would happen
I'm sorry I said no. I was not trying to run you into that wall. I'm very sorry.
Stop breaking Steve.
I think I just aged 20 years. I'm sorry. I take it all back. Thank you, Steve.
Yep. And that's when Steve Kornacki went into power save mode. With that in mind, let's bring in our friend Nicole Wallace. Nicole, we miss you around here, but we applaud parenting. So you've got that going for you. First of all, where are your head and psyche as we talk about these outstanding states? And second of all, when do you want to have the discussion about how the Democrats might have gotten their audience wrong in a slew of races around the country?
And the second one feels a little, I think we wait for the shank of the night for those conversations.
All right.
Let me tell you what I'm hearing from three orbits about Arizona. First of all, from the Biden world, they are feeling good about Arizona. Two news organizations have already called Arizona for Joe Biden. Doesn't mean they're right, but it makes you feel good on a campaign. Trump world has been flashing yellow about Arizona since Bill Stepien took over from the other guy. The diagnosis from the new political regime in Trump world was that there were three things working against Donald Trump in Arizona. One was demographic changes. The other was a 5-year-long war against John McCain, who was very popular in Arizona. And the third was the impact of the Trump really hardline Arpaio immigration policy in a state that was trending in a different direction and sort of started as a John McCain Republican state. The third orbit that I've heard from tonight is McCain's former Senate staff World, and they said to watch the independent vote and the way that comes in, and that it's got a vibrant, obviously, Republican Party. There's a Democratic vote, and then there's a lot of independent vote there that they think should come in for Joe Biden. So as we watch Arizona, that's sort of the view from all three camps. I'll add this about the recounts. I just hung up with a Trump advisor who says that these legal efforts do not really have the imprimatur of the late Warren Christopher and the James Baker sort of statesman arriving on the ground in Florida the morning after the election there, that these do not seem like the kinds of legal fights that are attracting talent beyond people with the last name Trump and one Rudy Giuliani who showed up in the state of Pennsylvania. So just a little bit of evidence about the view, even from inside Trump's side, about the caliber of legal talent and legal arguments being made in lawsuits that were described to me as very much driven by the client himself without a lot of basis in any sort of consistent legal philosophy or argument at this point.
Nicole, can I jump in with you on that point? The legal firepower issue, it's usually considered to be a real prestige thing for a lawyer, particularly an ambitious lawyer who's interested in politics and stuff, to be involved in any sort of recount fight and any sort of presidential campaign fight. I asked a lawyer associated with us here at MSNBC today, not an on-air person, but somebody who works off-air, to have a look at the complaint that the Trump campaign filed in Michigan to try to stop the vote in Michigan. And that lawyer described it as something that looked like it was written by an elementary school student and something that did not actually have any of the predicates of a basic legal document, including the who, what, where, why, when of what they were alleging was the reason that the court should step in and do something. I feel like that's an interesting thing to know in terms of what the campaigns are bringing to this. But it also makes me wonder if Republicans are so confident now that there are so many conservative judges now, that they have done such a good job in the federal courts stacking it with ideological, very right-wing, in some cases very young, partisan-minded federal judges, that they've got a path, even if what they're filing is just trash.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, and I think this sort of post-election activity may answer the question of whether those courts are so contaminated by what Trump has said out loud he wants them to do. Trump said last night he's waiting to get this to the United States Supreme Court. No matter what they do, I think they are forever tainted by the notion that Donald Trump, who picked three of them, believes that they are sitting there waiting until one of these ludicrous, as you said, juvenile lawsuits makes its way to them. Whether they act on that or not doesn't matter. That is how Donald Trump described them, not just to his supporters, but to the world. That is how he sees the United States Supreme Court. But I think the fact remains that not even folks on the Trump side can articulate a legal theory or a legal thesis behind any of them. And as we've said since last night, what Trump wants to happen in Arizona is for voting to keep going. What he wants to happen in Michigan and Wisconsin is for voting to stop. What he wants to happen in Pennsylvania isn't even clear. So there isn't a legal argument. There isn't a legal through line. So even if you were sort of at the ready for Trump, a willing appointee waiting to do his political bidding, which I think is a reach even for the kinds of folks that he's put on the court, it's not clear what the philosophical legal case it is that's being made in the courts.
Nicole, thank you. Let us know what more you find out as we bring in our next guest, and that is Minnesota Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar. We're also joined by our colleague Lawrence O'Donnell, who is here to help with the questioning. Senator, thank you for coming on. And first off, your reaction to this unfolding drama in the state of Arizona.
Well, I was so glad that Nicole kind of pulled you guys back off the ledge there. And I thought she did a great job of it because, number one, you have to remember we don't know where the rest of these votes are, but we do know that something big is happening in Arizona. And you've got the fact that not just John McCain, the president going after him, viciously favorite son of Arizona, but Cindy, having done virtual events with her for Joe Biden, was incredible over the last few months, and such a strong person in her own right. Jeff Flake coming out. You've got a strong Senate candidate in Mark Kelly, who's doing so well for the Democrats. Sinema already winning in the last election. You've got a changing situation in Arizona. So I am still bullish on Arizona. I also want to add Pennsylvania. I know you've talked about that, but there are so many votes still out in the suburbs and that area. And my whole Midwest blue wall theory here of the case, which I made from the very beginning of my own presidential run and Joe Biden made from the beginning as well, is really coming true. And then we've got this amazing numbers coming out of Georgia and closing. So I just want everyone to continue to be calm and patient as we go into tomorrow, because Joe Biden has every reason to believe that he's going to win this. And I've so appreciated his calmness and the fact that he said, let every vote be counted. Let's get a result. And what a contrast to Donald Trump.
Senator Klobuchar, it's Lawrence O'Donnell. You joined us on this network to discuss the report that you and your Senate colleagues put out about a week before the election, describing what you expected the vote counting process to be around the country, especially in the battleground states. In the report, you said, we may not know the winner on election night. That's okay. Is the process you've been watching so far okay?
Yes, and I think one of the things I like the discussion about the lawsuits and the fact that the Trump lawsuits to me have no merit. They're basically, he won by around the same number back in 2016 in Wisconsin. Did he not want those votes counted? And you have him stopping it in some places, starting it in others. And we predicted this because we know, especially Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, did not start counting until Election Day. So this was expected, and we have to remember that as we look at all these numbers and what's happening across the country.
Joe Biden is winning Minnesota by a bigger margin than Hillary Clinton won Minnesota. Was the effort different this time? What did the Democrats do this time that was different from 4 years ago in Minnesota and the neighboring states?
We did a huge effort, of course, on voter turnout, as so many other states. We kind of took it on ourselves, some of it, because we weren't as big a focus as some of the other Midwestern states. And then we also just kept our suburban turnout really strong. We had, in 2018, gotten two brand new Congress members there. Angie Craig, who is winning in her race, a tough one, but she is soundly ahead in my mind, and then Dean Phillips, and they helped a lot. So we made it a real effort, and Tina Smith declared the victor in Minnesota. But again, the Midwest, I believe from the beginning that Joe Biden couldn't win this without winning those blue wall states in the middle of the country, and he's done it. He made it a priority, and I'm feeling really good about that right now.
Proud Midwesterner, Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar, the great state of Minnesota. Thank you. Thank you to Lawrence O'Donnell for coming on. Another break for us. When we come back with votes rolling in, as the senator mentioned, in Arizona, in Pennsylvania, among our guests, the Attorney General of Pennsylvania. But that's the big one in the Southwest we're looking at. Too early to call in Arizona. Too close to call in Georgia. Less than a half dozen states are sooner or later going to decide this thing. You see Mr. Kornacki at his board. We'll leave him be for now as he counts the votes coming in, but genuine drama in the American Southwest now, as Arizona numbers are what we're taking apart. And to help us do that, Bram Resnick is with us, anchor and political reporter out at our NBC station in Phoenix. Bram, what do you know locally that could benefit our coverage, and what aren't we concentrating on, perhaps, that we should know about?
I think you're hitting a lot of the right notes, especially Steve's coverage of the vote. We just got about 80,000 ballots dropped, and 10,000 ballots. Donald Trump gained 10,000 on Joe Biden. It's like, in one of those movies where you turn around, maybe it's Butch and Sundance, you look around and it's like, who are those guys? Because if you're a Democrat, they are gaining on you, and it's relentless. Now, what's most interesting is it's happening in particular down the ballot. Last night was really the blue mirage. You saw a lot of Democrats taking leads in Republican-held areas and traditionally Republican offices. 4-point leads, 52-48. You saw this over and over. And tonight, when we showed the latest ballot drop, that was reversed in many cases. And so down ballot, Democrats are losing races that last night they thought might be winnable. And that's a big story here because, things like the legislature, our state regulators, they affect a lot of people in a pocketbook kind of way. And I think that might be one thing that's getting missed in all this.
No, you're right. And that's an important plot line. And I keep thinking there will be time as soon as we get this done and dusted. What further hints can you give on behalf of anxious viewers who are following this drama about the vote that may remain?
That's the interesting thing. I get asked about the calls that have been made about the race, and having been through 8 cycles here, we've all acknowledged this is like no cycle we've seen. In particular, because the vote's been reversed, Democrats voting earlier, Republicans voting later. But there's one thing we all know: there are going to be hundreds of thousands of ballots left at the end. Could be 500,000, could be 600, could be 700. We've seen that many before. In this case, it is so hard to parse where those ballots are, who those voters are. Tonight it became clear this was a largely Republican vote. But as I look at the counties where the ballots are left, there's a pretty strong Republican county, there's a pretty strong Democratic county. Does it mean all the votes are going to be Republican or Democratic? We don't know. It's really kind of a crapshoot. And you take it a day at a time. And in a lot of ways, it's kind of mimicking the U.S. Senate race of 2018, both in style and substance. Kyrsten Sinema, Democrat, was behind Martha McSally and just kept gaining on her until the Sunday after the election, where she declared victory. Don't know how this is going to play out, but that's possible. And I'd add one more thing that we're seeing that's very similar. There's a lot of kind of performance art in 2018. Trump supporters putting on protests. We have a couple things right now. We have this Sharpie gate going on here. And our first lawsuit connected to the presidential race was filed today over the use of a Sharpie in a polling place that Republicans say discriminates against them because they're only in Republican districts, which is none of that is true. There's that. And then over the next few days, today there's a protest at the Capitol. And then on Friday, we have a protest outside our election headquarters in Maricopa County. Charlie Kirk will be leading his crew there. And that should be something, protect our vote.
Never a dull moment in the American Southwest. Thank you so much. As we're trying to be transparent, as we keep mentioning, 2 news organizations have called the race. We are not among them. We're going to ride it out along with our friend Bram Resnick out at KPNX in Phoenix, our NBC station. Rachel, over to you.
Since we have been on the air tonight, the New York Times has broken some news about the Justice Department. One of the things that has, I think, percolated in terms of people's worries about the election since the president falsely declared victory, and today said he hereby claimed to have won various states in which he had not been declared the winner, in which the count was actively still proceeding. The question that seriously percolates alongside assertions like that from an incumbent president is whether he will apply some of the power of the federal government to try to effectuate those things. It won't just be him hereby proclaiming things into the ether. He will actually try to use the power of the United States government in order to make those things true. Well, at the New York Times tonight, here's the headline. Armed agents are allowed in ballot counting venues, Justice Department tells prosecutors. Here's the lead. The Justice Department told federal prosecutors in an email early Wednesday morning that the law allowed them to send armed federal officers to ballot counting locations around the country to investigate potential voter fraud. Now, of course, federal law prohibits the stationing, excuse me, of armed federal officers at the polls on Election Day. But this top Justice Department officials told prosecutors in a 1:30 a.m. email this morning that the department interpreted that federal statute to mean that they could send armed federal officers to polling stations and locations where ballots were being counted anytime after Election Day. Quote, the statute doesn't prevent armed federal law enforcement persons from responding to, investigate, or prevent federal crimes at closed polling places or other locations where votes were being counted. Again, this sent out last night by a Justice Department official. This was sent out by the Justice Department to prosecutors around the country about a half an hour before President Trump himself emerged in the East Room and made those false claims in which he claimed that he had already won the election and he wanted all the vote counting stopped. It's one thing for the president to say that and to elicit laughter and derision around the country. It's another thing for him to say, and by the way, we want armed federal officials to be allowed into vote counting places to investigate voter fraud where we say that it's happening. It's an unnerving possibility. It's a grave departure from Justice Department practice and what would appear to be federal law, but it's also the new reality of the Justice Department under the Trump administration. And it has to loom large in a state like Pennsylvania, where the president is not only claiming victory, but where he's actively pursuing a legal challenge to try to stop the count in Pennsylvania as Joe Biden steadily cuts into his lead while new votes come in. Well, now we're going to talk with the person who you most want to hear from in this circumstance. He is the Attorney General of the great state of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. Mr. Attorney General, thank you so much for being here tonight. I appreciate you making the time.
Good to be with you, Rachel.
I say that this story about the Justice Department seeming to okay the use of armed federal officers in places where votes are being counted, I say it has to loom large in Pennsylvania simply because of the way the president has talked about the vote in Pennsylvania and the count in Pennsylvania as being something that he wants stopped and something that he sees as illegal or somehow wrong. How is this resonating with you?
You know, Rachel, you and I spoke Monday night. And I said to you that we were preparing for months to ensure that we would protect, secure, and count every vote here in Pennsylvania. That's exactly what we've done. And as it relates to this DOJ guidance, we're aware of it. It's yet another one of the issues that we plan for. And I want to assure you and all your viewers that nothing is going to stop the counting of these legal ballots here in Pennsylvania.
Can you walk us through what happens if federal armed officers from the, U.S. Marshal Service or the Federal Bureau of Prisons response team or one of these other groups of federal officers who they have deployed for other purposes during the Trump administration, if armed federal officers turn up in Allegheny County and knock on the door and say, we want in, we are here to seize the ballots, or we are here to interfere, stop this process on orders from the Attorney General, what happens?
Well, what happens is what has been happening since the polls closed, which is a strict adherence to state law. And that adherence to state law when it comes to elections requires us to secure and protect these ballots and make sure they're counted. And that's exactly what's been going on in Pennsylvania. I recognize that for some it's going slow. My kids woke me up this morning. They wanted to know the answers right away. And I get it's taken a while. But that's because we want to get an accurate count. And that's because we want to make sure that justice is done and that the will of the people is heard and protected. And that's what's going to happen here in Pennsylvania.
In terms of the lawsuits that have been brought already by the Trump campaign, I may be wrong on this, and forgive me if I am, but as far as I understand it, I think there are two different legal challenges, sort of two different types in Pennsylvania. If that's true, can you disambiguate those for a little bit and tell us what those two lawsuits are about?
Yeah, and it's a bit of a mishmash, but let me kind of try and break it down for you. So first off, they seem to indicate that they wanted to be able to intervene in the United States Supreme Court to essentially oppose the counting of ballots that were postmarked by Election Day and received up until Friday at 5 p.m. These are legal votes, according to our state laws interpreted by our state's highest court, the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania. Now, we don't even know if the United States Supreme Court is going to take that up. That's sort of issue number one, or lawsuit number one. The other legal issue stems from a suit they already lost in Philadelphia, where they're raising some other issue now that they want to take up to Commonwealth Court. And, you know, the final one seems to be similar to suits that they are looking to file in other parts of the country. We're aware of that. It was filed tonight. It is really a new suit in the line of many that have been dismissed outright and found to have absolutely no merit. And I just want to assure you, Rachel, these ballots here in Pennsylvania are going to continue to be counted. They're going to continue to be counted in accordance with state law. And, you know, I had to laugh. Your colleague, Nicole Wallace, sort of made a comment about the president's legal team. And, you know, I smiled because the reality is they brought a lot of suits here in Pennsylvania to try and limit the vote and now seemingly to try and stop the counting. Every single time they brought a lawsuit, we've won. And if they want to bring another one, we'll win again to protect the good people of Pennsylvania. And, you know, maybe they need to stop listening to Rudy Giuliani so much. I think that may be one of their problems.
Pennsylvania's Attorney General Josh Shapiro. Mr. Shapiro, I know this is a tense time and an exciting one. Thanks for helping us understand it. I really appreciate it.
Good to be with you, Rachel. Thank you.
Back to you, Brian.
Indeed, this is all a balance of walking and chewing gum, and we have an ongoing drama in Georgia as well. We want to go back to correspondent Blaine Alexander. Behind her, as we saw earlier, the people doing the thankless and exhausting work of opening all these ballots, flattening them out, scanning them. Blaine, how is the count going in Fulton County especially?
You know, Brian, the good news is that the numbers here are going in the right direction. Just about 5 minutes ago, I got another update from officials here in the county, and they tell me they're now down to 24,000 ballots that are still left to be counted. That's down from 28,000 the last time I talked to you. So if that gives you any sense, the people behind me are working at a pretty fast clip to get all of these absentee ballots scanned and processed. Now, when I spoke with the Elections Board chair about 30 minutes ago or so, he tells me that they could likely be here until about 3 o'clock in the morning getting all of this done. But when I asked him, realistically, do they plan to get it all completed tonight? He told me absolutely. But keep in mind, Brian, this is just one county in the state of Georgia. You know, we've got the latest numbers from the Secretary of State, and statewide, we're looking at about 107,000 ballots that are still outstanding, that still need to be processed. So even though Fulton County is going to have theirs done tonight, that doesn't mean that's the case for neighboring counties. They could be looking at another day, in some cases possibly a day or more. So, you know, that's why we say all of this just continues to be a moving target, and I really can't underscore that enough. You know, the latest timing that the Secretary of State is giving us now is possibly sometime tomorrow, but I have to remind you that on election night, he told me that he was looking at having the results by the end of election night, and then it became noon today, and then the end of the day. So again, this target keeps moving. It comes down to what the count looks like in the counties when they're completed, and then just to put a finer point on all of this, the numbers absolutely make a difference, because while there are about 107,000 outstanding ballots, the difference right now here in the state of Georgia between President Trump and former Vice President Biden is only about 39,000 votes. So it just shows you just how thin things are, a number of ballots still to come inside, and a lot to watch here in Georgia, guys.
Blaine, thank you for that. And to Blaine's point, they are plowing through the work. There's a lot of work, but they've counted, what, 4,000 ballots since the last time we checked in with Blaine Alexander. We're still getting vote in from Arizona. We are still awaiting results from Nevada. Again, a handful of states that, when we're done with this, will tell us which of these two men reaches 270. A break for us. Live coverage continues at the top of the hour. And so we begin another hour of live coverage, and so we are 28 hours into our coverage of election night. The prize is 270. You see both men there. We have some tightening races. We have at least one news organization that has this race at 264 for Biden. We have two news organizations that have called Arizona for Biden. We have done neither of those. We're at 253 for Joe Biden. But again, we have some narrowing races. The states that are going to decide this thing are Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. Arizona has rightfully taken up a lot of our time and attention in our coverage tonight, but we also have this race in Georgia. We just got a live report from Blaine Alexander on the increasing pace of the count there. This is painstaking work. In some places, we have live cameras where we can see the election workers going through bins and bins. There's the Nevada totals right now. They are taking bins of ballots that have been folded, in some cases folded for weeks, straightening them out, recording the votes, tallying them up, in some cases scanning them. But this is important. This is transparent. This is live closed-circuit television of a sorting facility in Nevada, so everyone can see what's going on. No hijinks, no shenanigans, no monkey business. That's the way we like it when the prize is at stake. Steve Kornacki at the board, going over all of the numbers, including numbers that have been incoming just tonight in the time that we've been on the air. Steve?
Yeah, Brian, that's right. The most dramatic we saw tonight was in Arizona a short while ago. Joe Biden's lead here over Donald Trump statewide, now just under 80,000, came down about 13,000 votes here. Why was that? Because we got a big batch of votes from Maricopa County. That's the biggest county there is by far in Arizona. And what we're seeing again was we were trying to figure out this final group of votes that were going to come in Maricopa and in other counties around the state. Was this likely to be a Republican-friendly group? Was this likely to be a Democratic-friendly group? In other words, was this likely to be a group of ballots that Trump could use to take a shot at catching Biden statewide? And the votes that we saw here come in, Donald Trump was getting 59% of them. And so it has set up a situation where there's going to be a lot more to come from Maricopa County. We think in a couple of hours we're going to get another installment of these same votes. And given what we saw, Donald Trump getting 59% of them a short while ago, it does look like it's a Republican-friendly group. Will it be friendly enough to Donald Trump that he can that he can overtake Biden statewide and win Arizona? It's still a tall order for him, but it's an absolute must-win state for Trump just in terms of if he's going to have any shot at 270 here. So we're eyeing that. We're also eyeing Georgia, as you mentioned, and there it is. That statewide lead for Trump has fallen again. I think we checked in a short while ago, and it was just under 40,000. Now it's approaching 30,000. Again, you were talking about Fulton County. It was Fulton County. We just had a group of about 7,000 votes come in Fulton County in the last minute or two. 5,500 of them went for Joe Biden. This is what we've been seeing all day, all night in places like Fulton County around Georgia. Mail-in votes, absentee votes. Biden is running up enormous numbers. A lot of the votes being counted right now, a lot of the late arriving votes are from Democratic areas, too. So this is a question. If Arizona's about can Trump catch Biden, Georgia is about can Biden catch Trump. And let's just check in on one other state that's been reporting some votes tonight, and let's see if they've reported any others. A few more. And in Pennsylvania, again, Biden trying to catch Trump. What's being tabulated are mail-in votes. Biden is winning the mail vote overwhelmingly in Pennsylvania, as we expected. Trump's lead sits at 186,000, and there is still a lot to come in Pennsylvania.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very, very much. It's nerve-wracking, to say the least. One of the states that we haven't been talking about as much tonight is Nevada, because we haven't been getting vote tonight from Nevada, and that itself is a bit of a story. Let's check in with MSNBC's Jacob Soboroff, who's at the Clark County Election Center in North Las Vegas. Jacob, thank you for being with us tonight. We have gone through some ups and downs today in terms of whether or not we were expecting to have a bunch of Nevada news over the course of the day. It seems like we're now not expecting to hear much until tomorrow.
I think that that's right, Rachel, and I think that the reason that that's the case is that they're not in any great rush in this state. The 16th of November is the date that the election must be certified here, and while there is only an 8,000 vote margin between Joe Biden and President Trump in this state, and while the 6 electoral votes that will ultimately come from the state will most likely be decided in this building behind me, the Clark County Election Center, they are being very deliberate and very slow with the way that they count the votes here. They count about 70,000 votes a day inside this facility, and there may very well be hundreds of thousands of votes outstanding here in the Las Vegas area. I was watching the video from Washoe County, where in the northwestern part of this state, Reno is. They've got that live closed-circuit feed. A couple of minutes ago, I got a tour of this facility, which is, for all intents and purposes, closed down for the night. The ballot tabulation machines are draped with what look like those kind of barbecue covers you throw over your barbecue in your backyard. The workers have gone home for the evening. The local registrar is going to come back tomorrow for a briefing at 10 a.m. So while I do think those 6 electoral votes here will be extraordinarily consequential, at least potentially, we may not know not only by the 16th, but the dates, if I could work backwards from the 16th. On the 12th is when signatures have to be challenged by. The 10th is the final day that mail-in ballots that were postmarked and either dropped off in a drop box or put into the post itself have to be counted here. So we've got many nights to go here before we could have an answer from Nevada. That's not to say we won't have one before then, but they are in no great hurry. They want to be very deliberate about what's going on here.
Well, Jacob, this is a little bit of a rude question, I guess, but in Clark County, especially as you described very vividly, the contrast between the worker bees we're seeing right now up in Reno and Washoe County compared to Clark County, where we put the grill covers over all the machines and everybody's gone home. It's one thing to be deliberate and slow and steady wins the pace, and you don't want to be rushed and you want to get it all right. But is there any reason to worry about the operations in Clark County as to whether or not it's well run, whether or not they're on pace to get it done? Are they being slow? Are they being slow but responsible, or is there reason to be concerned?
I mean, look, I can see why there would be a reason to work overnight. This is a presidential election. We are selecting, and the ballots that come out of here will ultimately determine the leader of the free world. But they have a very well-staffed operation here. This department, the elections department, normally has about 30 people on staff, and they expand it to several hundred each and every election season. Yes, the voter turnout is up. Yes, there were legal challenges by primarily the Trump campaign ahead of this election about the scale of that mail-in voting and also the ways that they are observing and counting of the ballots. But the reality is those were thrown out. And so the machinery of democracy, as it were, is working exactly as intended, if not as speedy as maybe all of us would like.
MSNBC's Jacob Soboroff in North Las Vegas. Jacob, thank you very much. For more on Nevada, and a man I have no qualms asking rude questions of at all, let's turn to the dean of Nevada's political press corps, the editor of the Nevada Independent, the very resilient, always salty, John Ralston. John, thanks for being with us tonight.
Hi, Rachel.
So Jacob is saying that they're going slow in Clark County. He says that what he's seeing is nothing necessarily to worry about, but they don't seem in any hurry. They don't feel like being pushed to go faster. And if the rest of us are waiting to find out who's president, they're still going to sleep in. Does that comport with your understanding of things?
Well, that's a very rude question, but I'm going to answer it. Listen, I think they were exhausted yesterday. Remember, this is a different process for people in Nevada and for these folks counting ballots. There have never been this many mail ballots in the past. Usually there are only a few thousand. There are hundreds of thousands of them this time. They do want to do it right. Listen, it's frustrating for everybody. It's frustrating for me. We thought we were going to see some ballots counted today. But I can tell you that the people who are running this election down here, and Joe Gloria, the registrar of voters, they are very, very smart, hardworking, industrious, honest ethical people. And so I have full faith in what's going to happen, but I'm as impatient as you are, Rachel.
Was it the registrar himself who was giving the press conference today when he was interrupted with a guy in a barbecue and beer T-shirt screaming about the Biden crime family?
That was the registrar of voters, Joe Gloria, when the guy with the barbecue and beers T-shirt jumped in and then said, I think it was not just the Biden crime family. I think it was us too, Rachel. I think it was the media. We were conspiring. That was actually, to me, I mean, we're laughing about it now, but it was a scary moment. What I was wondering, I actually asked this question, Rachel, where was the security? You guys go out into a press conference. You're talking about everyone being on edge anyhow, because as Jacob said, we're choosing the president, the leader of the free world. And you have this guy go out there and there's no protection for him in an open area like that. I actually emailed someone I know at the county and said, what do you guys think? And get him some protection. Because, Joe seemed unflappable, by the way. He just kept going with his press conference. But that's the world we live in now, Rachel, and it's a pretty scary world right now.
Hey, John, let's talk about the Culinary Workers Union, the men and women who make Las Vegas go, because they have been scattered to the winds because of COVID, because of so many establishments on the Strip being closed down. Has it been harder? This is to take editorial license, but I don't think you'd disagree. This is the lever that Harry Reid and others used to just pull this time of year. Has that vote, I know it's been less of a discernible block, has it been any less dependable with folks not having necessarily polling places right there at work?
Yeah, it's a great question, Brian. And you mentioned the right name in Harry Reid. Harry Reid first really tapped in to the Culinary Union way back when he ran for re-election in 2010, and no one thought that he was going to win. But the Culinary Union, and more importantly, what the Culinary Union represents, not just workers, but the Hispanic bloc of voters in Las Vegas. At least half of that union is Hispanic. And so the Culinary Union and the rest of the Democratic Reid machine, as it is often called here, essentially was sidelined for 6 months during the pandemic. The Culinary finally got back out into the field and said they were devoting more resources than they ever have to the election. I take them at their word. Now, early voting, which is usually very robust for the Democrats in Clark County, they usually bank a lot of votes, was not that great. The Republicans actually won, but they made up for it by running a mail program, and the mail has been more than half of the vote, hundreds of thousands of votes, and the Culinary feels pretty comfortable about where they are. And that is why, Brian and Rachel, the Democrats here feel fairly confident when those mail ballots are counted. Hopefully tomorrow, let's cross our fingers or pray or throw or get our rabbit's feet, whatever you prefer. They're gonna pop tomorrow morning. The Democrats are pretty confident, and the Republicans who know what's going on are very pessimistic about what those numbers are going to show.
Tantalizing view from John Ralston, editor of the Nevada Independent. John, always a pleasure. Thank you very much. North we go to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and correspondent Cal Perry. Cal, what do you got?
Brian, we're keeping our eyes on this potential or guaranteed recount now that the Trump administration has said they will carry out. Keep in mind the margin of victory here, only 20,000 votes by Joe Biden. The Democratic Party saying they did a great job here. They were going after those votes that they felt like they didn't get 4 years ago with Hillary Clinton. So once the vote here is certified in the state of Wisconsin, which will happen before November 17th, at that point, the Trump campaign can officially trigger this recount. All 72 counties will then go into a recount. That should take less than 13 days. That should be an open process, though. Let's keep in mind this is all being laid out for you in times that would be normal. These are not normal times in Wisconsin. We have seen the daily coronavirus cases here in the last 8 weeks rise by 500%. I think that's partly why we saw this great transparency by the county here in Milwaukee, where they live streamed all the vote counting. It'll be interesting to see with the coronavirus and how hard this state has been hit, how they handle this recount, what kind of access they give, and how much of it we can watch online, Brian.
All right, Cal Perry in Milwaukee, thanks.
As to the point, to Cal's point there, with those incredible spikes in numbers in coronavirus cases in Wisconsin. We should note that per NBC News' own reporting and our own count today, for the first time, the daily new coronavirus count in the United States topped 100,000 new cases for the first time ever. To hit that landmark in the middle of us trying to decide this election, it's too much to take in all at once. Let's stay in Wisconsin now, which has been so hard hit and which is still the focus of so much attention right now. Joining us now is Charlie Sykes. He's editor-at-large for The Bulwark and an MSNBC contributor. Charlie, it's great to have you with us. NBC has now called Wisconsin, has called Joe Biden the apparent winner in Wisconsin. What should the country know about what is likely to be a recount of these results? We spoke with the Attorney General in Wisconsin earlier in our coverage tonight, who suggested that while the state has 13 days to carry out such a recount, he doesn't expect that it will take that long, and he doesn't expect it will change much.
No, he's absolutely right. Look, I mean, a couple of things to know is that these races are often very, very close here in Wisconsin. We've had these statewide recounts before. We kind of know how they work out. And in fact, Jill Stein demanded a recount 4 years ago after Donald Trump won by roughly the same margin. And generally, the statewide recount will only change the results by a few hundred votes. So we have a lot of experience with this. If, in fact, it turns out that Joe Biden has won by 20,000, the chances that a recount would change the outcome of that is very, very close to absolutely zero. So this is, again, just the Trump folks, I think, throwing stuff up against the wall. Interestingly enough, by the way, former Governor Scott Walker lost by about 20,000 votes. He did not demand a recount, and he tweeted out today basically saying, hey, guys, we've done this before, and you're not going to be able to move many votes. And he's been very, very Trumpy, but I think he was trying to send a signal to the Trump folks that this is not going to happen here in Wisconsin. Right?
Yeah, and I think that we've seen that resonate a lot. A number of people who I've talked to about this recount today went immediately to that because Scott Walker looms so large in recent electoral politics in Wisconsin and in the changing partisan dynamics in that state. I wonder if from your position sitting there in the state right now, it feels like a little bit of a relief that Wisconsin might not end up in the bullseye in terms of partisan attention, even if this recount goes ahead, that wherever the fight is going to in terms of this ongoing count, that it must feel like a relief that it looks like Wisconsin won't be at the center of the heat.
Well, we're used to being at the center of the heat. We don't really mind being at the center of the heat. You know, I've always thought in this election, this was going to come down to Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But also, we're used to this kind of thing. This is not we're not novices at all of this. So that's why when you see these numbers, they're very, very solid, and they're not going to change. They're not going to change much at all. So I don't think you're going to see a great deal of controversy. I thought Nicole's comments earlier about the legal challenges that we're seeing from the Trump folks was really on target here. I almost get the sense they're kind of going through the motions. I think people ought to be very concerned about it. But there's a tell. When you see that Rudy Giuliani is your lead lawyer, that kind of tells you that you're not bringing in the big guns. You're not bringing in the James Bakers. And so I don't think that people should be worried about Wisconsin at all. I think that they ought to be focusing on what's happening in Arizona and Nevada, and more importantly, in what's about to happen in Georgia and Pennsylvania. So by the time this recount starts, I think it's overwhelmingly likely that Joe Biden will be at 270 electoral votes. He might have 80 million popular votes, and it'll be a relief here in Wisconsin. But we're not going to be the decisive state this time.
Charlie Sykes, great to see you. Thank you very much. And you know, Charlie speaks the truth. It is remarkable to see at this point, with all the attention on the Upper Midwest, essentially at this point, Wisconsin is off the table because it went to Biden. Minnesota off the table, went to Biden. Michigan off the table, went to Biden. And so we are still seeing a fight over Pennsylvania. North Carolina still hasn't been called, but I'm not sure anybody necessarily had it on their bingo card that what we'd be talking about tonight is sort of axis of potentially pivotal remaining states would be not just Pennsylvania, but Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. You know, never a dull moment. All right, we'll be back. Stay with us.
Pennsylvania will have a fair election, and that election will be free of outside influences. I will vigorously, and we all will vigorously defend against any attempt to attack that vote in Pennsylvania. And every Pennsylvanian can have confidence in the outcome of this election.
That is the Democratic governor of the great state of Pennsylvania, Tom Wolf, speaking today. In advance of Election Day, he did an ad in which he warned or promised, barely, residents of Pennsylvania that the vote in his state would take a few days, and that was before polls even opened on Election Day. He has been true to his word. Pennsylvania is taking some time. With 88% of the vote in, the Pennsylvania race between Donald Trump and Joe Biden is potentially determinative of the presidency, and an NBC's calculation, it is too early to call. You see the slim margin between the two candidates as the votes still come in. Vote counting still underway in that crucial swing state. That said, the Trump campaign has tried to challenge the process with a couple of different lawsuits. We spoke with the Pennsylvania Secretary of State, Attorney General earlier in our coverage tonight, who expressed quiet but apparently sincere confidence that neither of those legal challenges is going to be any significant bar to continuing to count the vote in Pennsylvania. Joining us now is MSNBC's senior national correspondent, Chris Jansing, who's live in Harrisburg. Chris, what have you been seeing? What have you got for us?
Well, we've got some new information about the vote count in some of the areas that are going to be critical, Rachel, to Joe Biden. First of all, let's start in Philadelphia, where they've now counted about 66% of the vote, 223,000 votes, I think, so far. And they're going to drop some of those tonight. So if you're thinking about not sleeping again another night, those are going to be coming, along with Allegheny County. That's where Pittsburgh is. They're about to count the last 20,000. Those will be posted as well. Those will give us some good indications of why Joe Biden came out today and said he thinks he can win here. I just got off the phone with the senior senator here, Bob Casey, and I said, where's this optimism coming from? He told me a couple of things. He said, listen, I talked to the Allegheny County executive. He said the numbers there are coming in 80-20 for Joe Biden. There are parts of Philly, he says, that are going 90-10. Also in Montgomery County, going numbers that high. And already we're looking at numbers that have closed. I think Joe Biden started the day down about 600,000. It's down to under 200,000. And there are still 862,000 ballots yet to be counted here. Senator Casey thinks he could win by 100,000 votes. Not everybody I'm talking to here believes it's going to be that far. They see it much closer than that. Having said that, talking to folks again around in some of the smaller counties, they're still saying Friday. It's sort of what we've been hearing from the governor, what we've been hearing from the Secretary of State. Be patient. Casey says it looks at the pace that we're seeing right now. We could have maybe 95% of the vote counted by end of day tomorrow, which could be a place where they could start to call. So he's feeling a little more optimistic about when this race might be called. But just don't go to bed, because those numbers are going to be coming in from both Philadelphia and Allegheny County sometime overnight.
Okay, a couple of clarifying questions on that, in part because I need to plan when I'm going to eat and when I'm going to have my next caffeine dose. In terms of the overnight numbers there, do you have any estimation from Philadelphia County or from Allegheny County in terms of what tonight means here? Are we talking about 3 or 4 in the morning, or do we have any estimation?
Maybe. No, and they've been saying for a while in Allegheny County that they were going to drop them. Actually, the Pittsburgh Steelers actually sent dinner in to keep them going, you know, putting their support behind those folks who are counting those ballots. Now, they're just saying sometime later tonight. So whatever later tonight means to you, to me, it's already there.
I got you, Chris Jansing. Fascinating, though, and an interesting promise. Chris, thank you very much. 20,000 final votes in Allegheny, Chris just said, due in sometime tonight, and in Philadelphia, where they've got about 2/3 of the vote counted already. They're expecting a big new piece of information in terms of those votes. Again, later tonight. We don't know exactly when.
Absolutely. Put some respect on Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Again, it is the basics. You just do the basics.
And thanks to the Steelers for doing that. I've never rooted for the Steelers in my life, but I'm thanking them right now for having sent dinner to the poll workers.
Absolutely.
That's righteous.
Professional athletes, I think, have been they've been heroic during this election, providing, you know, their arenas for people to vote in, sending in food. We've really seen them step up.
The civic side of pro sports.
side of pro sports. Exactly. All right. I think we are now going to talk with, I'm going to go over here. We're going to now talk with the Secretary of State, I believe, of the state of Pennsylvania. Is that where we're going? I believe we are. And I don't have your name, and I apologize because I cannot see that far into the prompter. Let me get it for you. Hold on.
Kathy Bookfar.
Kathy Bookfar. Kathy Bookfar. I apologize for that. Let's talk a little bit about some of the things people are... Hi. Let's talk about some of the things people are worried about. There is this New York Times story that the Department of Justice has decided to open the door to armed federal agents being physically present at locations where people are counting votes. Rachel and I were talking about sort of the optics of that in a place, in a big urban center where you have lots and lots of African Americans who are working on counting the votes, largely of people of color. And the optics of these armed potential agents standing over them is a bit frightening. What's being done to assure the safety and security and just the comfort level of people who are counting the votes?
Thanks so much for having me on. So Pennsylvania has incredibly strong partnerships, both horizontal and vertical. So basically federal, state, and local partnerships. And we've been working for the last several years, Department of State, with Pennsylvania State Police, National Guard, the Office of Inspector General. We work with the Attorney General, who you had on the show earlier, many other partners to make sure that we are both protecting everything having to do with elections and beyond, and also making sure to prevent any incidents and lower tensions as necessary when anything occurs. And this, of course, was very important in the lead up to and on Election Day. But we will make sure, and there's very tight security. There's plenty of opportunities for people to observe the process. So Pennsylvania law allows for party representatives, candidate representatives to observe the canvassing process, and that's going on. And Philadelphia also has live streaming to the public. Anybody from around the world can watch it. So there's so much transparency that there's, and safety in the process. So we're almost done. I'm very confident that it's going to be fine.
And one of the things that we have seen brought up by the Trump administration is this idea of their observers. They've made that a legal issue. Can you explain how that works? How would someone be able to physically observe what's going on in these counting rooms? How close are they able to get to the people who are doing this work? Because, again, it could be quite uncomfortable to be under that kind of observation.
Yeah, it's been working fine. I really haven't heard of any issues. So basically, every party and every candidate is allowed to have one observer, one authorized representative, and they're designated in that capacity. And there's no challenge rights. So there's no challenges. In fact, in Pennsylvania, any challenges to mail-in or absentee voting had to have been filed by the Friday before Election Day. So it's not, I think, as imposing as some might think, because really they're there to observe. And they're not they can't impede on the process. They were required to wear masks and observe COVID-19 precautions that are in place that Governor Wolf ordered. So it really was a very safe, respectful scenario. And really, I haven't heard of any issues.
Secretary of State Bookfar, I'm just going to jump in for a second and ask the very pedestrian question of when you think we might have the full vote in Pennsylvania. Obviously, we're seeing people working very hard in Allegheny County and in Philadelphia County trying to get those last votes in. We just had a report from Harrisburg, our reporter there, saying that she expects that a lot of the vote from Allegheny and a significant chunk from Philadelphia is going to come in tonight. How long do you think this is all going to take before we might responsibly be able to make a call in Pennsylvania, because we've got enough of the vote in?
Yeah, so, as you know, Rachel, of course, the closer the race, the longer it takes to call. So calling is your job, right? My job is to make sure the votes get counted and then to certify the results. But what I can say is this, what I've been saying all along is that I expect the overwhelming majority of the ballots to be counted by Friday, but we're actually ahead of schedule from what I can tell. So I think somebody that you were speaking with, and I can't recall if it was that reporter or somebody else, said that they thought that tomorrow the overwhelming majority of the ballots would probably be in. I think that's right. So I think the election officials in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania have been around the clock really taking this so seriously. They are so committed to getting this done. And it's been incredibly inspiring to watch.
Kathy Boockvar, Pennsylvania Secretary of the Commonwealth, somebody really in the center of the nation's attention right now. Good luck to you and to everybody who is carrying out the hard work of getting this election finalized in Pennsylvania. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Rachel. Appreciate it.
All right. We're going to go now to Gadi Schwartz. Gadi Schwartz is in Arizona, and specifically, you should know this. He is outside the county elections department for Maricopa County, which is downtown Phoenix. Now, we have been reporting tonight on new ballots coming in from Maricopa County that are giving us a lot of new insight into the potential matchup here between President Trump and Vice President Biden. But as you can see, Gadi's in the middle of quite a crowd there. Gadi, what's going on?
Yeah, and Rachel, it's going to be kind of hard to see just because we're not turning on our lights. We don't want to be a distraction out here, and there are a lot of people that are they have their emotions running extremely high. So anytime these lights come on, you see people running towards the cameras, and then they start screaming, and they've got a bullhorn. So here's what's going on. It's very important that we show you what's happening outside of the Maricopa Election Center right now. You see that behind me? That's where they're counting those 400,000 ballots that are still outstanding that could really change the course of the entire election in 2020. They've got some sheriff's officers up that are blocking the entrance of the election center. We're going to walk this way here. Stand up and to make sure we're fighting for what's right. And one of the things that we've seen is right now they're kneeling in prayer, but one of the things that we've seen is them chanting very loudly, count that vote, and then we've got poll workers that are coming off of shift, and the poll workers have to be escorted out by armed sheriff's deputies down those stairs and into vans and taken away from here. So this is the type of scene that we're seeing. We're going to get a little bit closer here. We don't want to get too close. A lot of people in the crowd are not wearing masks. We're keeping a respectful distance, but a loud and very boisterous crowd. You'll start here and then start up here. And they're actually chanting, "Fox News sucks. Fox News sucks." The reason why they're chanting that is because Fox News called Arizona for Biden yesterday, and a lot of people are angry about that. We have not called Arizona. A lot of other organizations have made that decision not to call Arizona. It is much too close right now, but this is a scene outside of the Maricopa Election Center, and we're going to keep an eye on what's going on here. Rachel?
Gadi, I know it may be a little bit hard for you to hear me because you're in the middle of that crowd, so let me know if you're having trouble, but is what you have seen, or is what people are attempting there, intimidation? Or would you just describe it as essentially an expression, just a demonstration that's peaceful and that is just people expressing themselves, but isn't designed to actually affect what's happening there at the counting center?
So far, this is Arizona, and so if you take a look over here, a lot of times at these types of rallies, you see a lot of guns. You see a lot of people with long guns, long rifles slung over their shoulders. This is a open carry state, so it's totally legal, and we don't see any of that. So there are no people with guns that are out on display. We have seen a couple of people with bulletproof vests, tactical vests, up at the front of that crowd, but so far it's a very boisterous crowd. They're very aggressive. They've got bullhorns, and they will let you know exactly how they feel. They think that this election is being stolen stolen from the president. But again, so far we've tried to just keep a low profile because we don't want to antagonize the situation. But we do want to show you what's going on because it's incredibly important. This again is the center of Maricopa County's election processing operation, and right now, as we speak, there are people inside counting those 400, now I think 330,000 ballots that still haven't been returned in Maricopa County, and they are going to continue through the night, and this crowd, it looks like it's going to continue out here growing. Right now it's about 200 people. We've seen it grow just a little bit, but more people seem to be expressing interest from outside of Phoenix online, and so we're going to continue to monitor it. Rachel?
Gadi, have the people who are there, you described it about 200 people, have they been trying to get in?
Yes. So earlier in the evening, it started when we saw a group of people with cameras. They had cell phones, and they said that they were journalists. I couldn't catch what organization or what streaming service they were using, but they made their way inside, and they were live streaming as soon as they went in. One person was wearing a bulletproof vest, a tactical vest, and they were saying that they were journalists. They had a First Amendment right to be there. I think 2 of them were not wearing masks, so pretty quickly the people inside of the polling center here, or the people inside of the processing center, asked them to wear masks, asked them for their credentials, told them that, you know, the space was limited inside, but wanted to talk to them outside. And then the situation escalated. Those live streamed cameras came out, and people were kind of yelling at the poll workers inside. The voices raised to a point where the sheriff's department came in. There's a bunch of sheriff's deputies all around, and they asked the people to leave. They went down to the state capitol. They met up with another group, and then about 20, 30 minutes later, you've got about 100, 200 people that are gathered here outside of the Maricopa Election Center.
Gadi, let me also just ask you if there is a police presence there. You described some of the elections workers who are inside that building that is being sort of surrounded and screamed at by these Trump supporters. They've had to be escorted out by police officers or by law enforcement as they've come to their cars when they come to the end of their shift. Is there a visible police presence or sheriff's deputy presence in terms of protecting that site?
Yeah, if you permit me just for a second, I'm going to tell my crew, hey guys, we're going to go up, back up, because I want to show you exactly what it looks like from a higher vantage point here. Hold on, real fast. Come by. Thanks so much. So this is some of the sheriff's protection around the building, and so you've got sheriff's officers that are positioned all around the building. They are blocking access, and they're also escorting people out. Howdy, thank you. And then I'm going to show you what it looks like when these poll workers come out the front door, people that are working at the elections here. Howdy, howdy. Yeah, they're all with me. Thank you so much. All right, so this is what it sounds like. This is what it looks like inside. You've got people that are working on counting those votes, and then they come over here, and let me just give you this shot right here. This is what it looks like. And then I'm going to take you inside here real fast if we can, because I just want to show you what it looks like, because we've got a little bit of chaos going on outside, and then inside, this is the area where it's being processed. And I want to show you something that is just it gives me hope whenever we cover elections, especially after you see a lot of people that are upset. We've got all the cameras in here. We've got other crews. But I want to show you this right over here. Right here, these are poll workers. One is a Democrat, one is a Republican. There are independents in there, and they become friends throughout this process. They are tabulating these ballots. They know how precious their responsibility is, and they come together. And this is something that happens across the country. Republicans and Democrats making sure that everything is fair, everything is above board, and that's what we're seeing. It's a very slow process here in Maricopa County. I think a lot of people are hoping for those ballots to come a little bit faster, but it is a methodical process. And so this is the calm that's happening in this room. Meanwhile, if we stop and listen, you can hear the chants from outside. Rachel?
I was just going to ask you, ambiently, from where you're standing with your own ears, you can hear that noise outside, but it's not so distracting that you can't do your work there.
Yeah, they continue to work. I think they can hear it. We can definitely hear it in here. We hear the chants. We hear people angrily shouting, and yet here they are. They are making sure that these ballots are ready to be loaded into these tabulators, and these tabulators will spit out those ballots at about 6,000 to 8,000 ballots an hour. So hopefully we'll have some results. Just a quick update: we've seen about 70 to 80,000 ballots that have been released right around 7 o'clock local time here. We understand that right about in about an hour and a half, there's going to be another batch that comes out. It's probably not going to be bigger than that 70,000 ballots that we saw earlier, but we are going to see them continue to trickle out of Maricopa County, and this is how it's happening. This is what it looks like here inside of this building.
Gadi Schwartz, incredible reporting, and thank you so much for doing that walk with your crew, and thank you to your crew as well. I know that you are in sometimes what's a really uncomfortable position out there with all those people being really aggro with you. Please stay safe, and thank you for doing this work for us tonight. It's just incredibly, incredibly invaluable.
Important to cover. Thanks so much.
Yeah, you are watching the first draft of history right here. Just great reporting by Gadi Schwartz there. Again, just to summarize what you just saw, that is Maricopa County, Arizona. That is where Phoenix is. Tonight, we have already received 70,000-ish ballots out of Maricopa County, which didn't change the lead in Arizona, but changed potentially expectations in terms of who's going to end up on top in that state between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. As Gadi said, in about an hour and a half, we're expecting another 70,000-ish ballots from Maricopa County. We see those very aggressive Trump supporters gathering outside the Maricopa County Elections Board, making a lot of noise and making it hard for poll workers to end their shifts and get to their cars. But the work proceeds, the vote proceeds, and we will have an answer on who will be the president of the United States, and we will be with you here through the end of it. Stay with us.
Every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever.
Former Vice President Joe Biden speaking today. We just saw dramatic footage from Maricopa County, Arizona, where our own Gadi Schwartz is there amid a crowd of what he described as about 200 Trump supporters, a boisterous crowd, what he described as a very aggressive crowd. They actually kept their camera off, Gadi, while he was outside reporting on that, in part because he said whenever the camera is on, they've been sort of swarmed and people have gotten in their face with bullhorns and other ways that have made it hard to do their work. Those people are outside where the counting is taking place in Maricopa County, Arizona. We've had about 75,000 votes out of Maricopa County already tonight. Some news organizations have already called Arizona for Vice President Biden. NBC News has not done that. We are continuing to watch the vote come in. We're expecting tens of thousands more votes out of that office, out of Maricopa County, within the next couple of hours tonight. Let's go back to Steve Kornacki at the board in terms of what we know about Arizona right now. Steve?
Yeah, Rachel, we know that Joe Biden leads in what's been counted so far. It's about it's a 79,000 vote lead statewide for Joe Biden. So Donald Trump's trying to play catch up. And yeah, you mentioned that office where they are processing, counting out the ballots in Maricopa County. That's where Trump needs votes right now. And that's where he got votes a little while ago when we got that first update from Maricopa County. There's a big pile of votes. They're starting to work their way through. Big question a couple hours ago was this going to be more of a Trump-flavored group of ballots or more of a Biden-flavored group? And the early indication we got there when that 75,000 vote report came out is it's going to be a Trump-flavored group. He was able to cut Biden's lead by about 13,000 votes. There are still hundreds of thousands more ballots in Maricopa County to go. There are also some others around the state, but Maricopa is really the mother lode when you're talking about Arizona. So Donald Trump, he needs to keep that pace up at least. He was winning close to 60% of those ballots that they reported out, and he needs to get those, ballots reported out and try to cut into that Biden lead statewide. It's theoretically, possible. Again, if he's hitting 60% plus, I would say, of the votes that come in, Trump certainly could overtake Biden in Arizona, and he has to overtake Biden in Arizona if he's going to have any shot in the Electoral College. 11 electoral votes on the line here. If Trump loses, if Biden gets this one, he'd be at 264 if Biden were to get Arizona. And we've talked about Nevada next door having a big update. Probably about 12 hours from now, midday tomorrow, Nevada has mail vote yet to be reported. Biden's already leading in Nevada. The Biden combination of Arizona and Nevada, if Biden could win those two states, and he leads in both right now, he's at 270 electoral votes. So Donald Trump's got to find a way to win Arizona. He's got to find a way to win Georgia, where he leads right now, but that lead continues to shrink. It is now down to 31,000. We've seen this in the course of the few hours we've been on the air. We have seen this lead come down. Look at this. It's now just 0.6 of 1 point continues to shrink. The story has been absentee ballots, mail ballots, a lot of them from the Atlanta metro area, from some other Democratic areas around the state. They are coming in. They continue to come in. And Donald Trump's lead, again, continues to erode. There are more to come in Georgia. Also, there is Pennsylvania. Trump would need to win Georgia. He'd need to win North Carolina. He would also need to win Pennsylvania. And what's going on there? 182,000. That's the advantage that Trump has right now in Pennsylvania. Again, Trump built a giant early advantage in the vote tally last night that is still lingered to some degree through tonight because they counted all of the Election Day ballots, everything that people went out and cast in person on Election Day. What's been counted today, what is still being counted tonight, what will continue to be counted tomorrow are the mail-in ballots. And we've just been seeing, as each of these counties start to report out their mail ballots, even the Republican-friendly counties, Joe Biden has been leading by wide, massive in some cases, margins when these among the mail-in ballots. So he has been making up ground with pretty much every report we've gotten out of Pennsylvania. Still a lot to come in Pennsylvania. At the current pace he's on, it looks like there are plenty of ballots out for Biden to overtake Trump. Let's see if he maintains that pace. I think that's the variable here in Pennsylvania right now. So you see the lay of the land there from the Electoral College standpoint. We're going to get probably, we think, in about 2 hours, maybe an hour and a half if we're lucky. We're going to get another update from Arizona that's going to help clarify that question of Trump and his viability in the state. And then if Trump gets Arizona, he's going to have to win all these other states as well.
Okay, Steve, I have a couple of questions for you. First of all, in Pennsylvania, we just heard in Joy's interview with Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar that she agrees with the assessment that Pennsylvania will have the overwhelming majority of its votes in by tomorrow. They had been sort of creating expectations it might take till Friday. They say they're a little bit ahead of their own pace, their own expected pace. It may be by tomorrow, by Thursday. Now, if things come in the way that you're talking about, in terms of Democratic strongholds being the overwhelming majority of the votes that are left, that looking pretty good for Joe Biden, it seems like the one thing that looms large in the national perception of what's going on in Pennsylvania is that the Trump campaign has said from the very beginning they want this in the courts. They want to fight this in the courts. We saw in the Supreme Court recently sort of noises from conservative justices on the Supreme Court that there's one thing in Pennsylvania that those justices might potentially be itching to go back and basically side with Trump on after the election. And that is the question of ballots that were mailed in on time, postmarked ahead of yesterday, but they're received in Pennsylvania today, Thursday, and Friday. Those ballots may be sequestered, set aside. The Trump campaign may want them not counted at all. Do we have any estimation, even ballpark estimation, about how many ballots that might be in the grand scheme of things?
Yeah, no, it's tough to tell. And the question you're raising, just in terms of trying to figure out that number, looms large in Pennsylvania because, again, you know how many ballots are sent out to people, and then it's a question of, how do you estimate who put the stamp on the envelope, who put the envelope in the mailbox, and just, happened to do that the day before the election or the week of the election. It looms large in Pennsylvania for the reasons you're saying, and I should say, it's going to be what determines North Carolina, the other state that I didn't touch here. It's going to determine North Carolina. Trump leads by 76,000. The outstanding variable here is how many people put ballots in the mail that are still coming in right now. We don't really know the answer, and that's why this is uncalled.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. Again, the Trump campaign bringing all these legal challenges, and while it makes for interesting news, we don't actually know quantitatively how many ballots might be caught up in any of those legal challenges, even if they do succeed. All right, keeping it all in perspective, Brian Williams is going to pick up now with a special edition of the 11th Hour. Stay with us.
Well, good evening once again, especially considering we are in the 11th hour of this presidential election, or at least somewhere close. Day 1385 of the Trump administration. This seemingly endless day after Election Day 2020, and the path to 270 electoral votes has dramatically narrowed for Donald Trump since most Americans went to bed, if at all, last night, early this morning. The fortunes of Joe Biden have seemingly improved. At this hour, Biden appears indeed to be on the doorstep of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue with 253 electoral votes by our count to Trump's 214. A quick proviso, other news organizations even more generous in their electoral count thus far. This afternoon, Biden locked up apparent victories in 2 critical Midwestern states that Donald Trump won in 2016. NBC News has declared Biden the winner in Michigan and the projected winner indeed in Wisconsin. The outcome there could still depend on a potential recount and/or official confirmation of the vote count. The verdicts are still out tonight in some big states like Georgia and Pennsylvania, where Trump's leads have been shrinking as votes are being counted. Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, Alaska, yet to be called as well. Earlier this afternoon, Joe Biden joined his running mate, Kamala Harris, in Wilmington, Delaware.
It's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. When the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. And there will be no blue states and red states when we win, just the United States of America.
Trump has launched a legal fight to try to halt vote counting in Pennsylvania and Michigan. Campaign is also challenging the handling of ballots in Georgia, demanding a recount in Wisconsin. Today, the president's son, Eric, and Trump acolyte and personal lawyer Rudy Giuliani were sent to Philadelphia to try to stop the vote count.
This is fraud. This is absolute fraud. We're going to win Pennsylvania, but they're trying to cheat us out of it because they know it's their only path to victory.
All of you thought there was some kind of legitimate count going on here in Philadelphia. It was totally illegitimate. This is a concerted effort of the crooks that run the Democrat Party. This is beyond anything I've ever seen before.
There is no evidence any of that is true. The Biden campaign says it's ready for court fights, and for good measure, today they unveiled their presidential transition website. Another big development tonight could help determine control of the U.S. Senate. NBC News is projecting Democratic incumbent Senator Gary Peters of Michigan has indeed defeated the Republican challenge from John James. Also tonight, while the president predicted and insisted that we would stop talking about it by now, we nonetheless remain in the midst of an out-of-control pandemic. Indeed, tonight, the United States hit a grim new high for daily confirmed coronavirus cases, over 100,000 just in this single day. But let's go back to our lead story. The latest on where the vote count stands. Steve Kornacki, blessedly after all these hours, still at the big board for us. Steve, we appreciate you staying up with us. I know it's a lot to ask because we normally ask you to dive into the minutia, but for people just joining us shortly after 11 o'clock Eastern time, where does this thing stand right now?
Sure. Let's take the big picture look. Joe Biden is sitting right now at 253 electoral votes. Donald Trump at 214. Of course, the target here, 270. Biden is 17 away from that goal right now, and he's leading in some states that could get him there. So right now he is leading in the vote count. I can show you in Arizona. Now we've got probably about 2 hours from now, we expect to get a big batch of votes in Arizona that's going to help us understand that picture there a little bit more. But Biden leading in Arizona, trying to hold off the president, Donald Trump. In the last update we got from Arizona, got closer. Let's see if Trump can close that gap further. There is Nevada. It's close. Biden's leading. We're expecting to get a lot of votes reported out tomorrow, probably around noon Eastern. Does Biden hold that lead in Nevada? We're probably going to get some clarity on that tomorrow. By the way, if you just put these 2 states together, Arizona and Nevada, if Biden holds his lead in Arizona, holds his lead in Nevada, that would equal exactly 270 electoral votes for him. So that is a path to 270 for Joe Biden. He has several paths on this map, though. We're also seeing votes still come in Georgia. This one keeps getting closer and closer. 30,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump. That has come down from hundreds of thousands. Why? Because you've had two things happening here. Number one, a lot of the vote, the late reporting vote, has been from this Atlanta metro area, which is a core Democratic area in Georgia. The other reason, we're talking about mail-in ballots here, absentee ballots. Democrats were much more likely to vote by mail this year in Georgia and elsewhere. Republicans were much more likely to vote on Election Day in Georgia and elsewhere. The Election Day votes were tallied first in most cases. It's the mail-in ballots that are coming in right now, and Biden continues to chip away at the president's lead in Georgia. We will see if he can overtake him there. Worth 16 electoral votes if Biden is able to do that. There is North Carolina. We are waiting on, there's a Trump lead of 76,000 votes here. We're basically waiting to see how many people stuck ballots in the mail the day before the election, for instance, and it took a couple days to arrive. Is that going to add up to enough for Biden to overtake Trump? Reason to be skeptical of that, but let's see. That's why we wait in North Carolina. And then we come to Pennsylvania, and that is a state like Georgia where Joe Biden is trying to play catch up, and the gap, it keeps, I'm just seeing it right now, the gap keeps coming down. Trump's advantage here, about 168,000 votes in Pennsylvania. And again, mail-in ballots, Democratic areas, that just chipping away Joe Biden is in Pennsylvania. So you see, all sorts of paths when you look at the states that are going on right now, potential paths for Joe Biden to get those 17 further electoral votes that he needs. For the president, he needs to hang on, or he needs to come back and win Arizona. He needs to hang on in Georgia. He needs to hang on in North Carolina, win Pennsylvania, and get Alaska, where he's ahead. It's just not called yet. So a very, very precise and narrow set of things would have to happen for Donald Trump right now to get to 270. We'll continue to keep our eye on it.
Steve, thank you. If anything changes, just holler. We're here on the other side of the glass. And we want to go back to Gotti Schwartz. Those watching toward the end of the last hour saw him at Maricopa County Elections Department in Phoenix. Gotti, you started out outside. You've come inside. Tell us just what has happened there. Who has gathered while the counting goes on?
Well, Brian, we'd love to take you outside. Unfortunately, there were people in the crowd that somehow pretty immediately heard about our live camera and that walk that we did through the crowd. So we just went back out there to try to give you the same type of vantage point. And very quickly, people started gathering. They're like, hey, you know, we know what you're doing. And then the crowd started growing. So we have fallen back inside to where the actual action is happening, back behind this glass. And you've got the people that are tabulating those votes. They're getting ready to run them through these tabulators right here. Again, it's difficult because there is this crazy distraction going on outside. We can hear the chants inside, people yelling and chanting outside, and these poll workers continue to do their duty. They've got independents, they've got Republicans, they've got Democrats. They're all making sure that everything is being done by the book. They're checking the signatures. They're making sure that the ballots are ready to be put into these machines, and then they're hopefully going to get us some of those results. I know a little bit earlier, Kornacki was breaking down some of those results that we've already seen. We saw just over 70,000 of those ballots come in. Unfortunately, we're probably not going to get a big dump in the hundreds of thousands. There's still about 300,000 outstanding ballots here in Maricopa County, and that is what's being worked on right now. Instead, tonight, we're probably going to see somewhere below that 70,000 mark. But it's something that's been happening throughout the day. They say that this is a process that takes some time. They want to make sure they do it right, so they're not rushing things. They're also saying that this isn't necessarily out of the ordinary. They say that it obviously takes some time to get those walk-in, mail-in ballots. So that's what they're doing throughout the evening. And then at some point, their shift will end, and they may have to go outside, and they may have to see that crowd. And we've seen some of them leave. And when they did leave, they were escorted out by the sheriff's department to a van, and they were driven away.
So, Gotti, just a couple seconds remaining. One more question. These are largely Trump supporters outside, and what are they demanding? What are they chanting?
Yeah, a lot of Trump signs, a lot of Trump shirts, and they are demanding that somebody from the elections division come out and talk to them and tell them basically their demands are that they want to see what's going on in here because they think the election is being stolen from the president. They also have some strong words for some other networks that have already called this race. This race for us, obviously too early, too close to call. But they were very angry about that. They're very angry at the media. And so there is just a lot of anger outside of the Maricopa County Election Center here, while inside it's peaceful and people from all political ideologies are working together to try to get this vote counted.
Gadi Schwartz, thank you for your live reporting from there in Maricopa County, Arizona tonight. We appreciate it. Let's bring our starting three guests into the broadcast tonight, starting with Phil Rucker, Pulitzer Prize-winning White House bureau chief for the Washington Post, co-author along with Carol Leonnig of the longtime bestseller A Very Stable Genius. And Neil Katyal, veteran of the Justice Department, former acting Solicitor General during the Obama administration. He has argued 42 cases before the U.S. Supreme Court, including one just this morning, we note. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me. I lied. We're just starting off with two guests tonight. Phil, first off, this may call for a prediction on your part. What can we expect from Donald Trump in the next 12 to 24 hours? We see the plot line developing in this race, and we see mostly his supporters showing up in places like that while votes are being counted.
Brian, what we've heard from the president in his remarks overnight last night, but also on Twitter today, is a call out to his supporters. He believes that this election is being stolen from him, even though there is virtually no evidence to prove that it is not being stolen. Of course, these are legal ballots that are being counted in an orderly and legal way in keeping with our democratic process in this country. But he has tried to claim victory and claim that this ongoing counting of ballots, of mail-in ballots, is an attempt, a conspiracy, really, in the president's view, to steal this election from him. I assume we're going to hear that language ratcheted up in the 24 hours to come. His campaign is filing these lawsuits, as you've talked about on the air tonight. But from the president, we've not seen him physically since he came out there in the White House. You see the pictures there at about 2 a.m. last night. Perhaps we'll see him again tomorrow. His schedule is clear for the day tomorrow, but I assume we're going to hear him continuing to claim that this is fraud for the country and that the election is stolen. Again, no evidence of that.
Neil Katyal, indeed, there's no evidence that these are anything but legally cast votes in states that allow them to be legally cast. Are any of the legal arguments that you've seen from the administration, do any of them have merit to you?
So far, not at all, Brian. So if I'm Biden, I'm feeling very good right now. I think courts can only do so much to help Donald Trump. And there are two big problems with all the litigation. First is it's always a losing strategy in the United States to try and block the counting of votes. People like Republican Governor Mike DeWine are out there tonight saying, count every vote. So that's one problem, just the un-Americanness of it. And the second is, it looks like from the map that Kornacki and others have been showing us, Trump can't just win by winning one court case. He's got to win two in two different states. And that's a really big difference from Bush versus Gore, where I was a junior lawyer. That involved one state, of course, Florida, not more than one. And Bush was always ahead throughout the whole thing. Right now, Biden is ahead. And so it's very hard to play catch up. If I were Trump, I'd say the best chance I've got is Pennsylvania and these late ballots, these ballots that the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said could come in as late as Friday. And what Trump is saying is, no, they had to have come in yesterday. And that was a theory that three justices in Bush versus Gore bought back in 2000, never before, never since, until last week, when Justice Kavanaugh wrote an opinion saying that he bought the theory, and it was joined by three of his colleagues. That's only 4 votes there, not 5. Justice Barrett is now on the court, and so some people like Trump are predicting, oh, she's going to vote for him. I don't think that's true. I think there are three big problems even with the Pennsylvania thing. The first is it's not clear the ballots make any difference because it may be other states matter. And even counting these ballots, a lot of the ballots have come in, these mail ballots, by yesterday. So it's not clear that that matters. The second thing is that the circumstances are a lot weaker here than even last week because all these people have relied on the fact they can get the ballots in by Friday. And so for the Supreme Court to come around and change the rules after the election, really problematic. And that brings me to my last point. Supreme Court does not like to be in the middle of this stuff. And, I've talked to a lot of my colleagues in the Supreme Court bar on the left and right today, and I think nobody thinks that this kind of technical thing is really going to have any chance of success, particularly when it would be to undo an election. It's just a really, really uphill battle.
Phil Rucker, Nicole Wallace was on with us earlier tonight, went through some of her reporting. Number one, her observation, having been involved in Bush v. Gore, that this kind of hubbub lacks the heft of a Warren Christopher versus a James Baker showing up on scene when the best you've got is Rudy Giuliani in Philadelphia with the president's son in a news conference interrupted by calls on the networks of the state of Michigan. They also lack legal consistency in their arguments. She is also reporting from Trump intimates that there may be some debate about how much he will cooperate, how much he will go along with the notion of, should Joe Biden prevail, a new president, down to whether or not he participates in transitional affairs, ceremonial affairs, is around for the inauguration. Do you have any reporting to add to that?
Brian, I'm not aware of any decisions that have been made by the president, in part because I think at this hour he's refused to acknowledge that he appears to be on track here to lose this election. So I'm not sure he's really thinking about the transition. Remember, Donald Trump is superstitious. In 2016, he did not want Chris Christie to be doing much work on building a transition because he didn't want to jinx the result of the election. And again, this year, he has resisted getting involved in transition discussions, even though, of course, some members of his staff are planning for that because that's required by our federal government. But traditionally, within days, really 2 days of an election result being known, the incumbent president invites the new president-elect to the White House, and there's a very cordial meeting in the Oval Office. The spouses tend to have lunch over in the residence of the White House. There's sort of a tour, and it's a very important symbolic passing of the torch moment for this country. And then, of course, there's the inauguration on January 20th, where the presidents appear together. They ride in a limousine together over to the steps of the Capitol. Frankly, knowing Donald Trump as we do, I would frankly be surprised if he went through all of those motions. He is very likely to feel personally wounded and insecure about losing to Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe, as he calls him, and very well may bow out of all of that. But I'm not aware of that decision having been made.
Neil Katyal, there's a lot of anxiety on the left about the so-called new look Supreme Court. Just because I'm curious, I assume today your virtual argument before the court included Justice Barrett, and I'm curious, was she an active participant in questioning?
Yeah, she was an active participant, asked great questions, balanced questions of both sides. She's hit the ground running. And so, it was my first argument in 42 without Justice Ginsburg. And, in some ways I was glad it was telephonic because otherwise I think I would have shed some tears. But I thought Justice Barrett handled her first week of arguments really, really well.
Gentlemen, I can't thank you both enough, again, after these long days and the week we've had already, and it's just, Wednesday. Phil Rucker, Neil Katyal, greatly appreciate you being here. A quick break for our coverage, and then just ahead, Michael Steele, Robert Gibbs, former Senator Claire McCaskill, and the rest of our special coverage team as our coverage of the road to 270 continues.